And we are live for part 3 of the 24-hour charity stream. We have Kuva, between me and you, we've done 16 hours. Perchi and Wayne, you novices, you've done
I think I've done 5.
Well done, Perchi. And Wayne, you're such a novice back there on your 1-2 hour, whatever. You did
4 hours I've been on. Yeah.
Have you?
No, sorry, 3 hours because I didn't come on till 1. So I apologise because I was watching TV, weren't I? So, and Kuva called me out on it.
Wow. Listen, thank you to everyone in the chat who is still watching. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just going to get the link. We have made some good money, people. We have made some really, really good money. So I'm just trying to find I've got so many tabs open of different YouTube and StreamYard things. I'm just trying to make sure I've got the right one. Oh, here we go. Someone's gone straight back in.
Oh, Ben.
To be fair to him, he's asked that question about 3 or 4 times. So,
but
I think you have to answer it.
Haven't I answered it about 3 or 4 times?
Not in different ways, probably.
Just the fact that we go into games like that so defensive with 5 defenders against one 37-year-old striker, and then the fact that at half time when it's not working, we don't try anything to change it.
Move on.
Yeah, I wanted to move on.
Sanity.
I wanted to move on. Let's talk about. I don't even know. We've got 8 hours to fill.
Do you want to do my super chat then from 16 hours ago?
Oh God, yeah. Not that I've still got it. Yeah.
I was going to say that was on the other one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just quickly, people. I've just put the link in the chat. Please, let's keep plugging away. I know it's late or early, depending where you are.
No, this was. I remember it just because it's a fun one. It's a would you rather, and it's for the team right now, and Wayne can do it for Leicester as well. Would you rather be able to pick 3 players of your choice from any Premier League team to go straight into your own side right now, or pick 1 player from any country, any league, from any period of history and have him?
Oh.
Yeah, I'd have N'Golo Conte about every day of the week.
No, any team of any era. Okay, Conte.
I still have Conte, but he were a freak.
But you said you say 3 players from the Premier League right now,
yeah,
or 1 player from history.
Yeah.
Oh, because we've got so many problems. I'd go for the 3 players. I don't think 1 player at the moment would improve us enough. So I'm going to go 3 players at the moment, I'd say. And we've got to pick the players as well. I'll go De Bruyne, Haaland, and Casemiro. If that's the 3.
They'll certainly improve us, I think.
I wasn't sure if Savva had frozen or if he is actually stunned into silence.
He's stunned.
I don't know if he's moving or not.
Savva.
It's terrifying. I'm just kidding. Right, sorry. I've just been sorting out everything back. Honestly, I've got 19 YouTube tabs open. I've just had to sort them all out. Kuva, run the question past me again.
Right, you can have either 3 players from any Premier League teams you like that are playing right now, or 1 player from any period in history in any league in the world. Which would it be?
Easy.
You're going to say Michael Carrick, aren't you?
I was going to go with Andy Sinton, but listen, I would go with Lionel Messi all day, every day. I wouldn't even care if we had a back 3 of Sanchez, Tanganga, and Dyer for the rest of life if Lionel Messi was in our team.
The absolute disrespect to Joe Rodon.
I know. Joe Rodon could be in that team. I'd give anything to see Lionel Messi for however long in a Spurs shirt and I'd pay double whatever Daniel Levy's charging to go and watch him. Just a genius at work, a genius.
And how about the perspective from Wayne? Wayne answered N'Golo Kante back at Leicester.
I mean, nostalgia's a wonderful thing.
Technically, you could pick three players, though, because he still plays in the Premier League.
Yeah, I'd probably have Conte, Enzo Fernandez, and probably Wesley Fofana. I'd have Fofana back as well.
Take all the Leicester boys back.
Oh,
can be from any Premier League teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that'd be the three I'd probably want.
All right, fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
For me, I'm gonna have to go with I just would love to see Ronaldinho playing for us. I'll just love that bloke.
Oh,
absolutely.
Oh, what a player!
I don't care if we don't win anything. I'll just be like in awe of just watching him play.
Oh yeah, for sure. What a player!
This stream's drawn me to drinking, by the way. Cheers.
Well, I've got this feeling I'm meant to be out for dinner at 3, and then a friend's birthday party at the golf thing in London. Is it Swingers? You know, the crazy golf.
Yeah. That's the way to get out going to a swingers party. Yeah, Savva.
And I've just got this feeling I'm not going to make either of them. But listen, we're good to go. We're good. I've got a renewed energy for the last stretch. This is the business end of the season, as they say, and I won't be Spursy about this.
I was going to say, what's your next would you rather?
Well, just quickly, what's the games today? Manchester Newcastle at 12:30.
Yep.
Is anyone holding out any hope that Bournemouth can get anything at Arsenal?
No.
Nice. No one.
City, Newcastle, Villa, Palace, Arsenal, Bournemouth, Brighton, West Ham, Chelsea, Leeds, Wolves, Spurs, Southampton, Leicester.
Hang on. Check this for another would you rather then.
Go on.
Just thought of this one. Well, not would you rather. It's like, would you be prepared for Tottenham to snatch the league trophy out of Arsenal's grasp this season if it meant we got relegated next season?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Same here.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
It would just be so funny. It would be worth it.
Heck, I would do that just to get put back into the FA Cup. It's that bad for us.
Yeah.
I also think it would be the most Spursy thing ever for us to win a league and then get relegated the year after.
Oh, it would. It wouldn't.
It's just
wouldn't shock me.
Look, for all of our debating and whatever, it's just year on year, isn't it? You know, we'll be here next year doing some kind of charity event in February or March, whatever we're in now, going, well, what are we going to do in the summer? We need a new keeper, free centre.
Say we need a new earthquake.
That's a bit strong.
I was going to say,
Bader, big up to you, Bader. So big up, Savva. I had a lunch, a dinner, watching the stream, and now breakfast 7 a.m. I mean, what I love is there's people from all over the world.
Love it.
And talking about people from all over the world, this guy's turned up again. Look, here he is.
Oh, this guy, what a ledge.
How we doing? How we doing, boys?
Just quickly, anybody in the chat, please feel free to ask any questions.
Yeah.
The conversation will naturally gravitate towards something, but feel free to ask any questions.
Everyone put your would you rathers in the chat and we'll answer
them. And please keep plugging away. We're at £1,005 in the Just Giving page, £690 in the YouTube stream. So we're just under 1,700. Let's at least get it to £2,000. We wanted free. If we can at least get it to £2,000, £2,500, I think that would be a really good, solid effort. And thank you so much so far for everyone. So please dig deep. I know it's early in the morning. I know, or late, depending on where you live. But please, let's see what we can do. I've got one for you. Would you rather? Let's see. Would you rather Arsenal win the league for 10 years in a row, if it means we win 2 Champions Leagues in that time? Would you rather? But would you be happy if Arsenal won 10 Premier Leagues in a row, but we win 2 Champions Leagues in that decade?
Yep.
Do they win any Champions League in that decade?
Oh, you've gone very deep on that. I don't know. I haven't worked out the other 8.
So are we saying that they only win 10 Premier Leagues in a row and we only win 2 Champions League and nothing else in the middle?
I mean,
the answer is still yes. By the way, the answer is still yes. Doesn't matter what the answer is on that. Oh no! Can we carry on with the last debate?
I think winning the Champions League, if they don't, because then we can always hold that against them.
Yeah.
Can I just say, in the 17th hour of debate, the 17th hour of streaming, have a look at the state of these two. Instead of debating the problem, why not debate the solution? You ready? Are you ready for the answer? They're too lazy to do that.
I give up. I actually give up.
Do you know how many hours of preparation it takes for doing a 24-hour stream? Well, you all know because you're in the group, right?
Yeah.
The number of people you have to get involved, get their times, get their planning. It takes me 4 hours to set up all the individual streams on StreamYard, on YouTube, all the editing, all the writing, all the videos in between. Then you get 17 hours into the stream and someone calls you lazy.
Well,
I love it.
Yeah, you have to look at the man who's in charge of the channel, really, don't you? He's it all.
Yeah, it's all on me.
I was going to say his mug's in the top right here, by the way.
Yeah.
Not mine.
So very convenient to blame the viewers, isn't it, Savva? Very convenient.
The directive from Savva at the top. Yeah,
Savva. The customer's always right. Remember that.
Oh my God, you've got to laugh, haven't you?
I do.
SOF has said, could you guys see Levy make a move for Poch if Potter gets sacked this weekend? Apparently, this is a do or die game for him. If I'm Poch, I see. So what we're saying is, if Potter goes, we move for Poch so that Chelsea don't get him. I think that would look. It's something I could. We'll all answer it, but I think it's something I could see Levy doing. But it would smack of desperation, wouldn't it? It would absolutely smack of desperation that Chelsea sack a manager, and we're so desperate they don't get our previous manager that we sack our manager and get him instead.
I really don't see it happening. Posh coming to us. I know everybody's everybody's favourite, but no.
I'm in the thing of I don't want him to come back. Not that I don't think it will be that. I think because I think me and Savva agree and says he's been here and he knows how we operate. So for his sake, if he comes back, he just joins part of the problem in my eyes. That's why I don't want him back. Do I see him coming back? I do. I think I think the way that we the way that we operate, it will be a brilliant PR move. I'll tell you what, it will stop a lot of people crying about them as an owners. They'll go. I think for them, they'll get a lot of people back on side as an ownership. But do I think we'd do it? Possibly. I wouldn't be shocked if we went in for Graham Potter if they got sacked. I still think he could be the favourite to get this next Spurs job.
I mean, Jacob, can you see it in any way, shape, or form that literally before Chelsea could? I mean, first of all, Chelsea would blow us out the water in terms of what they would offer him, right? And I'm just going to back on for this. And Wayne, I'd get interested to get your opinion as a non-Spurs fan as well. Wouldn't the Chelsea job at the moment be a more exciting project than Tottenham's, with the fact that he's got all those new young players that he could mould, rather than coming back here where there's still loads of players that he didn't want to mould in the first place?
Are you talking about Pochettino?
Yeah.
Well, logic says you take the Chelsea job, surely. Why would you? You got two choices. You go to a club and work for a chairman that never spends any money, but then go to a club that just throws money around like there's no tomorrow, and you've got some absolutely fantastic players there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I almost look at it like if Pochettino goes to Tottenham, he's showing the same amount of ambition as what Kane would do if he signs a new contract. I mean, Pochettino. I think he'd be playing with fire to go back there. With the current owners, I just cannot see it working. I think why take your legacy?
Yeah, I think Pochettino to Chelsea would make perfect sense. A whole batch of fresh young players to work with, playing an aggressive pressing game. That's what they're missing. I think he could really do something with them. I think it's a bit of a scary prospect in a lot of ways.
By the way, I'm starring a lot of these questions, so please don't think I'm ignoring them. I am starring them.
Can I ask this one quickly for you?
Sorry?
Can I ask this one for you quickly? He's got a few months left on his contract, George. It's not very difficult. How do we get him out? I mean, just on the chat where you've got pinned at the moment here, how do we get Conte out? I mean, he's got what are we in now? We're in March. He's got, April, May, June. He's got 3 months left. It's not going to be that hard.
Look, at the end of the day, if we were to get rid of him through whatever way, he's got 3 months of salary left, right?
Yeah, literally.
Just quickly, H Shah with another super chat. H, you've been amazing. Thank you so much for all of the support. He said this is a top up after that marathon debate. Yeah, sorry you had to watch Kuva lose like that, but it's good to be humbled every now and then.
Honestly, the handicap of me and Savva is always going to be a problem.
Yes, handicap's a good way to describe it.
Party after party, I've got a bone to pick with you. Party after party. He said my prediction of us winning the FA Cup this year failed. That was going to be my bone to pick. You came into my show for months on end going, you're wrong. We're winning the FA Cup. It's written in the stars. We're definitely winning it. You won't learn, will you?
No, he's fine. We've agreed. This season's over. Next season, the quad is on again.
Well, we can still do the double, right?
No, you're talking nonsense. No. We fresh start next season. The quad is definitely on then.
We can still do the double.
But on a serious note, party after party, thank you so much for the super chat. I do appreciate it. And H, let's get some questions. I love this guy. I just don't know if it feels like I don't know if he's real or not. Imagine not wanting the best manager Spurs ever had back. Right, Matteo, I think the difficulty is I'm not 12. So Pochettino is not the best manager that Tottenham have ever had. And there is such a thing called history.
Premiership era, let's give him benefit of the doubt, shall we say.
Even then he didn't win anything.
One day Ramos was a better legacy.
On a regular basis than anyone else.
I mean,
sorry, to be called the best manager Spurs ever had. Sorry, we've got to know our history on this. Let's get some questions just quickly. Please keep putting any questions in the chat. Right, let's go to the first question. And Mikhail said, "I've got a question for you. Why any good manager would take Spurs at the end of the season? We've seen what happened before Nuno took over. Who wants to go?
Me, please.
Go on.
Because it's an easy payday at Tottenham Hotspur, isn't it? Easy payday. Any manager would have it. Let's be frank and honest. Easy payday. There's no expectation. As long as you get to fourth place, and if you don't get fourth place, you can get sacked and get paid off. Yeah. Honestly, this is the best job for managers. You don't. I mean, you could go to Chelsea and they're expected to win stuff at Chelsea. You could go to Man City, you're expected to win at Man City. Come to Tottenham, you either have to finish third loser or you get paid off. Easy money.
And you don't have to win any cups.
Exactly.
It's an easy job. I agree with you,
equally, from my point of view, I don't know what you think, Jacob. From my point of view, I don't think the next manager needs to be a top manager.
No.
I.e., I think
I don't want it to be. I'm tired of the whole, let's get this top manager, let's get a serial winner, let's...
Agreed, it doesn't work.
I'd literally take Martin Yol back right now.
I want Harry Redknapp. I've heard Harry Redknapp wants to come back. I'd have Harry Redknapp.
Somebody is happy to let us play a bit of football.
I think the club is so meh. I'd just take Michael Carrick and let him get on with it. Sod it.
I thought you were going to say Michael Caine for a second there. No, let's really go for it. I've said this one before. How about Frankie Boyle? The football will be crap, but look, think about the press conferences.
Oh, they'd be brilliant.
Oh, you would. No, but I think Levy's had his kind of pretending to be a big club, but not acting like a big club at the moment. You'd hope now.
Yeah.
A quad sponsor.
I agree with this, but it's personal preference. Someone else said Redknapp. If we're talking CV, then Mourinho was definitely the best we ever had. But Bill Nick in history, yep. Birkinshaw wasn't too bad either. Absolutely. This keeps popping up. I've seen this name a few times, guys. Ange Postecoglou, a viable option. Now, I don't know what you think, guys, but I always feel it's difficult to judge when a manager is coming from the Scottish League. Now, I'm not knocking him. For all we know, he could be brilliant. But I don't know if there's enough sample size, Coover, to judge him against, right?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, but you could say the argument was there for Pochettino as well, wasn't it? Because it's a bit of a gamble stepping up to somebody that thinks they're trying to be a big club in the Premier League. I wouldn't be totally against it. It's very exciting for sure what he's been doing. By the way, it's Postecoglou, I think it's pronounced. I had a friend of mine whose surname was Sarajoglu, and that's the same Coglu. But so there a bit of Turkish insight for you.
If he tries to play football, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at this point as well.
Same. As I said, my bar's so low now. People sit there and go, "Oh, but don't you want a manager that will get you to win trophies?" No, I just want it. And do you know what I said? And I said this on Twitter today. Yesterday actually now. But I said I just want to fall back in love with Tottenham. I just want to get excited to just play football. As I said, this boring football. I say to people, go, "Yeah, but Conte wins." I said, "Yeah, he does." Not with the way that I said, and I said, I could accept boring football if we're winning league titles. If we're up with Arsenal and Man City right now, challenging for the title, but we're playing shit football, but winning games, I can't complain. We're challenging for the title, and yeah, it's boring, but we could win something here.
I'd still complain, mate. I've said it before. I'm awkward. I'm difficult to please.
No,
we've got to be playing 1970s Brazil-style football and winning the quadruple every season.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's just not good enough.
No, but that's the thing is, I do get what you're trying to. I do get the whole perspective on it, but it's like I sit there and go, this system that we play only gets people on side if we win stuff, because otherwise, what's the point? And I sit there and go, it's dull and boring. And the thing is it's dull and boring, but we're still losing games of football playing the way we play. That's why I'm at the point where I don't care who we have in charge. Like
that's the argument between playing style and winning, isn't it? As far as I'm concerned, if you've got a good playing style, I can put up with not winning a little bit because at least I'm enjoying what I'm watching.
Yeah.
But if you haven't got a good playing style, you bloody well better win something.
Yeah.
Because otherwise there's nothing, and that's what we've got.
But this is why I say that. That's what I said earlier on my thing. I said, I just want to love Tottenham again because I fucking hate us. I hate us. I hate the way we play. I hate everything about us at the moment.
What you just said there, Coover, is spot on. So many people have said to me, "Oh, we've had it, Coover. We've had it for months and months." So many people have said to you and I, "Oh, we've had the managers that play good football and they didn't win. We've got a winner now." Well, now we're knocked out of and we're not winning the Champions League before anyone says anything. Now we're knocked out of all the cups again. What's the point of seeing this god-awful football?
Yeah.
I'd rather, and this is what I say, I know lots of other channels have a go at me and say, "Oh, let's get a project manager." But this club we're not geared for Conte. We are so not geared for
you generally have a project manager when you've got a project, don't you?
Right.
Yeah.
We are a project. But no, Jacob, he wants Conte. Don't you, Jacob?
Oh no.
I took him out of the box, so that was a step. Because before I
it
would have
wasn't
kept him
him.
in
I
the
thought
box.
he was there in the room with you.
He liked one of my comments on Instagram, so naturally I'm going to defend him until he's gone. That's pretty much all I needed to know. He's a good manager. He liked my comment on Instagram when he. What more do you need?
You can't listen to a Cowboys fan who's talking about winning things.
No.
Let's just get that out the window.
I forgot you
can't get my game ball.
You can't take anything a Cowboys fan so seriously. I mean, you've got Jacob here.
I'll get the game ball.
And there's a guy in the chat as well, B.T. Both Cowboys fans.
I don't
And
even
if
know.
What
does that mean?
Wayne?
It's an American football team. They're like the Spurs of the NFL. They talk a good game, but they never actually win anything.
Who your NFL team was, Wayne?
Green Bay Packers.
Well, they've won things, haven't they?
Yeah, we've won the Super Bowl about 10 years ago.
Typical Wayne Holland, didn't it? Come on here with your Leicester trophies and your Green Bay Packers.
Packers.
Oh dear, that's a good one. I'm off. I've been Vancouver 99. It's been nice knowing you,
Wayne. Look at this, Wayne. Don't take your eyes off.
God,
Wayne.
I wish Bobby K had been on for that point. He would never let it go. He would be rolling around on the floor and crying with laughter.
That's what you need to look at, Jacob. That's what matters.
Honestly,
Super Bowls.
We've gone to Savva.
Do you like this egg throwing thing?
It's some of the worst. Honestly, it's terrible. We've turned this. Savva talks American football. How have we gone to that stoop to the level of this debate?
Because we're in hour 17, my man.
Back in high school, I could throw a pigskin quarter mile.
Our 17 and the our
Originally,
17 the accidental racism has come out. So we've done well.
Who plays Exeter? Sorry, go back. Someone plays Exeter football. Is that Conte's way out of this club playing Exeter football?
Should be Brexiting.
2014 was our year, Wayne. They robbed us, and you know it. Des caught it. You know what I'm talking
No,
about.
he dropped it.
He caught it because the ref, even the next season, was like, "Yeah, it was a catch." You know he caught it. Everyone knows.
Do you know what we played the Cowboys in a divisional round in 2014, and Des Bryant caught the ball about 2 yards out from the end zone. If he'd caught it, the Cowboys would have won. But it was ruled that he dropped it. The ball touched the ground, and they're still going on about it 9 years later.
Can one of you tell me what the end zone is?
Oh, God.
It's where you scored.
So 100. There's 100 yards on the field. There's 100 yards, and then at each end there's an end zone that is 10 yards long. So the field
it's not the goal.
It's kind of like the goal, yeah. But there's no net.
It's the prettily coloured bit where they'll go.
You just have to have the ball and run into it. You have to cross the line with the ball.
A sport's bad when the best part about it is the halftime sing song by Beyonce.
Can I ask a question?
It was Rihanna this year.
What do we have to do to stop talking about
pregnant.
American football?
Win trophies.
We can talk about that if you want.
I have some similarities, Savva, if you'll indulge me, about the Cowboys.
No, I have zero interest in American football.
But it has to do with Tottenham. It has to do with Tottenham.
Or golf or something. I just got no interest. I have some questions from people, right?
The Dallas Cowboys were bought for $200 million, and now they're worth over $6 or $7 billion. Sounds a lot like Tottenham Hotspur to me.
I just don't. Yeah, American. Yeah. Anyway, here's a debate from Gang Groovy who has said, Savva, ex-Spurs players you'd like to see as our manager. Who wants to? Perchy, you want to take that first? Ex-Spurs managers you'd like to see.
Ex-Spurs players right now, Michael Carrick. He's actually managing. He's doing well at the moment. That'd be mine. Because he's never really
Ryan Mason.
Yes,
cool. Big Mason. Wayne, as an honorary Spurs fan for a few hours, is there an ex-Spurs player you think that could come in and
they should
win
do
the
ex-Leicester player?
Me?
Yeah, you're Wayne.
What about Klinsmann?
Klinsmann, okay, interesting. Didn't he just get a job somewhere I saw today?
Did he? We have a look.
I don't know.
Yeah, South Korea. South Korea job.
He's got the South Korea job.
Yeah.
All right. Well, one of our players will be managed by him. That's
South Korea manager. Wow.
I would say Gangroovy for me. Look, it's always difficult to tell, isn't it? Because it's do we go down the route of what Arsenal did of bringing in an unknown manager or someone with very little experience or as an assistant and hope that they can understand the club and take it from there? I think the difficulty is any young manager coming into this club, like any experienced manager, there doesn't seem to be a plan, right? So I don't know who that would be. Carrick in the future, maybe.
Could we have a management double act?
Yeah, why not?
Two managers.
Steve Perryman and Ozzy Ardiles.
Oh, Steve Perryman. I can't imagine Steve Perryman would have any interest.
He loved managing with Ozzy Ardiles, especially going out to the Far East. He always talks about it.
Welcome to the show.
Well,
thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Do I just call you Lyle High, or is there a real name that is
Leo?
Yeah, my name's Leo.
Leo.
Yeah, nice to meet you, bro.
Nice to meet
nice
you
to
too.
meet the other two lads that I don't know. Big up to Jacob. Thank you for helping me make this possible.
Let's just we're not about to make this an NFL thing, are we? Because Jacob and Wayne are already boring me with NFL.
No, you don't have to worry about that, Savva. I don't like football.
I was trying to draw it back to the business side. Because
Leo, is there any manager, any ex-Spurs player you'd like to see as manager, either now or in the near future? Anyone that springs to mind?
I kind of have two shouts. One is definitely an ex-Spurs player, which would be Jermaine Defoe. He is at the academy, training the youngsters now. But on that same note, I would also like to see what Yaya Toure is going to be doing in the near future as being a coach as well, too. So I know he's not an ex-Spurs player, but he is getting some time at the academy with the kids. And I'm definitely interested to see what he's going to be able to do in the future. He was a good footballer. So, I mean, hopefully that translates over to being able to teach the kids.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, would anyone else like to see some sort of continuation where somebody that works and breathes every day within the club is actually then thrust into the main hot seat rather than constantly going for managers that have won at big clubs?
We're back into it. Ryan Mason again, then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I'd take Ryan Mason. Oh, Tim Sherwood, bring him back.
Tim Sherwood.
Only if he brings his gilet with him.
Gilet, the best a man can get.
Yeah. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because someone made a point earlier and said, look, Michael Carrick, for example, he's doing really well at Middlesbrough, but for me, it would feel like one of those hires where we're hiring someone off the back of like half a good season, as opposed to, look, if he gets them promoted and then has a good year in the Premier League, you go, hang on, there's something here with this guy. But I just feel like whoever we hire in is going to be wrong for one reason or another, right? I don't know an obvious choice, guys. I don't know if anyone here can go, that's a Spurs manager. Doesn't have to be an ex-player, but that is a Tottenham manager for where we are right now.
I think Rodgers would be a good fit for you.
Yeah, you just don't want him. That's why.
It's not the because going by what Curvis said, when his teams play good football, we can be really good to watch. He's good at developing players. I will say that for him. But he has got his flaws. He never takes responsibility for things that he does wrong. And he's very quick. He's very quick sometimes to throw the players under the bus as well. And he can make some very strange substitutions. It will take your best player off, and when it falls apart, he's like, "Well, I've done what I thought was best for the team."
This sounds just like a Spurs manager, doesn't it? Weird substitutions, no accountability. Brilliant. Get him in now. Where does he sign a contract? Look, Jacob, man, you love the guy, don't you? You love him.
I love me some Antonio.
What do you love about him? Can I ask?
Should I start with his searing eyes? Should I start with his deceivingly looking real hair? No, honestly, what I like about him was he came to Spurs when I felt like there was not a lot of reason to. Yes,
I could tell you 15 million reasons why he came.
But I mean, last year was too much. Last year was too much. Wow. Too much good vibes for me to hate the guy. So whether he's getting it right now or whether he's not, and he's just not realizing like, oh, Levy's not actually going to uphold his end of the bargain here, which I think is a little bit of that. If you would have asked me before the World Cup, I would have ran through a brick wall for Antonio Conte. Now I might hire a contractor to break down the wall for him rather than do it myself. But I still love him. I still appreciate what he did. I know top four is not a trophy, but that was such an emotional ride for me last season. Sacking your manager.
Off the back of that, can I ask, why is top four? So why is that an emotional ride for you that we got fourth? What I'm not saying it's wrong. I don't have that emotion, so I'm looking to understand why other people.
Because I was under the impression that all these sexy players were gonna. Now all of a sudden we can sign the Dusan Vlahoviches. Now we can sign
Jacob, young man.
So allow me the bliss because ignorance is bliss.
Absolutely.
So I was like, and then Sonny won the Golden Boot. Hold up, he's not. I haven't taken him out the box. He ain't coming out the box. That's Young Man Daddy.
What are they? Sorry, what are they?
Young Man Daddy. They're little figures, little soccer stars.
Wait, how much do you buy them for?
They're like $5.
Shut up. That wasn't a $5. You put it. That weren't a $5.
It was like $5.99 on the web. Yeah.
Piss off. You're winding me up. That was not. Honestly.
It's still more than Levy wants to spend on a player, though, isn't it?
I mean, fair play. I bought it on the website of the club shop. Well, I didn't buy it. I got it for Christmas or my birthday or something. I don't remember because they know I'd be singing Antonio. I mean, come on. It was a vibe. It was a whole it was just such an enjoyable time. And that's what y'all always talk about. I miss enjoying it. I enjoyed the shit out of last season, the second half anyway.
Did you?
I
did. I had such a good time.
Away to Burnley, away to Middlesbrough, home to
I enjoyed
Brighton.
the Etihad, Harry Kane header in the 90th to win it. I enjoyed Watford at home, 1-0 win. Davinson Sanchez with a dirty header in extra time.
We were god-awful in that game. That was one of the worst games of football we played all last season.
I kind of get what Jacob means, though. The way it was Davinson Sanchez scoring at that point, it was like a sort of, I'm here, I'm the daddy, don't forget it. It was like he was saying to everybody, don't doubt me, I've done something here.
His celebration afterwards,
I might buy you a Daddy Dave shirt now.
I mean, it was also too kind of like how everybody had counted us out from top four, right? Everybody was just thinking we were going to make it, and then in came Antonio Conte, and like it got all of our hopes up. And I can honestly say I think I feel exactly how Jacob feels because here in the States, we gather around with here in Denver at least we go to the pub and. It was just a whole different environment once the top four was kind of in reach, and once we and especially when Sonny won the Golden Boot. You know, the way he did. Like there was not a dry eye in the pub that day with how proud we were of the way our team finished off the season. And then Arsenal falling behind. When they were thinking they were going to take fourth place. It's not a trophy by any means, and it sucks because we kind of do fit into the stereotype like top four is what we aim to achieve. But last year it just seemed so out of reach that when we did get the top four, it was something really, 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 neat and fun to be able to root for, I guess. I mean, is that the type of feeling you had too, Jacob? Because over here on this side, that's how we felt.
It's not only that, but like there was just a lot of milestones for me. Like personally, Harry Kane and Heung-min Daddy were hooking up for the most Premier League goals in history. Now they're the most deadly duo in the history of the Premier League. To me, that's I enjoy that kind of stuff. I understand. I wanted to win the Conference Cup, the first conference. Conference Europa, whatever the fuck it's called.
What, the one where
the Mourinho Trophy?
The team that finished fourth place in the Slovenian league.
But the thing about that is, didn't we get knocked out because we couldn't field the team because of COVID? We had too many COVID cases, so they gave us a 3-0 loss.
Yeah, but if we'd beaten the fourth best team in Slovenia, we would have gone through.
Well, and if what they said, if your uncle didn't have a cock, he'd be your aunt or something. I mean, it just doesn't really change. I agree with you, Perchy. I do agree that we should have. You take care of business early. You can lose 3-0 on a technicality. I do agree with you there. I was very disappointed.
I mean, we were playing against like in no disrespect, we were playing against plumbers and farmers, and absolutely no disrespect to them. We played
fucking Eric Dyer, who may as well be a farmer. We have Ben Davies. I'm pretty sure he was a farmer.
Jacob, I'll be honest. We had this conversation earlier with the Sheffield United game. I can't do another hour discussion to explain that Eric Dyer is better than every single one of those.
But Sheffield United is his caliber, right? A yo-yo team that's sometimes down, sometimes up.
No, I'm talking about NS Mura now. A team that's got their stadium's smaller than like half of our.
I guess I'll have to look at that lineup. I forgot.
Look at that lineup. You'll be terrified how badly that we played basically a first team and lost to a pub side.
Just quickly, let me get to some chat.
But was it raining, Perchy?
Let me get some.
If it was raining, I mean, come on.
We've got a grumpy grandpa and said, big up Savva on the panel for a good cause. Thank you very much. Please, people, I know it is, in the UK, it is 10 to 5 in the morning. I know it's late stroke early, depending on whatever you want it to be. Please keep smashing in the super chats. Please keep putting in money to the Just Giving account, and let's at least get this to over 2K to make all of this really, really worthwhile. Thank you very much for this. Let me quickly put that in the chat. 1 second, and then there we go. And then we have got this question here. Would you take Wayne Rooney as manager? Would anyone have any interest in Wayne Wazza Rooney as manager?
He's struggling with DC United right now, so I would not.
Is that where he is? He's in America.
He left Derby. He left Derby from, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow.
It's a smart move on his part, not going to Everton, by the way.
I agree. That job is a poison chalice.
So he's seen that off the bat.
So Perchy, I brought up the lineup from NS Mura.
Oh God, I'm gonna put my feet up in here. This will be fun.
Okay. In goal, the one and only Pierluigi Golini. Mm-hmm. At right back, Japhet Tanganga.
I can't believe we're doing this again. I cannot believe we're doing this for
this would be good. Come on, let's do it. Come on, I might as well.
Go on.
No, Perchy said he's ready. Savva, Perchy's ready.
My feet are up. I'm gonna write on my whiteboard what I think about it.
These all the names I'm about to mention except one, you need to ask yourself, did they belong in a Tottenham jersey in the past 5 years? Is what I want to ask.
It's a kit.
Come on then, give us
kit,
the 11.
Jersey,
I'm
match,
playing
field, same fucking thing. So Golini, Tanganga, Rodon, and Davinson Sanchez as our center backs. Yeah. Rodon and Davinson Sanchez. Left back Matt Doherty, so that's cool. And then Tanguy and Ndombele and Oliver Skip, Brian Sessegnon, Brian Hill, Dele Alli, and Harry Kane.
Yep. Okay. Cool. Read out their team for me, please. Please read it out.
Obradovic, Karnicic, Gorinch, Camermarco, Koos, Lorbeck, Kozar, Sturm. There's the easy one. Sturm, Horvat, or maybe not Horvat. I don't know how you say that one. Pucko. That's a fun one. Pucko. It's almost like Bucko. Like, hey, how you doing there, Pucko? And then this last one's fun. Mula Husishnovic.
I mean, what a player! What a player!
What a lad!
What a player!
What a lad!
What are we trying? What are we trying to prove here? What's the point that is being made?
I think he's trying to prove that like at least 5 of our players you could pull out of a lineup, and these guys you wouldn't fucking pick them from Tom and Jerry.
So,
still no excuse why we lost.
No, I agree.
He should have.
But I was looking at the goals, so it's just typical Tottenham, bro. They scored in the 90th minute, 94th minute.
Yeah. I watched the game, my friend.
That's Tottenham.
I know people that went. I know people that were there. I know people's journeys just to get to that game of football.
That sounds fun.
No, yeah. Trust me. No disrespect, because I doubt you've got to try and travel to get to Slovenia from London. There's not many flights that fly to Slovenia, and especially where Mura is in the part of Slovenia. Some people flew into like Slovakia and then got a car for like. I don't know what's going on, by the way. I've lost the will to live, but it's fun. By the way, I think the point I was trying to make is the Messiah that you were sort of spouting lost to that team.
Say that again. Sorry, I was reading Howard Wallowitz. That proud to be a Geordie's comment.
Howard Wallowitz? Is he on like Family Guy?
No, says Big Bang Theory.
Yes.
Can we be really honest? Whatever 11 we put out against NS Mura, right? Whatever 11, right, should have won. I'm sorry. There's no excuse for not beating NS Mura.
But I don't think no one's saying that we shouldn't have beat them. I'm just simply gonna ask, was it raining?
Was it raining?
Because sometimes when it rains, it's just not fun to play outside. You know,
the irony is I know you say it as a joke, but that's the sort of excuse I hear from Tottenham fans. Don't worry.
No, like as a serious excuse.
No, yeah. Trust me, I've heard some absolute mental ones in my time. It's brilliant.
There was a once upon a time where it was a genuine excuse, but you have to go back to the 1960s for the Super Spurs who played amazing football, but when it rained heavily, the pitch would turn into a quagmire, and they couldn't pass the ball properly. But, I mean, how far do you have to go back for that?
Did someone just say? Someone laughed when I said it was Conte's fault for losing to Mura. Honestly, come on. So, and the fact is, not even a portion of it.
Here's one. Here's an interesting take. So first of all, thank you, Leo. Thank you again. Thank you. Too kind, very generous. Thank you. Please all be as kind and as generous as Leo. Let's look. We've got 7 hours left. Give us some impetus. The link is in the chat. It's pinned. You can do a super chat or you can put it into Just Giving, but please do donate. And thank you to everyone that has so far.
If you're in the chat, put a quid in, guys. Come on, just chuck a quid in, because everyone who puts a quid in, we're raising money. Come on, let's do this.
And this is an interesting one, guys. Lots of people have been talking about this guy for a few years now. I've no idea how to pronounce his name. I think it's like Al-Kasil.
Shall I go?
He's been at Sociedad for about 4 years now. Won them a cup competition. They're flying high again this year. They were flying high a few years ago when they had David Silva, Isak. They're flying high now. they play a good brand of football. I've seen them a few times this year. He wouldn't be a bad shout for me, but I couldn't sit here and profess that I know everything about the guy. Does anyone know anything about him?
No, but
he got some good football out of Brian Hill when Brian Hill was there, right? I mean, Brian Hill was on loan to Sociedad for a little bit, wasn't he?
No, he was at Valencia.
Celta Vigo. I'm sorry.
No, Brian Hill went to Valencia, and now
right. But before we even picked him up, he was, I think, either at Real Sociedad or Celta Vigo, one of those two.
We signed him from Sevilla.
Yeah, Sevilla.
That was close.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you're not, because it's nowhere near Celta Vigo.
Oh, Perchy, drop it! Come on,
Sorry.
You've got the wrong club. Drop it, Jesus.
I'm only playing.
But you live in Spain, right, Perchy? So
yeah.
you can be.
That was the joke, because I live in Spain, but it's fine.
Is there? Let's check out some serious options now. Managers, because people keep saying, "Oh, we don't want to change managers again." But as it stands, guys, whether we like it or not, Antonio Conte is not the manager of this football club next season. As it stands, he is not the manager of this football club. So give me some names. Who is a realistic option for Tottenham Hotspur? The usual names have been bandied about. You've had De Zerbi, you've had Poch. Give me some names. Who are we going for? What's a good option for Tottenham Hotspur? Spalletti? Realistic?
He's Italian, therefore Paratici should be able to get him.
But why would he leave after the year he's having?
Why would anybody come here?
Well, no, but,
offer him a shitload of money.
But what would you?
Napoli coach.
Yeah. Would if you're Napoli and you've just won the Italian league, they're flying high in the Champions League. Would Tottenham be an attractive?
Yeah, damn right. Go out on a high, club legend at Napoli. Come here for a massive payday, and you can retire early.
Anyone else think that's viable? I feel like if managers leave, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that. What's everyone else think? Spalletti?
No, I do get what Kuv is saying. By the way, I do actually get it, because the thing is we can offer more money than Napoli. So realistically, when we say realistic, yeah, I mean, there is no way that he's being paid more than 15 million a year. Let's just use that as the ballpark, because that's what Conte is getting paid. If we offered him 15 million a year to come for 2 years, yeah, why wouldn't you? Easy payday.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it just in history as a lesson. In the heyday of Manchester United and Arsenal battling each other the Premiership superiority, how did Chelsea really change things around? Abramovich came in. How did he get the players? Offer them a shitload of money. They can't.
Yeah, but the difference with that for me is I think everyone saw that Abramovich was coming in and pumping money into the club left, right, and centre. Everyone
we just bullshit and we'll just say Joe Lewis is deciding to have a little fling before he checks out.
No, but
I'm trying to get some sensible discussion going here.
But I'm saying it sensibly though, because my point being is as a football club, with the way that money is in Europe at the moment, we all know it's very tight when it comes to European leagues and stuff in a sense. We can offer these managers much more money. I'm not about money as in transfer fee. I'm talking about money in a salary. We could offer these managers 15 million a year. They'll be paying double what they're getting paid now. So my point being is realistically, if managers want to come and they don't really give a crap about not winning anything. For example, if they're sitting there going, no, actually, do you know what? I'm not going to go there because I actually want to go and win something elsewhere and win trophies. My point being is no, we don't benefit anything like that. So it's a free payday.
I get you. I just wonder, I have to question somebody's mentality if they go and win Napoli's first title since whenever, I don't know what year, flying high in the Champions League. He's just built that team, which looks like it could be really good for years to come. I just question what would be, if it's purely a financial thing, I question that motivation. I can't believe that he's poor by any stretch of the imagination. Would you build that and then leave after 1 year?
I was going to say, do you want to know when the last time Napoli did win Serie A?
I reckon
Yeah,
it was
Maradona was there.
Yes, Maradona?
Yes.
87.
87.
Nope.
86.
Nope.
79.
90. 89-90 season. The
Okay,
AC Milan to it.
So 33 years, he wins them the league, he becomes a club legend, and then he goes, I know what's best to further my career. I'll go to a club where Conte and Jose have both failed.
What's the region? What's Naples really famous for? What sort of club? Who owns them really?
The mafia.
Exactly. So what we can go. Paratici will draw up the papers. We'll just launder a shitload of money in London for them.
Will we even be allowed to negotiate with a club from Napoli, from Italy?
Yeah.
Tom, I would just lie.
That's the way to do
it. We can't win legitimately, so let's just lie, cheat, and steal our way to things.
What, full Eddie Guerrero?
Just
other than Spalletti,
cloak and dagger, really nasty backstabbing club.
Other than Spalletti, lots of people say this all the time. Tuchel, I thought that his football was mind-numbing at Chelsea, but lots of people like him. Maybe I've got it wrong. Would anyone take him?
No.
Not me.
I was going to say Tuchel before we started talking. Simply, and this is just going to be kind of, I guess, based off of the fact that there's rumors that he is possibly a Spurs fan. And so I would think that if he knew coming into the situation, I mean, because let's be real, we're talking about having a manager come in under this ownership, right? So he knows the whole situation. He's a Tottenham fan, supposedly. He might be a person that has the patience to, sell a Harry Kane, a Son, and then make funds to bring in players for his system. I'm pretty sure if he was to come in, he's gonna know he's gonna have to walk around eggshells anyways to begin with. So just like any other manager is gonna have to walk around eggshells that come here. And I was actually thinking about this the other day. We're gonna need a manager that at heart has the best interest of the club because he's first, a good person and a Spurs fan. If we end up getting one of these guys that maybe just won a Scudetto, maybe he's doing really good in Spain and comes for a big paycheck, then I think we're just going to be going through the same revolving door, the same problems. They're not going to know the man that they're dealing with in Daniel Levy. They're not going to know exactly what the transfer market holds for us, and a guy who is a Spurs fan, he might know a little bit more of the ins and outs of the way the football club is run as a company. But then again, is Tuchel going to be the type of person to come to a situation where he knows he's probably going to start off on the wrong foot anyways, and then another ex-Chelsea manager. So it was just a shout, my opinion.
I was gonna say I've just gone onto a website and it's given me 10 managers that are out of contract. I'm gonna read them out. Everyone do a thumbs up or thumbs down if you'd have him at Spurs.
Wait, someone said where's Nuno? He was just holding up a trophy a couple months ago. That's where he is.
Yeah. 10 managers out. 10. He's in Saudi Arabia, right?
El Nasir.
Yeah,
or something like that.
Well, isn't that the same as when
It's
Sky
where Ronaldo
Sports
went. It's where Ronaldo went, and he took out Ronaldo to win that thing. So.
Well, Sky Sports lately have been showing the highlights of Ronaldo's goals. I don't care. He's scoring against who? Like what?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, that's go
Okay, 10 managers. There's 10 managers that are out of contract. Thumbs up if you'd have them at Spurs, or thumbs down if you wouldn't have them at Spurs. Chat can do it as well.
You've got to wait for him, have you?
First one, Jesse March.
Yeah.
One. I'm going to say no him. Next one,
Hang
Marcelo.
On, can I go there?
Yeah.
It might be quite exciting. We'd let in shitloads of goals like we already do, but we might attack. So
Yeah.
I'm all for him. Yeah.
Marcelo Gallardo.
Yeah.
I think everyone will probably thumbs up.
That's probably going to be the biggest thumbs up of the lot for me.
Guys are saying no down.
Thumbs down for Gallardo.
I don't know who that is.
Gallardo.
How have you voted?
if you know
who he is.
If
I have
you
to
know who
Google him, I
Marco,
don't want him.
if you know who Marco Bielsa is, the crazy manager, El Loco.
Yes,
it's,
Marcelo Bielsa.
Okay. Gallardo's basically a disciple of his. Really, it's the same sort of style of attacking football.
Peter
well,
Bosch.
Google Savva's sideways.
Peter Bosch, former Ajax and Borussia Dortmund manager. Yeah, no, I can say no. Not seen enough of his football to say anything. Lucien Favre.
Last manager of what club?
Let me have a look. He managed at Nice. He's managed at a few Borussia Dortmund. A few others going on. Next one, Andre Villas-Boas. That's got to be thumbs up, surely. No, of course not. AEB is no chance. Next one, Rafa Benitez.
Oh, why not?
I'll be up for a bit. I'll be up for him.
We've had a manager with a gilet. Let's get one with a waistcoat. So
exactly.
Let's do it.
Number 4.
No, joking.
The bucket man himself, Marcelo Bielsa. 100%. 100%.
That's so crazy.
I'll be up for the crazy gang. That'd be mental, wouldn't it? I'd take Bielsa every day.
I question anyone of that age that puts their knees through what he puts his knees through regularly on the sideline.
Yeah.
Why would you do that to yourself?
A man that squats like that for 90 minutes, I'm up for that.
My knees are hurting, and I reckon I'm 25 years younger than him. Why does he do that?
Number 3,
everyone talks about the knees, but it's also his ankles and his toes. It's not just the knees. There's a whole lot of things taking the weight.
I'm buying an ice bucket for it. And number 3 was Mauricio Pochettino. I think I'll say yes to that one. I'm kind of meh, but I'll say yes. Yeah. Number 2, Thomas Tuchel. No, God, no. I'd rather not. And number 1, Zinedine Zidane. I mean, yes, but like if he's coming to us, then I'm dreaming.
Yeah,
what type of guy I could see coming here for a fat paycheck, right? And being able to put Levy in his position. Yeah.
I still think he's got that kind of aura about him that commands respect, sort of thing. So,
but Kuva, our team is filled with a bunch of little bitches. As soon as a real man says something to them, what do? They fucking fold and crumble. It doesn't matter if you bring in a fucking man's man. They're going to be, oh, is that what my dad's supposed to look like? Oh, and they're going to play like shit. It doesn't matter who you fucking bring in. That's why I put thumbs down to every single person. Because our next manager's already here.
What about?
Oh, who's being Mr. Negative now?
Who's our next manager that's already here?
It's gonna be Mason, bro. Everyone acting like it's not gonna be Mason.
Oh yeah.
Look, this is what you didn't want to hear earlier, Savva. I'm gonna tell you now at an hour 2 of your part 3 of your charity stream. I'm gonna tell you what you didn't want to hear. I'm gonna get the fucking hand egg back for you. All right, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones.
Why are they called the Dallas Cowboys?
I've got a shout.
No, don't. That'll send you down a whole different Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole you don't want.
Savva, what's the next manager?
I've got a shout for another manager.
Go on.
What about Urs Fischer of Union Berlin?
Oh, that's a shout. That is a shout.
They play good football. They should be nowhere near where they are. And he's very well respected.
You said realistic. Daniel Levy's getting tired of hiring personalities. He's not going to bring in some bit. He's going to promote Ryan Mason, and y'all acting like it's not going to happen. He can control Ryan Mason. He's one of their own. He'll say all the lines that the PR writes for him. He'll do the song and dance that the club asks of him. That's what I'm saying. Fucking Tottenham is the same as the Dallas Cowboys. There was a coach who did not need. I love him to death. He did not need to be coaching for as long as he did, but he held on to him because guess what? He was a fucking club puppet, and I think it's the same thing in this situation. Look at Jose. They loved each other. They butted heads. Pochettino and Levy were supposed to be buddies, and then you bring in Antonio Conte, another big personality. He's gonna naturally clash heads. That's just what it is when you have two alpha males in a room, one of them's going to try and dominate the other, and eventually the other one's not going to put up with it.
I'm gonna say all I want from the next manager. I just do not want to play wing backs. I just do not want to watch wing backs. I want to see some proper wingers and some proper fullback. I want to go back to basics. I want to stop trying to do this whole clever. Let's only play two in the middle. No.
I agree.
I'm not a fan of 3-4-3 if you can't tell, unless your three centre halves are like John Terry, Rio Ferdinand, and Nemanja Vidic. Other than that, I've got no interest in this experiment anymore. I agree with Tom's. I agree with you. You've been watching for hours. Do you not sleep?
Yeah.
Because we don't. But big up to you. And thank you for your super chat earlier. Thank you.
I'm having a look on the available coaches. I've seen Ricardo Carvalho's on this list.
As in the ex-Chelsea player?
Yep. Alex McLeish. He's available. Roy Hodgson.
I've got a question.
Alex McLeish. Hang on just a minute. Alex McLeish, please do not even mention the name. If you're talking about negative football, this has to be the granddaddy of play for a 0-0.
Hang on.
Yeah, Clarence Seedorf.
Hang on. Did Alex I might have this wrong. Is Alex McLeish the manager that won the cup when Birmingham won it?
Yeah.
Bring him in. He's a winner. He's a serial winner.
Oh, God.
Walter Materazzi.
God, when was he lost? I haven't heard his name for ages.
Yeah, he's 61. Let's see who else.
It's going to be Ryan Mason. I'll bet anyone $5 and a high five.
I'm not.
You don't want a high five, Perch? You don't play with me.
No way.
Make it 2 high fives.
Oh my God! There's the former Gabon manager called Pierre Aubameyang, not related to the Chelsea striker. I don't know, but I'm assuming not. But it's got the same name.
He's got the same name, same nationality, both in football.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe they could be related. We don't know. I'm just having a look. There's some absolute names that are still considered as available coaches.
Do you know the funny thing in the chat?
Claude Puel.
In the chat, there's so many thumbs up and thumbs down.
I thought I'd say that one.
Oh, dearie me.
Was it not good with him?
There'd be riots.
There's so many thumbs up and thumbs down in the chat. I have no idea who the thumbs up or thumbs down actually relate to.
Okay, let's see what they say to Sam Allardyce is on this list.
Sam Allardyce.
We got 71-year-old Raymond Domenech. Remember the former France manager?
Do you know what? I agree with this from some bloke. I think this is, again, the danger of getting in a Zinedine Zidane. Is Zinedine Zidane in his managerial career has managed like serial winning
elite
players. And I think, again, that will be the difficulty, that when you turn around and go to him, here's Oliver Skipp, Emerson Royale.
I've just seen a great name.
Oh my God, you're not Carvajal, you're not Luka Modric, Tony Cruz. I don't know. I just feel that we don't need a high profile manager like that. I heard
people also throwing around Carlo Ancelotti? Does no one remember what he did with Everton? That's exactly what he's going to do with us, but with less money.
Of course.
Sorry, Carl. We're not signing Carlo Ancelotti. So was that even a consideration?
Isn't he retiring anyway?
Hey, James. Hey, you better watch it, James. Don't make me come for your head, James.
I know a manager that's available right now. We could get Nathan Jones in.
Nathan Jones.
Yeah, he's been gone too long.
Oh my God! Again, he said it again.
I'm finding some absolute corkers.
Oh my God! No Cuba.
You can't let that one go, though.
What?
That's terrible.
Nathan Jones, he's been gone too long. It's a Banana.
It was a song. It was a Bananarama song.
Oh, that's an old person joke.
It is,
Yes, it is an old joke. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Anyone want Dean Smith? God, this is a name. Felix Magath. Remember him?
Yeah, Felix Magath. Wow. Some bloke. I don't necessarily want a 4-4-2, but I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't mind seeing it like old school 4-4-2.
Who does some bloke?
Sam Allardyce then? Sam Allardyce 4-4-2.
Who does some bloke support? I saw him with Napoli. I saw him with now Dortmund.
He's football club fluid.
Yeah, he identifies. He's football club neutral. Whatever you are, I better not.
Listen, I'm jealous. I wish that I was able
Chris
to
Wilder?
support Spurs a lot.
Don't Chris Wilder, Steve Bruce.
I think it was really underrated what Chris Wilder did with Sheffield United.
He did a great job, didn't he? Not for us, but he did an absolute great job. I just think the next guy that needs to come in is.
Oh, I found one. Javier Mascherano.
No.
Tony Adams.
Like the Cherries?
Like the Cherries.
Perchy,
Yes.
can you stop reading the names of god-awful managers that are never going to join Tottenham?
Hey, I'm on Transfer Market. I'm reading on available managers.
Yeah.
Hey, we're at the moment on page 8 at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like
Savva, I have a shout, and I don't know if you guys had covered this at all earlier or not, but I mean, Vincent Kompany's doing real good. If we're gonna go for an unproven manager, why would we not take a stab at offering him a nice lump sum of money?
Make sure he brings his boots with him.
Who remembers Billy Davis?
Right, Perchy, stop. Every conversation is interrupted with a crap manager. We're trying to have a... Yeah,
Sorry.
Leo, I agree with you. If we were to go down that route, Vincent Kompany for me is a manager that a former player that's gone away to wherever he went.
Anderlecht, I think.
Anderlecht. Learned his trade there, has come to Burnley, and what has impressed me about Burnley is, first of all, not all relegated clubs bounce straight back. But equally, he's gone to a relegated club, completely changed the ethos. Like, over the space of a summer, they've gone from a Sean Dyche team. There's nothing wrong with that, but they've gone from a Sean Dyche team with 4-4-2, long balls, hit the big man, to playing some lovely football and battering everyone in the space of a summer. For me, he's scouted, whether it's him or his team, scouted some real gems as well. Can he do that the next level up? I guess that's the question, right? Can he do it the next level up?
Somebody's going to take that. Yeah, somebody's going to take that leap of faith with him, and somebody will eventually get him. And so, I mean, I was just saying, if it's in the realm of the unprovens, your shout for the Union Berlin manager. If we're talking something like that, I would definitely go for a Kompany any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, Kuva, where are you at, other than the Bananarama comment? I mean, if Spurs were to go down that route, Kuva, would a Vincent Kompany be of interest to you?
Yeah. Got Burnley playing football. What more do you need to know as proof? That'll do me all day long. Anybody that's just going to get us playing the ball on the ground, passing game, attacking football, I'm in for them. No problem.
Yeah. I think, for me, the difficulty is we need to make a decision as a club. We've had this conversation a number of times, Kuva. We need to make a decision as a club. If the next manager is going to be of that ilk and we're going to go down that route, we need to be prepared that this might mean a few years away from everybody's beloved top 4 Champions League. And we actually say, right, you've got the Doji, Spence, Sarr, Skip, Kulu, Romero, Bentancur, the younger crowd. That's your base that you're going to work off. Now, the next 5, 6, 7 players we're going to bring in are going to be players that play your style, that are going to not be these top expensive stars. I think we need to go down that route for me, because we definitely don't go down the other route, which is trying to compete with the big clubs, buying top players. But would the fan be patient with that? That's after all this years of not winning, would the fans have more patience?
No.
I just think something's got to give, Savva. Whether if it's us as fans giving up the hopes of a title of a deep run in Champions League. Something has to give. We're gonna have to come to the reality that look. Harry Kane is going to be, I hate to say it, he might be gone. He might not. We don't know. We can't for certain say he is or isn't. Sonny for sure, he might not. But the thing is eventually there's going to come a day where we're not going to have these players anymore. And then what are we going to do as fans? We're going to be left like in all. Well, no, we need to prepare ourselves. If we fail to plan, then we better plan to fail. I've always lived on that type of ideology, right? So we need to start thinking, and that's why a company would be very, very well, to bring him in. Sometimes we might just have to cut our tails short in order to be able to progress in the long run, and maybe by doing so, I mean, we just have to we're gonna have to sacrifice the short term gain for long term, our short term pleasures for long term gains, basically.
I agree. Sorry, Leo. Perchy, you're going to go and get some sleep, yeah?
I was going to get a little bit of sleep, but I was just going to answer on that point on what you were saying about what do I want now. As I said, I want, and I think you said it before, a plan. I don't care if it's going to take 5, 10, whatever years. I want us to say we're going to play this style of football. And as I said, I don't even care if it's a style of football that I don't preferably like. But as long as we go from top to bottom, from the kids that start at the bottom to the first team, they play exactly the same way from start to end, and we can start actually using the facilities that we have at this football club and start actually utilizing what we have to produce some of the best players to fit into our team, that we can start progressing through. Because the problem what we do is we, as I said, it's all about short term. And I kind of think that does the short term bit happen? Is it only because we've now got kind of, in air quotes, aging players that we can't realistically start? And the idea is when the likes of Kane and Son do go, we are going to do that. For me, I think we should have done it years ago. The plan was we play this style of football and we build from that. Bit like what Man City do. Man City's a great example. Brighton's the example on the sort of the lower scale, but they do exactly the same. They play one style of football, but they bring in players for that style.
But do you know why we haven't had, in my humble opinion, why we haven't had to do that? Is because we've known that season in, season out, Kane and Son, no matter what style we play, no matter who we bring in, Kane and Son will have us either top 4 or in and around the European places. Right? If we hadn't had Kane and Son, at some point somebody would have had to implement a plan, and at the moment we haven't had to.
Agreed. And that shit's gone stale, Savva.
I've said exactly that for a while. I said Kane and Son collectively have papered over so many cracks at this football club.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, somebody said to me the other day in my YouTube comments, they said, "You're a hypocrite. You're saying that the next manager needs time, but you don't want to give Conte time." And for me, I just couldn't understand that, because I just thought, if you don't know anything about Antonio Conte, then I can't have that debate, right? It's completely different. Conte has never been anywhere and been that guy. He's never been a project manager. And everything about his reign at the moment feels wrong.
Of course. He's not here. He's gone in 3 months.
It's not even a conversation backing him at the moment, because his contract finishes at the end of the season.
And this is what I said. This is what I said in December when people get saying he needs to be back. I said he's not backing himself at Tottenham because he's not. He doesn't want to stay here after the end of his contract. So I said, and that's it. Anyway, I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna leave it on that note. And I think Wayne's jumping as well.
Yeah, you're jumping as well. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, lads.
Thanks for being on.
See you in a few hours. I'll be back. Ciao.
Cheers, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's it, Kuva. For me, I mean, Leo, I don't know. Obviously, we've never worked together before, but all the time I get told, back Conte. He's not even, by his design or by the clubs, they're not even backing each other, right? The contract was 18 months. It ends in 3, and yet fans are meant to buy into him. And that's what I've always found difficult about it, that when you bring somebody on for an 18-month contract, what message are you sending the fans? It's not a long-term gig, is it? It's a stopgap.
I mean, imagine how the players feel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Imagine how the players feel knowing that, like, they're gonna have to switch systems from Nuno ball to Conte ball, and then now who knows who's coming up next. I just goes back to my comment earlier. Is I just feel like from top to bottom we just need to be shaken up, and just something just needs to happen. We're It's fucking embarrassing, Savva. Honestly, like the way shit has been panning out, we're just stale. And us and Tottenham Hotspur as a football club going stale, that's bad, man. Like, we're known for being entertainers. Our club is our football players entertain us when we watch them. That's why I fell in love with Spurs, watching Van der Vaart and Peter Crouch, entertaining me. And it's like we're a shadow of that team. We're a shadow of the teams that we've had in the past. And it's kind of like hypocritical because we have such a great manager who has this great record everywhere else, but that's just how it boils down at the end of the day when they come to Tottenham. It's just like Mourinho had an excellent CV before he came to us and still does now. He's still adding trophies to it, and Antonio Conte is going to add trophies to his resume when he leaves. That's just how it goes. And
but the thing is, Leo, I think the difference for me between the two, if we look at Jose and Conte, was at least Jose was signed on a long-term contract where you thought, right, is this now going to be when they back a manager? From the moment they didn't back Jose is the moment I went, don't bother bringing in any more big names. There's no point. And that's why everyone lost their mind at Conte coming in. And I was like, why? They're not going to back him. And yet 18 months later, people are still going, they've not backed him. Yeah. Yeah, it's like this is why people seem to love this guy, but he's not a fit for Tottenham Hotspur in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, fucking weirdos. Who loves this guy?
It's not to belittle him. It's not to downgrade him. It's just not a match. It's not a match made in heaven like we want it to be.
Any mandatory starting center back that he's had that's remotely to the level of Eric Dyer. Can anyone name me a center back that Antonio Conte has?
But see, that's not Antonio Conte's fault, though. That's not. I mean, Antonio Conte is doing the best that he can with what he has.
Exactly. You got dual
Jacob,
knives.
That's the point. That's the point. Antonio Conte isn't a guy that goes to clubs that have players of the caliber we have. He goes to clubs, sprinkles it with some stardust that have already got a great squad, and he goes, let's win something.
Wasn't that like why when we got him there was still that hope that he was going to do something for us? I mean,
but who? From who? Who was the hope from, and why?
That Antonio Conte could inspire these fucking idiots to play decent ball enough to get top four, and they did. But the thing is, what's next? That's where I go is, okay, we got top four, that's fine and dandy, but what are we actually striving for?
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying.
After the World Cup, when Conte started saying, I'm only here to improve the squad, and I'm not here to win. I'm not here to challenge for anything. I'm just here to make the team better and to improve, and just some bullshit answers like that. So when I start hearing that, now I think for a lot of people, myself included, a person who will sit here on stream and flash fucking little bobblehead of Antonio Conte. I love the guy, but I think this club has genuinely broken him. I do. Yeah. That's just how I see it.
I think the only thing is, and I think Kuva's probably pretty aligned with me on this, I just think people love him for all the wrong reasons. I think they love him. I think they love the idea of what he is without actually realizing that we're not playing the same sport. Look, even Chelsea, he went to Chelsea, he won them a trophy, he won them the league. And then the fans hated it the second season, even then. And look at the money they had. They hated it. He went to Inter, won the title, fell out with them the next year because he wasn't going to be backed. And this is the baffling thing to me. If he's leaving Inter Milan because he's not being backed, why on earth are you joining Tottenham? Oh, wait, it's an 18-month contract. That's win-win for Antonio Conte. There's no pressure on him to win because it's an 18-month contract, and he's going to be paid really, really handsomely for the 18 months.
Yeah.
So I just don't. I've never seen the match. I've not seen it.
The whole thing has kind of been tainted since the beginning, Savva, because we did approach him before we got Nuno, and he shut us down, right? And then he did something that he's never done before, which was take over a club mid-season, right? And then, so that's why I agree with Jacob. Is we got top four. He inspired our club or our players to get to top four, okay? And then when we did get top four that summer, we were touted to get Skriniar, we were touted to get Bastoni, we were thinking Conte was going to get back, all these players, sprinkle the stardust around, and when we did get top four, it was like, okay, that first check mark is done. Okay, Conte did do that, and now the ball's in Levy's court. Let's see what they're gonna do. He didn't get back. He's seen how everything was getting full, panning out, and he starts saying all this shit like how Jacob was mentioning, and then comes the January window where everybody's like, okay, well, summer window didn't go that well. We got all these signings or whatever, whoop-de-whoop, and the whole Udoji signing that we sent back, and then the Spence signing, who he went ahead and said was not his signing. Just like that's when like the whole domino started to fall down, and then I think it just came to the point where like now I don't even think he's in a rush to come back to Spurs after his surgery. You know what I mean? The more he could just kind of just let that go. I mean, he's just kind of preparing us for what's at store, and it.
But I mean, if he knows what this result looks like, if he knows the end of this story, right? Why come back to London? Isn't the weather kind of shitty most of the time? I'd rather stay in Italy where the weather's not shitty, if that's the case. I'm not claiming to know what the weather's like in both regions right now, but
maybe he was painted a picture that wasn't, though, Jacob.
But that's the thing is he got top four, and I really thought that, okay, Conte, Champions League, this is really going to attract some players. And at first I was happy. I was
why? Why did you think, this is what I don't understand. Why did you think
that's why?
No, stop. You've got to stop showing me this stupid little thing, right? Why did you?
That's what your missus says, isn't it?
What? Any Spurs fan why did we think he was going to get back? I mean, Kuva, you and I said it from the beginning of the summer. He's not getting backed. He's not.
Simple word for most fans: desperation.
Desperation. Yeah,
I think it's a little bit of like.
Is. We've seen it. We've seen it fail so many times now. It's like the words "last roll of the dice" was used.
Yeah,
it does feel like that. It really does. But they're saying it's last roll of the dice for Levy. No, it isn't. For the fans' patience, it is.
Yeah, I gave up on all that a long time ago. I mean, listen, as I said, sorry, let me get this super chat from Ellie. Ellie, big up. That said, my throat was hurting for a few days and was feeling down. Then we lost to Sheffield United, which was crap. But Savva, I had fun being told off. I love the banter and we all have opinions. Oh, Ellie, you know how we all banter. We love it. We love you. You love us. It's all good. Thank you for coming on.
It's what Ellie always says, though. She's grown up in a household full of males. She knows how to look after herself.
Absolutely. And Rooksy Pop as well has come in and said the football went downhill when teams started celebrating top four. Ancelotti will get sacked for second. Spurs fans will jump for joy if they get fourth levels. I think this is the key thing for me is every time I've heard somebody on the stream today talk to me about Conte and achievement, the phrase top four is used. He came in and he got us top four like it's an achievement. The league last year was so bad. The league, for me, I thought it was so bad that I didn't go mad. Like when everyone else celebrated Champions League, I was one of the first saying, what does it mean? We won't use it as a platform. That's what it should be used as. Right?
Conte's so linear for me. It's he has one purpose. That is to come into a club with a squad full of good players and turn them into the league champions of that country.
Correct.
Nothing else. He always fails in the cups, doesn't he? The Champions League especially is well known for that. Year after year of failure. You know what he's getting with Conte. It's what he did at Chelsea. It's what he's done at so many at the other clubs as well. He comes in, quickly turns those good players into a title-winning team. Then it all goes tits up. It's just for us, it looks like it's gone tits up before we get anything resembling a trophy.
Yeah, it's look. I'm not trying to sit here and dash hope from anyone that believes, but I just feel like we've seen this story before. And my whole point was this: if you bring in one of the most most decorated managers ever in Jose Mourinho, if you don't want to back him, what chance has anyone else got? And I know people were doing this whole, oh, well, he's a dinosaur and Conte's him, but current. It doesn't matter. We could bring in Pep Guardiola. He's still going to be given the same sort of players and the same budget, which is why I'd rather go for a manager that will find snips across the world. You know what I mean? Find those, like how Brighton do it. All right, maybe a bit more expensive,
but that's not Potter who did that, right? That's Brighton scouting, if I'm not mistaken. That's their recruitment. That comes from the top down. That's not just manager.
For sure, which is why I've said the whole thing needs a reset. For me, I think that one of the problems at this club massively at the moment is Paratici, because I think if Paratici is the one that wants to continue playing 3-4-3, if Paratici wants to continue bringing in players that don't have technical ability and don't have
to? That's my question. Do we have to now? We just spent 40 mil on a, or is it? We still have the option, right? It's technically
that's obligation.
It's obligation, but we can't play one formation because we signed one player. Surely that can't be.
But then Dougie's coming in. He's a left wing back. I mean, unless you want to play him at left wing or left mid. But they both kind of possess the same qualities. They're really good going forward, but defensively, you might have to ask some questions of them.
It's the only thing I'd say could be going for the prospect of Pochettino coming back, is he would actually have those very quick attacking wing backs.
That's true. That's it.
Yeah.
But would you lose all respect for Pochettino? I would.
Yeah.
I would lose all respect for him. I mean,
I'll still follow Spurs, so I've lost all respect for myself.
That's fair. That's fair. Very fair. I'm gonna be waking up butt crack early to watch the Wolves game. You know what I mean? I don't care what happens this season now. We're out of the FA Cup. I don't care if we make top 4. I don't really care anymore. So it's like, how do we find our motivation as fans?
Champions League, isn't it? It's the surprise package. Do we get dumped out by Milan, or do we go through a round and then pull out somebody really big and get humiliated?
It almost feels like we're not supposed to be there, right? Like when we're playing in the San Siro, I was like, this isn't right, man. I just feel like this isn't right.
It's like everybody's there at the formal gathering, it's suit and tie, and
we showed up with a white
jeans
beater
and t-shirt, and carrying half an eaten burger. Right?
I've got a question. If Antonio Conte doesn't get top 4, right, which is seen as the golden ticket, and we get knocked out by Milan next week, plus out in the cups both early doors, has that been a failure of a season?
Yep.
It's already a failure of a season, in my opinion.
I mean, I would say he can rescue the season by, from Levy's point, getting top 4, but from a fan's point of view, going as deep as possible. I'm not saying winning it, but, put Milan away at home. This is not a good Milan team. This is a really poor AC Milan team. Put them away at home. Get somebody in the next round and have a go. Go out. I know this will never happen with Conte and Stellini, but go out all guns blazing, giving it your all. Kitchen sink stuff. I used to love that about Spurs. Like,
that's the Greek Spartan coming out in you, Kuva.
No, man. It used to be you're 3-2 down with 10 minutes to go, and you knew the kitchen sink was coming.
No, we're conceding again.
What?
I said we'll concede again. We're down 3-2.
No, but it hasn't always been that. It used to be that I'm just using the 3-2 as an example. We'd be 3-2 down. You take off a defender. You put on a forward. You've got the other team pinned in their half because you're just overloading. You're whipping balls in. You're trying to. All right, you might get caught on the break, but you went for it. I feel like now every time we lose a game, it feels like we go with a massive whimper. I can't remember a game where we lost and I thought, you know what, we were well unlucky there. I don't know if anyone can off the top of their head.
I'd say Liverpool. The Liverpool game. The second half, we went out, and I think it's the best we played that second half.
Possibly.
I thought we were unlucky not to snatch something out of that, but it's very few though, isn't it?
Yeah. Look, okay, yeah, I'll take that. I mean, yeah, it was a disastrous first half, but yeah, you're right. We but that's what it should be every game. Like when we were losing 2-0 at home to Aston Villa, and I'm thinking, all right, there's 15 minutes left, right? You know, I don't care. Put one of your centre halves and leave them up front. I don't care. Just do something.
Yeah.
We do the same thing. We don't change format. It just, that's not a club I want to be a part of. I want to be a part of a club that leaves it all on the field. You know,
even then, when you just said it, I mean, you don't necessarily have to bring on the players to change your formation. But if you've got somebody like Davinson Sanchez in your team, who's not the greatest of defenders in the world, and you're losing with 10 minutes to go, throw him up front.
Yeah,
he can be a real nuisance in the air.
Yeah. Q7 has said, Savva, this is the first and last time I ever fall asleep and wake up to your voice. Never say never.
You're in that.
You might not be the last one.
But I mean, it would be, wouldn't it? It would be a failure, a real failure of a season to go out early in all the competitions. And the difficulty for me with that as well is, let's be really honest. As much as people love Conte, I want to be really honest here. The group we got dealt in the Champions League was kind. Mm-hmm. I'm not belittling anyone.
To say the least.
It was ideal.
I'm not belittling anyone.
Very ideal.
When the teams were drawn, I think we all went, oh, we've missed all the big clubs, right? Then we get AC Milan, who were one of the weakest at this level. If we can't get through that, real questions need to be asked for me about. I mean, they're already being asked about about the club, but real questions need to be asked about the focus and the motivation of whoever's managing this team.
Savva, the same could be said for our domestic cups. Look at the fixtures we lost to on our domestic cup, and then look at the fixtures that the teams that beat us ended up having to play. You know, they had easy runs. You know, Nottingham Forest, what did they go semifinal, or they at least went quarterfinal? You know what I mean? And then Sheffield now is in the quarterfinals. So the same point you're saying about the Champions League group is the same argument we can have for our domestic cup ties as well. You know, we shoot ourselves in the foot every time.
And then
perhaps now a lot of clubs will look at us as part of the easy run for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, anyone that's been watching the Serie A this year, Milan are a million miles off what Milan were last year.
Half their team still walks into ours, though.
I didn't think they were very good against us at the San Siro, but yet I don't remember us troubling them. Like, they've got like a 400-year-old goalkeeper, and we didn't trouble him with anything. We didn't bomb, like you just said, Kuva. We didn't go, right, 5-10 minutes to go, get a centre half up front, bring on all your strikers. Go. It's like we'll die on the hill playing wing backs. Like, we won't try anything.
I think not necessarily the wing backs so much of a problem, but like I said, playing against a 37-year-old striker with 3 central defenders is just massive overkill. It's okay, like I was saying at the time, it's okay if you're playing a Bastoni or somebody like that who gallivants up the pitch anyway, plays most of the game in the opponent's half, winning the ball high up the pitch. He's almost not really a centre back when he's doing that. But none of ours play like that. We're very defensive with ours. The most you see at any time will be Ben Davies has a habit of going out to secure the sort of left-sided midfield role in a way. I think it's to free up Perisic and the Son that sort of play a bit, but it's not doing a lot, is it? It's we're really struggling. I mean, the goals were coming freely earlier in the season. They're just not anymore, are they?
They're not. This is an interesting comment for me. I mean, H just said the season's already a failure, Savva, because at the end of last season, finishing 4th, we thought we would be challenging for 3rd and finishing above Arsenal and we're hoping to win a cup. Now, when we say we were hoping, I think at the beginning of the season, and I know, Coover, I know you always mess about with the whole quad is on. At the beginning of the season,
what do you mean mess about? How dare you?
I said
Coover told me the quad was on, though.
Everyone was just getting well carried away with how, after last year, I think we finished 2 points above them, and everyone's going, oh, we're miles ahead of them. They're in the rearview mirror. I didn't think we'd be challenging for third, and I never think we're going to win a cup because we don't. And look, I guess, look, I mean, I don't know what you thought, Leo. In the summer, there was a lot of people, saying silly things like, oh, we've won the window. What a window. The best, Coover, do you remember? The best window we've ever had, fans were saying.
Best window in our lifetimes.
Yeah, not all fans, just some fans. What did you make of it, Leo?
I thought we got off to the right start. I mean, I remember I had woken up and had seen some news how we had signed Basuma, and I was like, wow, that came out of nowhere, and that's showing, that you're trying to you're trying to do some work in the midfield, because at that point, Basuma was touted as a really good Premier League midfielder, which I'm not saying he is or isn't. I'm just going off of, like you said, how we tend to just think about all these rumors and stuff, and then we had like 6-7 signings, and I was really, I was ecstatic. It was something that I hadn't seen since we wasted the Gareth Bale money, going and getting that many players at once. And I was a person that kind of got sucked up into the hype easily. And I guess that's just because I'm just such a passionate, Spurs fan, that I want us to I want to believe the hype, I want to be sucked in with all the emotion, because at the end of the day, I'm an emotional type of guy, and I want that for my club. And so I did get sucked up into the hype, but boy, was I fucking wrong.
Do you know what though? No, do you know what I love about you and Jacob? That you haven't had it beaten out of you yet. In a nice way, I mean that. Like, I just feel like for me, Coover, it was all of this sense of hope. And listen, I'm not knocking anyone for it. I'm glad people have got it. I haven't. I felt like this died for me a long time ago. And yes, you're right. When the window opened and we bought in Basuma, I thought, okay, I like that. I think
Perisic,
yeah. And then we don't build a system to put him in. And then he didn't get a run of games. When he did play a game, it was, oh, he's crap. And it just felt weird. But, I mean, sorry, just quickly, this comment cracks me up. Ten Hag is doing an average job at Man U. Fact. They've lost 2 of 32 games, have just won a cup, knocked Barcelona out of the Europa League. They're third in the league, nicely tucked behind Man City and Arsenal. If that is
outside chance of taking the title still.
How is that average? Just before we answer that, Tarns, thank you very much. You've been here for so much of the show, so thank you so much. She said, I'm tapping out. Brilliant stream for a great cause. Well done, Savva and the lads. Keep going. We will. 6 hours to go, and we'll get there.
I don't think I'm going to make it, mate. I think I'm going to have to go in a bit.
That's all right. No worries. I've got this. Even if I have to be by myself.
One of the things that I really can applaud Ten Hag for is the 180 that he's helped Marcus Rashford do. Marcus Rashford, was a player. We were there was a tiny link, but we didn't want to pay the 80 million that I think Manchester United put on as a price tag. And I mean, rightly so. That dude has picked up his boots, and he's been playing some excellent football. You're right. That comment there was just far-fetched, the way that Ten Hag is above average. That dude is doing the damn thing over there with Man United. And I have a couple of friends, and my cousins, they're Man United fans, and to be able to talk football with them now that their team is like even more relevant than our team, that it's fun, because it just makes for a better title race, even though we're not in it. They have an outside shot of doing it, and then the Manchester rivalry, hasn't really been what it's been like. It makes it fun from a football perspective to be watching these other teams play and to watch Ten Hag come in and do what he's done so quick.
Just imagine that kind of scenario. Arsenal sort of fade away, Man City just overtake them, and right at the death, United steal everything.
Come through, yeah.
That'd just be with drama, and that'd be insane.
I mean, I think if we talk about Ten Hag for a bit, I think what they've done as well is he's got the monkey off the back very quickly in terms of needing to win a trophy at a new club. He's gone there, and the very first opportunity he's had to win a trophy, he's won it. So straight away, you give yourself a little bit of breathing space, don't you? That, okay, I've won a trophy. The fans are now bought in. Not only that, they beat Barcelona in the same week with a very impressive performance in the same week that they went and won a trophy. Then they go and knock West Ham out the cup. If I was a Man United fan right now, I'd be looking at the future and thinking, good times are coming back. They've got takeover talks happening. They've got a really good manager. And I think the key thing for me, forget playing style for a minute, forget all that. The way he managed that Ronaldo situation for me showed me, yeah, he's the boss.
And Rashford as well, wasn't it? Benching Rashford for being late, give him a message as well. He's responded big time. So, yeah, he seems to have the man management stuff down nicely, and he's not scared of making a big decision, because that Ronaldo one needed doing, and he did it. No problem at all. I mean, I must admit, Ten Hag has surprised me, because I didn't think he would cope with the media storm that happens in this country. I thought it'd be too much. I knew he was a damn good coach at Ajax, but I thought it'd be too much of a step up. I thought it would just eat him, but he's proved me wrong. He's dealt with it easy. End of the day, any manager, if they get the results on the pitch, the press conferences are easy. Just play a video, watch your phone.
He's done sensational. And what we've got to remember as well, and I don't think some fans take this into account, is he's gone to one of the biggest clubs in world football. Whether they've been that for the last few years or not, they are, and they were a mess. Like, everything about the club was a mess, and he's gone in there, and then within a few months of him being there, Ronaldo drops this interview with Piers Morgan, which must have really undermined everything he was trying to do. Everyone was calling him Eric 10 games. How silly do they look now? And I think at 2 defeats in 32 or 33 games, I mean, that's sensational, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? We have 2 defeats every 4 games. Can you imagine if we had 2?
Scary thing. The scary thing is they can genuinely say the quad is actually still on for that.
They could.
Do you think that's going to be the only cup they win?
I listen. If you were them and Man City, who have they got in the next round of the FA Cup?
I don't know. I gave up looking at the FA Cup.
It was someone at home, right?
Oh, it would be. Was it Brighton?
I don't know.
Fulham. Oh no, yeah, Fulham. They play Fulham at home.
Oh my God, I was muted. I was literally like saying Fulham.
You would think. Listen, I know football. You can never be 100% sure, but you would think at Old Trafford,
that's
Fulham
doable
to get into the semis.
Yeah,
that's doable.
If they get into the semis with that, who they've got? I can't remember. Is it Sporting Lisbon or Real Betis?
Yeah.
They got Real Betis in the good team, a very good team, Real Betis. But I think United will have just a bit too much firepower for them. All of a sudden, they could be, before we know it, second or first in the league. They've won the League Cup, and they could be in the final of 2 other competitions.
The quad is definitely on for them, but the treble is definitely doable. The quad is on for them, but the treble for them is definitely doable.
Sure.
That's how scary. It's scarily good it's been. because they've already had a good season.
You know how I feel about McDonald's United?
Hmm?
Fuck you, McDonald's United.
What?
They're always going to be McDonald's United to me. When I was a kid, I saw the red and yellow something, and I thought it was a McDonald's shirt, and it was Manchester United. And so, like, since I was a kid, I always called them McDonald's United. And I think they're still that. And they're shitty. Fuck them. You don't need them in your body. Your body does worse with it.
Except they're not shitty, are they? That's the problem. They're.
Well, I enjoyed the 5-1. I'm living there, Savva. I'm living there when Lamella was shithousing Martial.
You've got all the hallmarks of a typical Spurs fan living off something that happened years ago.
Hang on, 6-1, wasn't it?
Huh?
Wasn't it
6-1?
6-1.
6-1. Oh, you're right, Savva. See, Savva, this is what we call coping mechanisms, okay? When we constantly have nothing to fucking be happy about, I'm like, you know what? Remember that 6-1 when we got Martial sent off? Yeah, fuck him. I mean, yes, he just won a trophy, and he's destined to probably win at least one more this season.
This is why, though. This is why the Man
Mentos.
United scenario and the Arsenal scenario this year is why I always say to people, I don't ever go in hard on Liverpool in their situation, Chelsea in theirs, because these clubs do this. We've been above United for how many years in the league? In the last 10 years, I reckon we've been above them more than they've been above us. And yet they've still come back. And in that time, when they've been in complete transition, loads of different managers, they've still come back and won trophies. They've won what? The Europa League under Jose, the League Cup under Jose, the FA Cup under under Hiddink, I think. I think they beat Palace in a final, if I remember rightly. They've won the League Cup now. They could win more stuff. And this is in an era where they've been in transition. And that's the difference between the big clubs and being constantly in transition and not winning anything. That is why when all these people go, oh, look at Chelsea are in the mud, blah, blah, blah. I think I'm not saying anything. Because this time next year, a year is a long time in football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well,
as soon as those wheels get rolling for any team, it's all about the momentum and having star players or not that well known players. Momentum is key in it, and right now United are showing that they have a lot of momentum. Granted, they've made some good purchases too to go with that. And let's just say if Chelsea end the season off, on somewhat of a winning streak, that could definitely turn into something next year. So yeah, that's not a bad point. We have to just.
But what if it doesn't, Leo? Careful. Like our winning streak at the end of the season. I mean, we did that, right? I struggle with any kind of hope for. There was a comment before I went to go get something to drink. That was saying this season's already a failure. What was your response to that, Savva? Because I was actually really curious because you said this comment here.
I suppose is what you thought the season was going to bring. I mean, I was very vocal at the beginning of the season that for me, a decent season would be to match what we did last year. That's not moving forward. That's not moving backwards. Fourth was what I said all summer, wasn't it, Kuva? I said fourth. For me, by my own standards, then, if we finish fifth or lower without winning a trophy to counter that, then it's a failure. And are we going to win? Are we going to win the Champions League? I mean, I like your positivity, Ellie. I just can't see. I can see that if we went up against anyone like Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, I can only imagine what they would do to our defence over two legs. However, never say never, but I just can't see Spurs winning the Champions League in any way, shape or form with these players.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's right. Anything can happen, but I mean, let's be realistic. I mean, it's gonna take a freaking. Yeah, you might as well win Powerball tickets instead of putting your money on us winning the Champions League for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I love people at party after party. After his very public, we're winning the FA Cup. He's not said I think. He said we are winning the FA Cup. Spurs can be where these teams are next season. Arsenal and United were 5th and 6th last season. What's the difference between these two teams last year and this year?
Signed some good players, didn't they?
Signed some good players in the right areas. It's something we don't do. Look at the signings Man United made. Casemiro, for me, I'm going to put it right out there right now. For me, possibly the player of the year in the league. I think he's been phenomenal.
Everyone said he was done too. Everyone said he was too old.
Yeah, everyone's saying he won't cope in the Premier
But what
League.
did Conte say? Whenever he recited, he's like, "This is the player that I would have gone for, Casemiro." And we went for Basuma. I think it speaks wonders, of the club and the disconnect between the club. I was really thinking Paratici was going to be that thing that links the head coach with the management, you know what I mean? But instead it's just more of the same shit.
That's because, unfortunately, Jacob, the structure of the club and the way Daniel Levy runs it, it doesn't matter who that man is, it's not going to change. That's why, I would say, I don't want to say the word success, Cooper, but relative success was when we had Mitchell and he brought in a lot of those young players, right, that went through and into being into the first team and molded. Since then, it's just been a real mishmash of. It's like people like David Harris, Irish Hotspur. He might be coming on in a bit. He always says, "Oh, I like Paratici. I like what he's done." But when you actually take a step back and look at the 17 signings that Paratici's made, you go, "What has he done to affect anything other than?" I mean, Romero, Bentancur, and Kulu, 3 players he knew from Juventus. I don't see outside his Juventus connection what he's.
It's disappointing just on the players coming in, but then when you also consider can't sell anybody, that's also part of his role. Yep. We're literally stuck with these players, clogging up our ability to spend money because we're paying all these wages. We haven't got any value coming back on these players. They're just sat out on loan. They'll go out on loan again in the summer. And we'll just be treading water, still not getting any more players in unless we end up cancelling contracts yet again. I just don't see
a bunch of Danny Roses. Yeah.
We could have a Danny Rose bench that's about 14 miles long by the end of the line.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. James Joris just said, why are we not at that level? Recruiting, bad signings, both. These teams can sign whoever they want, but why can't we also? I think we've got to a stage, I don't know, I'll pass to you guys after this. I think we've got to a stage that we talk a lot about, we'd love Spurs to be ambitious and buy this player. But I think we've got to the stage where because we don't win anything, because our peers around us always do win things, I don't think we're attractive to the top players like our fans think we are. Our fans think that the stadium will attract players. The manager will. Top players want to go and win things. And
not only that, but they want to play
the
historical, the history is. I was just going to throw that in there.
Just look at the wages going on those players out on loan at the moment. Lo Celso and Ndombele alone.
Yep.
It's insane amounts. Now consider those wages and the money that was wasted on them could have been for players going straight into our first team. But we're stuck because they're there and the money is still accounted for by them being there. We haven't got it available to spend. We have to keep the cash reserve there to honour the contracts that we honour the payments we've promised to the clubs we've got them from. Yeah. So we're bunged up. Like I said the other day, the only way to describe this club's transfer policy at the moment is constipated. We can't shift anything, so there's nothing more coming in.
A massive problem, and I don't think that's talked about enough. I don't think we keep saying, the deadwood that needs to go in the summer. There's so much of it that it's impossible, first of all, to get rid of it all, but second of all, some of the deadwood is homegrown. And that means you've then got to be really clever in the market and replace with homegrown.
Yeah.
And homegrown,
or you have a fucking academy that fucking is competent and they can do something. You know what I'm saying? I agree with you, Savva, but we don't have the. Look at our academy. That's so upsetting to me. I don't know, because I guess I worked for what is arguably like the most talented academy in America's soccer. So FC Dallas, they're up there, 1 and 2 with Philadelphia, depending who you're going to ask. Usually, if you ask someone in the South, they'll tell you the best academy is FC Dallas. To me, that should be something you take pride in. Why? I've heard Alfie Devine was supposed to be some star boy. I ain't seen him but on Spurs playing for U21s. It's like, cool, you could do that to some kids. Let me see you do it to some grown men. I know this Junsu Bell guy that we signed from Chelsea. He looks nice. He had a very nice finish today. He's been scoring since he got here. That's cool, but like, when are we going to give any of these guys a chance? And the thing is when you have managers that are here on 18-month contracts, Jose Mourinho was here for 18 months, something like that. These guys aren't going to risk their name, their reputation on some June Soup Bell and Carter Vickers, or no, excuse me, not Carter Vickers, Lyons. What is that? Lyons Foster, I think his name is.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
he's a center back.
But this goes back to like when fans say they love Conte and you can't have Conte, but then want that
I'm not
other
allowed to get this out anymore.
Youth academy stuff, because the two don't go hand in hand, because he's only ever managed at a club for 3 years. And if you look at what his record is of bringing through young players, okay, people will point to Bastoni, who's an exceptional talent, but in general, does Antonio Conte ever look at the youth team and go, yeah, have a look at how bad some of our players are now.
Who's going to look at our youth team and say, yeah, no one. They're like, yeah, maybe one day
that's all part of the ethos and plan and strategy that has not been implemented by these owners, right? This is the problem.
So why is that Conte's fault that he won't trust a youngster when the fucking youngsters can't be trusted because the damn owners can't be trusted?
That's not Conte's fault. But the thing is, again, it's like, as a fan, you say you like Conte and you wanted him and blah, blah. If you want that from the manager, you can't also want the youth side of it, because that's not what he's about, right? That's more of a...
there's a difference between wanting something and having a thought that something's actually going to change. Like, there's a shit ton of things I would change about the country I live in, but do I believe any of them are ever going to change? No, because of capitalism. It's the same thing with Spurs. Do I want to see youngsters shining and getting a chance? But I don't believe in the people who are in the position to bring these youngsters through. Those coaches, those scouts, I don't trust our scouts. We scouted Tonki and Domblé. We scouted Giovanni Lo Celso. We scouted Gedson Fernandez. These are players. I mean, come on. Joe Roden was our Skriniar. We've got I don't know what the equivalent is, but here there's like regular brand and then there's Walmart brand or store brand, whatever the store brand it is. But, it's very much cheaper. It's like at a 2-star level rating as opposed to a 4. And when you do that and you constantly are just filling your academy, your first team, your physio room, probably the lawyers. No, that's probably the one department that we do our due diligence and we hire the right lawyers for the specific positions. But I'm saying in all the other aspects of the club, it's not run in a manner that I think is conducive to a football fan's aspirations. I think it's more conducive to a spreadsheet or an account balance, like an Enid Group. That's what they fucking got the club for. They said it when they walked in here and 22 years ago, and y'all are still upset about it. They said, I'm here for the money. I don't care about football. I'm going to make some money. And everyone's like, why don't they care about the damn football?
But Jacob, there's a difference. I'm not upset about it anymore. Listen. I'm not speaking for Kuva, but I think we're pretty similar to this, Kuva. That ship sailed a long time ago, thinking that being upset at them. I think it's just kind of like this is what we are now, and until the owners go, this is who we are. And fans from other clubs can't understand it, because they'll look in and say, like my mates will say to me, but you're fourth and in the Champions League. But they don't understand. We've just been hovering around that for years with no plan to take it to the next step, with no academy players coming through, with no I don't know.
Well,
No plan. No ethos.
That was our plan to get top. That's when the management up top is saying, here are our goals as a team, as a functioning workforce. These are our goals. And not one of them is win a fucking trophy. It's maintain what you need to maintain so we don't lose too much, but we are able to get to top 4. Third is nice. Second would be cool. But fourth is really kind of where we want to be.
And the goal of the academy is to produce Champions League footballers.
So they say. So they say.
And then when we do that,
say for our team, did they?
But Kuva, when we do that, exactly. When we do that, they're gonna go play fucking Champions League for Chelsea, or they're gonna go play for PSV, or you know what I'm saying? It's just like.
Well, look at Marcus Edwards. He was the next big thing.
He's playing Champions League football. We made one. We made one for Champions League football.
So they're doing it. Hooray!
We accomplished our goals. That's one check mark. But that's the part that bugs me. Like, but what you're saying, Savva, is I agree with you. Conte's not a guy who's looking at the youth. Jose's not necessarily that guy either.
No, Jose's not that guy either. No.
And I love them both. The both of them on your earlier part where you were ranking your all-time 3 managers personally, both of them were a wash for second place because I love them both so much. But I still do. It's not mutually exclusive. I don't also want to see some like Rico Lewis's coming through the academy, some Phil Foden's. What do we have to do? Why does Chelsea buy up all the talent and then loan it all over the world? That guy Chudu Kukwueze, whatever his fucking name is, he's great, and we could have got him on the academy for free. Or we let our academy players leave because they're disgruntled, and then they go shine somewhere else. I'm waiting for Dylan Markinde to come back and shine for Bristol Rovers, win them an FA Cup. Can you imagine Dylan Markinde wins the FA Cup with Blackburn Rovers, and he's like, woohoo. I mean, time and time again, there's talented players that I want to see get a chance that just don't but how can they? That's the thing. It's like Kuva said, we're constipated. There's no plan. Leo had a good thing that he said earlier. There's something my stepdad, he not beat it into me literally, but he beat it into me as a kid metaphorically. And it's the 5 P's of life. Proper planning prevents poor performance. And if you don't properly plan, you're going to perform poorly. And what do we do week in, week out? Perform poorly. Sometimes we have a fluke where Harry Kane's talent shines, Youngman Daddy's talent shines, someone's talent shines. Anyone, just a second of talent just shows and we get a goal and then we just hang on. And I agree. At some level, like, this football has not been enjoyable, but I just think if we had better players in those roles that we could really be seeing some fun. I guess that's why I don't blame Conte, and I still love Conte.
It would be an improvement if we had better players in, for sure. But I'm still never going to be a Conte fan. I just don't like that style of football for me.
And it was short-term, Kuva. This is the thing. This is what I keep saying to people is, yeah, if we give Conte 2 top centre backs and a midfielder that he needs to go and complete the 11, that for me doesn't fix all of the background problems in terms of the academy, in terms of an ethos, in terms of a strategy. What that would be a short-term fix that once Conte leaves, we're then left with nothing coming up behind that.
Yeah.
And this is why we can knock clubs like Man City all we want. But what they've built, the academy they've got is phenomenal, right?
From Ajax to Barcelona to Man City, it's the same thing. It's bringing that same system of ethos of how to run a club. It's really impressive to watch, isn't it? The fact that when Phil Foden first comes out of the academy straight into that team, you just think, oh, this is the first wave of it happening. My God, he's been impressive since. Mm-hmm. He gets into most teams, so he'd get into our team easy enough. The dog's telling you there's a fire.
Oh God! The dog came in to see me, and then I stroked him, and clearly too early. No, sorry about that. It sounded like a fire alarm, didn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Look, I think this is the key thing that I keep saying to people. everybody's answer is always back Conte, back Conte, back Conte. But I don't think any fault is being given to the long-term vision and structure of what that looks like. And that, for me, is why I've always said this type of manager won't work. So when people say to me, oh, whichever manager comes in isn't going to win anything, I'm not there. My head and our heads for me shouldn't be, what are we winning now? Our head should be, what can we do finally after 22 years with Enoch and 10 years with Sugar, whatever? What can we finally do to put something in place that further down the line we go, we know what we're working towards. We know what we're building towards. But other people have just seen a serial winner come in and gone, if we give this guy 4 top players, we win stuff. The league isn't like that anymore. You've got powerhouses everywhere. Chelsea and Liverpool will be back. Yeah, look what they've won in the last decade between them. City are a powerhouse. Man United are back. And what anyone says, they're back. Right? Arsenal now. Newcastle are going to spend. It's not as simple as just going, if you give Conte 2 centre-backs, we win this league. It's very, not saying anyone here has said that, but lots have, as Kuva knows in our shows, it's very narrow thinking that all of a sudden you give them 2 centre-backs and this team that can't beat Sheffield United suddenly turn into league winners. It's dream stuff. It's fantasy. And I just, long term, maybe I'm getting old. And I'd love instant success, but the older I get, the more realistic I get about that. Doesn't happen like that. It doesn't happen overnight. If I buy a house, like when I bought this house, I realized I needed to renovate it, right? I knew that when I bought it. I knew I wouldn't move in and then a month later every room in the house is done and all the electrics are done and it's a plan. And I'm not saying a football club's as easy as that, but put it in place.
You just have to look at the people we don't want to look at, who's top of the league at the moment, our noisy neighbours, and what they've done over the last few years. Patiently built it up, said what the plan was, stuck with it no matter what. Yeah. The really painful first couple of years for them all. Fans were hating what was happening. Some fans could stick with it. Then suddenly you could start seeing little signs of what was happening. Last season, you could really start to see how they were going to go forward with things. Even though we stuffed them at that great home victory when we thumped them 3-0, for the first 20 minutes, they were outplaying us. You could see what was there on the horizon for them. Difference is then, this season, they've been in a position where they can have those 1 or 2 players to make the big difference, and it has. We, as a club, we are so far away from that 1 or 2 players is not the time that's going to change things in a big way for us. We've got a painful rebuild that's going to take 3-4 years, getting rid of a lot of crap players and just getting in, as Conte said, need to get the foundations in. We don't even have foundations to build on. This is a broken club, totally dysfunctional in lots of areas. And we're constantly looking for the quick fix that makes fans think, oh, that will elevate us from top 4 to suddenly champions or.
But that's kind of what Antonio Conte's hiring was, right? It was like a hire to appease us because everyone was so. And it's kind of what Jose was, right? Because everyone was kind of getting fed up with Pochettino's style. It's after what we saw from the Champions League after that final. What we saw was just not the same team, and I think people got tired of it, and so it's like, okay, you're starting to complain. What's something they won't complain about? Serial trophy winner. Okay, well now that looks nice, and then get rid of him, bring in Nuno. Oh, everyone's pissed. We'll bring in another serial winner, someone that everyone's hyped up about, someone who will go spend. Savva, I was trying to show my little figurine again, my stupid little figurine again, but you banned him from the show and you were gone, and then I was going to show him. I was segueing to show him, and then you returned, so you kind of ruined my plan.
We feel your pain, Jacob.
Jacob, I have enough of watching the real Antonio Conte on the sidelines, making me watch paint dry. Just quickly, this person's trying to get my attention, so I will bite. This is the second time I think you mentioned it. Do you agree, Savva, that Son is Tottenham's best player and deserves a trophy? Anyone want to answer that for me with my opinion? I don't think Heung-min Son is our best player in any way, shape or form. Never has been, never will be. Harry Kane is the man. But
I'd argue he was our best player last season.
I would say that for his service, he deserves a trophy. But equally, when we've been in, I'll say it again, when we've been in those moments to win trophies, Son and Kane, one of them's got to turn up and do something. But I'm not going to get into that debate.
Kane's Batman. Sonny's been Robin for the last couple of seasons, which is a good thing, but it's still Batman.
No.
There's no denying that they're both together. They're both, they hold the record for the most, combinations in Premier League history. But, then you start talking about individuals. Harry Kane is cut above, not to take anything away from Sonny. And I know last year he picked up a lot of the weight that, needed to be bared. But this year, man, hey, and Jacob, I've been saying this all year. We're all still waiting for Sonny to bounce back in form, and it's just like, man, that ship sailed already. I'm one of the people that think, Sonny, the Heung-min Son that we've come to love is he's just a shadow of himself, and we're not going to see that person anymore. And it sucks because
I think that's a load of tasty Belgian waffles.
Well, I mean, and that's your opinion. That's your opinion. I've been saying this whole year, and bro, firsthand. I'll text you when I'm on my way to the pub when I see the lineup, and I'm like, damn, Sonny's, starting. He needs to get a goal. He deserves a goal, and I'll be the first one to praise him when he does. But until then, man, I just feel that how somebody could say that he's our best player. Oof. I don't know what type of stuff you guys are into.
Player, but I would say last season he was our best player, and there's nothing anyone can say to convince me. Who was our MVP of last season? Does anyone have?
It was Heung-min Son. It was.
That was Emerson Royale, surely.
No, he hadn't spent the million. Who was the MVP of last season? If you had to nominate our best player last season, who was it?
Yeah, it'd have to be Son, I think, last season.
It would, and that's. I'm not taking anything away from him. I'm just saying today, this day, he's a shadow of the person that he was. He's a shadow of the person that he's.
I would argue that Perisic has made a huge difference on where he plays and how he plays, and that tracking back and playing defensively does not suit Sonny's best abilities. So maybe for a fan like me, it's counterintuitive that I like a manager as Conte, and Heung-min Son is also my favorite player. That may be counterintuitive because now Conte's asking Son to do all the things that he's not good at, and taking away his best things, which are running it in behind, getting the ball not with his back to the goal. Hello.
Big up, Philly.
Hello.
You all right, mate? You all right?
Big up.
Good, you all right?
Yeah, mate, I'm good. Good morning to everybody. Well done for the effort last night and this morning as well. Keep going.
Cheers. Yeah. I can't keep going. Actually, good to hear you. You can take over from me now. I think I'm going to drop out for a bit.
Kuva's going to bail out, but
Kuva, you never get effort, mate. Well done.
All right. Cheers anyway, lads. Good to see you again, Leo, Jacob. Sorry.
Cheers, later, Kuva.
Sorry, I forgot your name already.
Phil,
that's right. That's right. Cheers, Phil.
You're welcome, mate.
You're getting my corner while I'm absent, then. All right, cheers. Hopefully, I'll be back on in a little bit. I'll just need a couple of hours at least,
mate. No worries. Listen, you've done 18 and a bit hours. You're a legend. Don't worry about that.
It's lightweight, isn't it, mate? Yeah. I know.
Big up, Kuva.
Anyway, cheers. See you soon.
I like how when Kuva earlier, I think Bobby K had asked him how long he's been on. He said, "You been on the whole thing?" He said, "I missed the first 2 minutes."
Yeah. It's to be fair, I mean, we did one of these at the beginning of January, and Kuva did the full 24-hour stint, and it hurts because when you finish this, it's sort of like you feel like you're going to go straight to sleep, but you don't. You kind of go, and then I'll watch the Man City Newcastle game. Do you know what I mean? And then before I know it, then it's the 3 o'clock kickoffs with Spurs, and then someone's probably playing at 5:30. So I'm just going to see this through till about 8, and then go boom, and hopefully get a good 12, 15 hours. Yeah, I mean, sorry, the Heung-min Son conversation was saying, look, last year I think he was, he upped his game a level, and everything he touched turned to gold. And I think that's what makes it more difficult, I think, for lots of fans, is that you're thinking to yourself, wow, kick on, have another year like that.
Yeah.
And it's just gone. I mean, Phil, what do you make of it? I mean, he's completely gone, isn't it? It's like.
Yeah, yes. And I've heard like Perisic in his position and maybe the problem. I've heard, mate, it's not Perisic. It's even in the World Cup he was gone. He's just he's fallen off this season.
I would argue he had the assist though to beat Brazil. Was it? No. Yeah, the game before Brazil. The game before they got knocked out, he had the assist.
You can't pick a moment. His all-round game has just been. It
was when he fractured his face, I think, is when his mojo went out the window.
Yeah, but even when he lost his anger, and he threw the mask down in the game, you could see it. The frustration's already in him already. He knows he's not playing up to his usual standard. And the problem is with Heung-min Son, is that we're used to having him up at that higher level. Same with Kulusevski. We need him to be at that top level every game, because there's so many players in our squad who are not that level, and he papers over the cracks for them. So we need him to be at that high level.
Doesn't the question start becoming? Everyone says a blip, don't they? They say form and a blip, and form is temporary, class is permanent. But it's now getting to the stage where we're 24, 25 league games in, 7 or 8 Champions League games in, all the games in the World Cup. This is now starting to not look like a blip. This is now starting to look like form. This is what he is. And I know there's certain
I don't think
fans
it's form,
in his fan base that love him more than life itself, and I get it, and it's cool. But unfortunately, they're desperate to bring out stats to show that he's not been as bad as he has. But when you don't need stats, you watch him, something's not right. And I'm not going to put it down to just Perisic is at the club now, because he's played when Perisic hasn't played.
Tactics as well.
Yeah, tactics.
And I just feel like his first touch has nothing to do with Perisic. His lack of speed has nothing to do with Perisic. Sonny's not as fast as he was last year. That's just the bottom line. When I seen him try and get around one of the Sheffield defenders, usually Sonny's gonna bomb him and pass him. And this game, he's lost maybe not a full step, but he's lost a half a step for sure. For sure he has. It just comes with it, and that's not tactics. That's just.
I disagree, some people's bodies. If you look at last year, versus this year, if you have someone on the left being far out wide on the left, running into that space, if you get the ball, your first touch, and you're thinking, okay, I don't have space to my left now, which is naturally where he likes to go, and now he's got to go central. Well, he doesn't have room central because there's Harry Kane. To me, he's running out of space to do what he does well, and that's not his fault. That's just the style we're playing.
Sonny's always been the type of guy to pick the ball up wherever he's at and take a defender on, which is something that he's not doing this season.
Yeah, he won a Puskas Award taking on an entire defense.
Exactly right, and I know that was only last year, or correct me if I'm wrong. Last year or the year before, but he's not doing that shit this year. And this is stuff that we expect him to be doing, but it's just something, it's that has nothing to do with tactics. He's an exhausted player right now. I can guarantee you he is exhausted. He is exhausted. We went to South Korea, right? And he was like the biggest spokesman. He has so many endorsements that he's doing. His mind is always just working. He just put out another catalog with Calvin Klein. The other one a couple months ago was a different catalog.
Everyone's tripping about the man is just doing it's one photo shoot that he does that they release in periods. So everyone's saying he's out taking photos and doing another photo shoot shoot. They don't know how that shit
even
works.
if he was,
You don't
that's
shoot
okay.
an entire movie. It just
I don't care. I don't care about any of that stuff.
No, that's not my business. That's not my business.
You're right, but it's just an accumulation of him, doing stuff outside of the pitch. Where then it does take time away from his training.
Do
It does
another
take
photo
time.
shoot. That was from one photo shoot that he did before the season started,
and that's fine.
So it's not doing stuff outside of the pitch. That was an Instagram post.
I mean,
for
tomatoes, tomatoes.
I don't care about.
No, that is what it is. It's not tomatoes, tomatoes.
These guys can do what they want outside of the pitch, and that's all cool. For me, I think the worrying
But he wasn't
thing is,
doing something outside of the pitch. This was already done.
Hang on, Jacob. Hang on. Let me listen. At the end of the day, I don't care. As I said, I don't care that he's taken photo. That's not my concern. I don't care what any footballer does that isn't on the pitch. I don't care. I really don't care. My problem is this. I don't care about stats. I don't care how anyone can break this down. Like, if you actually look, he scored 7 or 10 or. I just watch him and something is not right. It's the intensity. It's the touch.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think this could be the result of him not wanting to play this style of football, but playing it anyway? And we're seeing.
Listen, quite possibly, because
if your heart's not in it, it's hard. I mean, it's clearly you can see that, and I think that I agree with you, Savva, as what someone might say a Sun fanboy, which I don't care. You can call me that. I have pictures of this man shirtless on my computer. Check the hard drive. But sorry, I digress from.
That's all right,
I'm just saying that if I can observe that as one of his biggest fans, one of the bigger fans, I can even see it that he's not playing the same way. So then I got to say, what are the differences that I see? And to me, that's where he's playing, who he's playing next to, and what he's being asked to do. And playing defensively, if you're a forward-thinking player, and naturally, if you're doing something you don't want to do, it's going to show, in my opinion.
The thing is, I do feel like there's a lot of excuses for him, if I'm being honest, Jacob, because there's been a number of times where he's through on goal and he doesn't look the same player. Even just receiving the ball lately, it looks like his first touch takes him into bodies. Mm-hmm. It looks like when he runs.
What about his first touch on the goal that he just scored?
Hang on, what?
It was the first touch whenever it was the long ball, I believe, from Harry Kane or Højbjerg, and he corralled it.
Yeah, but Jacob, do you know what I've noticed you're really good at doing? You pick a few moments throughout this season. Right? I'm talking about
that was recently. But that was recently. I was just pulling something recently.
Top players like that should be doing that every time they get the ball. My problem with him is even when he runs with it at the moment, it's like he's head down running and he just runs into traffic. It doesn't feel like he's, I don't know. And if it is the tactics, then you've got to look at your man Conte.
You're saying, why is he here? And you're not the manager for the job. If you're not getting the best out of your best player last season, then maybe you're not the right manager for the job. That's what it says to me.
Well, the thing is, Phil, I'd look at it like this. This is where the whole situation doesn't make any sense to me at Tottenham or with Son or with Conte. And I'll break down what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, for the second half of the season, not every game. I think people go over the top and say every game, but there were a lot of games where we were devastating on the counter-attack. Mm-hmm. A lot of games where we're flying forward with Son, Kane and Kulusevski on the counter.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, okay, that was a good move. Don't get me wrong, I don't like that football myself. I'm honest with that, Phil, but it was effective.
Yeah, like the Villa game.
Right? And Son was one of the beneficiaries, the main beneficiary off of that, and Kane also. Mm-hmm. This year, it feels like he's taken that away from Son, stopped doing the fast counter-attacking, and Kane looks like he's suffering all round from it as well. Yes, he's scoring a few goals, but his game doesn't look as great as it is. Son's doesn't, and Spurs doesn't. What happened in the summer? Why? Everyone said, give this guy a summer and he'll teach them all how to play Conte ball and they'll be fitter and they'll be... But it's gone the other way. We look worse. What happened in the summer?
All right. Conte is stubborn. Don't get me wrong, and I've always said that he's stubborn. He's a stubborn manager. He's set in his ways, and this is how he plays. But I said it, and this is one of the reasons why I didn't want him at Spurs, because I knew this would happen. Is if he doesn't get his own way, he can throw like a temper tantrum, and he can be like, you know what, screw it, I just don't give a shit, and I want to leave. And he'll just play whatever he can to just try and emphasize his point. Now, it's obvious that he didn't get what he wanted in the summer. It's obvious. Like we said, he didn't get the central defenders. He didn't get the creative. He didn't get the. People say creative midfielder. I say more of a Mazzella, which is which is like the Pogba kind of person that can do the central midfield role, but gets forward, and supplies the attack. He never got that, which is one thing that he needs. Right, and then you didn't get the everything else. He got to a standard. With Richarlison, people say he wanted him. That's debatable. Basuma plays better in a 3, so if he played 3-5-2, he'd be playing better, which is the system that he played at Inter. He'd been better.
Yep.
Who else do we get in the back line there? Perisic is past his best. He's at least 2 seasons past his best. He's not going to be able to do not play week in, week out. And Sessegnon, if he runs, he's going to break down. Sorry to say it. If I know there's Sessegnon fans out there, if he runs, he will break down because his injuries are in the back of his head.
Have you got the YouTube show on in the background?
Yeah, I do. I turned it down though.
No, I can hear. I don't know about anyone else. I can just hear everything you're saying echoed.
Okay, give me a sec.
May I? Oh wait.
Oh. There we go.
Yeah, is that better? I can still hear it, but it's quieter. I can still hear it, but it's quieter. That's okay.
I more heard it when he was speaking.
Yeah, can you speak for us, Phil?
Yeah. Did you hear me now?
Yeah, but I can still hear the YouTube channel in the background. Every time
that's not my one. I don't know where it's coming from. Give me a second. Let me see if that's somewhere else.
I pulled up some quotes, Savva.
Go on.
So at the end of February, Heung-min Son spoke about his recent form, and he agrees with everything. And he actually disagrees with what I said. Maybe it was a facial injury. He says he's not blaming the facial injury. He's just really frustrated. And then he also says he agrees with the fans and their concerns over his form and their frustrations. He agrees with them. To me, this is a person taking accountability for his mistakes and for his bad form. I just don't understand how our fans could turn on him so easily. I've always had faith that he's going to come good. I still think he's going to come good. Whether that's as a sub, whether that's starting, it remains to be seen. I'm not opposed to any of it.
Can I ask you what that means? I keep hearing people say this. Why is it if people point out that Son has been poor, and why is that people turning on him?
I'm more meaning the stuff that I see on Twitter, because I see a lot of really racist shit. Like there was something circulating that people were posting where it was like this man of Asian descent. He was getting kicked in the face, and they said this is what they need to do to Son or some shit. And then you have other people like, yeah, fuck Son. And then you get the whole hate towards the Korea fans and the fans who are there with Korea flags and there because Son made them love Tottenham and stuff. And to me, it's just, he's very easily scapegoated. And there's other areas that I think I would point to first before I point to him being the problem.
I think, listen, I agree. That's all wrong. I don't care about his nationality. I don't care about any of that stuff. For me, I'm a football fan. All I care about is what happens on the pitch, right? I don't care if you're pink, blue, white, black, green. I don't care if you're a Smurf. I don't care, right? Look, for me, the key thing is this.
Smurf's kind of small, though, right? You want to start playing defense.
I truly believe that. I'm not saying you, but I truly believe we've got to the point, though, where certain people feel to be above criticism. And football is ever evolving. And what we can't do is just say, because Heung-min Son was brilliant last year, that he just gets a free pass, keeps playing, and everything's fine. Because I'm not saying you said that, but there are so many people in this fan base that if I say, look, I think he's been poor, right? If I say he's been poor, his touch looks bad.
They jump down your throat.
People take it so personally, as though I've said he's the worst player I've ever seen. I would do this to any player because you know what? I am not a fan of a player. I am a Tottenham Hotspur fan. And I'm not saying anyone here, but there are some people where it feels like they attach themselves to a player and then everything is about them. Everything is about that one player. And if you say anything, it doesn't, they can't drop their guard. So if you go, oh, so-and-so had a bad game, they go, no, he didn't. And you're like, well, he did. He didn't play well, but people don't want to admit it. Now, the reason why Son is probably getting a lot of stick this year is because the drop-off has been so noticeable, i.e. Dyer, Davis, Sanchez, these players no one's expecting anything from, right?
But look at his response to it.
But when Son is put on a pedestal here and then his performances are down here, he's gonna take stick. Talking of stick, there's Barry. There he is.
Oh, talking a big stick.
The first thing I did was wake up and I thought, I know where I need to be. Jacob's tones, Leo's here. Kuva was the big surprise. But I turned on and I was like, oh my God, is Kuva okay, right? Because if he's not here, I'm worried about him.
He left about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay, cool. That's as long as he's not dead. I was like, shit, is Kuva dead? So,
I mean, unless he's died in the last 10 minutes, I think we're all good. I think we're okay. I think we're good. I hate how sprightly you look. It's annoying me.
I
love it. I love a sprightly Barry.
If it was any consolation, I don't feel sprightly. So yeah, and I've got to go up. You got me for about an hour or so. Then I need to get ready to go to Wolves, but I don't want to go now. I'll stay in bed.
Poor thing.
You know, when you wake up, you wake up, you're like, oh, I can't be bothered. And just like turn over and just go back to sleep. That's kind of how I want to be.
I'll save that for the Wolves game, mate. I'll fall asleep in that game. I guarantee you. First half, I'll fall asleep.
Yeah. So
what time is the game at for you guys?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. Okay.
You know what I really like, Leo? I really like when I've been on a stream for 18 and a half hours. I was up 6 hours before that, and then someone comes onto the stream that's just got out of bed and says, oh, you know when you could just turn over and go to sleep? Yeah. I know exactly how that feels, Barry. I mean, should we look forward to the Wolves game? Let's look forward to the Wolves game.
I've got a few reasons to look forward to that.
I have no idea what Tottenham Hotspur to expect today. If I'm honest, I don't know. Wolves are a good team, technically very good. I think they'll have a lot of the ball. They don't score a lot of goals. I don't know. I just don't know. A draw? I don't know. What are you guys all thinking?
I like their coach, John Lopetegui. I think he's a great. I know that's not how you say his name, but I'm not going to worry about that.
No, it should be like that. Say that.
Lopetegui. I think I met this man. I met him when he was in Dallas. Him and Sevilla were in Dallas for a preseason friendly versus FC Dallas, the team I worked for. So I actually met Lopetegui. He's a very nice guy. So I like the coach. I think he's a good coach. The scoring thing, I think it's going to happen for them. They got Raul Jimenez. He's a natural big, strong man in the box, kind of like a Mexican Harry Kane. So I like what they got. Let me just divert our attention over to what's going to be coming down the right-hand side. If this man Adama Traore starts, there's going to be all kinds of danger. It doesn't matter if you play Perisic versus Adama Traore, he's going to get turned around. His boot's going to fall off. You put Ben Davies out there. We've seen what he does to Ben Davies. You're going to need Ben Davies. You're going to need Højbjerg. You're going to need 3 men to stop Adama Traore. So what is that going to do? It's going to open the midfield up for Ruben Neves, the maestro there they have. And I think he's going to find their left winger. I can't remember his name, but he's actually been kind of decently.
Podence?
The other guy, Podence was starting, but when Lopetegui took over, they put another dude out there.
No, Cunha.
Yeah, that's who Cunha. I think that's who it is. No, Cunha's more of a cam, isn't he? I'm not
I have a
sure.
question though, Jacob. Who are you going for?
Forward.
I'm just trying to give you my analysis as someone who I do watch Wolves on the side because I have a little bit of a keen interest in just one of their players. But if he doesn't play, I don't really watch their matches. But when he plays, you know who, Savva. Come on. Oh, yeah.
Who?
Adama Traore, the one and only man who can play all 11 positions on the pitch. He can
but can't score one goal.
I can't
he scored a banger, a volley, might I add.
He's got no end project, Jacob. Come on.
I love me some Adama. What'd you say, Savva?
Tell me you're joking, Jacob.
I love Adama Traore, bro. Because here's the thing. It comes from a place of personal interest rather than like... The best way I can put it is to see a man of his stature running that fast with the ball. To me, it is a sight to behold. Personally,
as nothing with it.
Right.
No.
But here's my argument that I've always had with him. If you pair him with the likes of Kane and Son, I guarantee the attention that he requires just to stop him running down the right-hand side would naturally open everything up for everyone else in the front. That's why I would love him so much for our team. I think his pace, I do love the baby oil. I love the large arms. To see a man that big just running through.
Have I been awake too long that I'm making up what I'm hearing, or what's going on?
No, I've wanted Adama Traore for years.
This is Jacob's love for Adama Traore.
I've wanted Adama Traore. Every time we play Wolves, it's finally my time to open up the basket that I have of Adama Traore love and admiration. And I just think if he was in Lily White, we would be doing some damage. Plus, as a fellow big man, to see him moving like that, to see a big man move like that, oh man, come on! That's
you sure it's not the baby oil? You sure it's not that, mate?
Right.
He's very shiny.
Adama Traore.
He's a beast, man. He's a beast.
Right.
He's eighth wonder of the world, man.
7, 6, 7, 6,
he doesn't even lift weights.
8. Right. In Adama Traore's last 127 games.
Don't hit me with this. I know what you're gonna say. Like what? 2 goals, 3 assists, some shit like that.
It's not much better. Yeah, he's got like 10 goals in his last 127 games. Now, I'm not a mathematician, but that means that every 13 games, roughly, he can score a goal. That means a lot of the time, and his assists.
How many does Kulu have this year?
Huh?
How many does Brian Hill have?
What has Brian Hill got to do with anything?
Because at the time when we were looking at him, we instead spent 20-some million on Brian Hill and gave them Lamella instead of signing Adama Traore.
Yeah, I wouldn't use Tottenham as a reference for that, mate. I'm sorry. I wouldn't wouldn't. Their scouting network, we all know it's poor already, so I wouldn't use that as a reference point, mate. I really wouldn't go down that path if I was you.
Yeah, I wouldn't use. Listen, for me, Adama Traore, if he ever signed for this football club, I would stop supporting because that again is a typical signing that doesn't fit into anything that we do. He's got no end. Oh God, no! I was so pleased we didn't get him. I was so pleased. I thought you were going to say one of their, like when you said they've secretly got a player. I thought you were going to go for someone brilliant like Ruben Neves.
I already big upped him. Yeah, I like Ruben Neves.
Nunes, do you know what I mean? And then you come up with Adama Traore.
Yeah, he's a sight to behold. Watch, he's gonna tear. If we fucking start Perisic, he's gonna tear him up. They also have a great right wing back or left wing back, Ait Noure. I think he's coming good. He's a kid. He's really struggled the past 2 years in the Premier League, but this year he seemed to get it together. They've got good players. Aside from who I believe is their best player in Adama Traore. If he starts, I'm just saying that left side's getting torn the fuck apart. All they need is an average winger, which he is, and he's going to tear up the left side of our pitch. And y'all just watch. I've already called it. He's going to contribute to at least 1 goal tomorrow. Calling it. If he starts, book it.
I don't doubt that he's
I
capable
wish
of
I kept
moments.
track of hockey assists because he probably lead the world in hockey assists.
What does that mean?
It's like he hits it to a dude who hits it to a dude who scores.
Oh God! Oh, don't
The
start
assist,
giving
the
me all that.
assist.
That's the one.
Don't start giving me all these pointless stats that mean absolutely nothing. I'm too tired for that. I mean, look, Wolves are. I mean, Leo, what do you make of Wolves? I mean, should we be going there and winning, or is this going to be our fourth away defeat on the spin?
Yeah, the only thing I could really say about this game coming up is we better win, considering the lineup we put in last game against Sheffield, so that we could prioritize this game here,
Right.
and for us to go and play this game here and just get beat. Now I'm gonna be really upset, and I'm gonna feel like we prioritized wrong. I know Wolves haven't beat us at the Molineux, I think maybe since either 14 or 2007. I know that's a big gap, but I just heard today that it was, I want to say 2007, but still they haven't beat us at their place in a very long time. And if Adama Traore plays, I just hope that the groundskeeper has fun after the game, picking up his damn snail trail from all the baby oil just sliding off of him. Yeah, I mean, I in the past, this is kind of, we have had problems with them. They have come to the lane and beaten us, or even taken a point. But I think just after the way we played midweek, this is the type of game that we do need to just literally go out there all guns blazing and put 3 goals up before the halftime, the half's over, and just to kind of, I mean, they kind of owe it to us to go out there and fucking put it all out on the pitch for us, especially after that performance. And the Wolves they're not a bad team, they're not a good team either, but I mean, it's a good game. I think we'll be able to do them, regardless of who starts for them. So I'm looking forward to the game.
Could you pull up? I'm sorry, Savva. Could you pull up 11:45? Kumar, Vibhav Kumar says, "LOL. I've seen this guy on Will's show. That's why he's defending Son with his life. He's been shite. End of discussion. Simply don't lie to yourselves." I mean, I feel like that's a very closed-minded attitude, and that's just first off of reading that, my first thought. And then my second thought would be, just because I've been on some other dude's show who also defends Son doesn't mean that would be why I defend Son. I am a human who has my own thoughts and my own feelings about Son and my own opinions, and they're not based upon someone's show whom I have spent time on before. So just, I don't know, maybe try better with your comments. Maybe find a better reason why I'm defending him. Like, I enjoy his style of play. I admire that he got Golden Boot last season. I think the tactics don't suit what he's good at. That's just me personally. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'll be the first one to admit too that when it comes to Son, take what I say with a grain of salt, because I'm probably biased if you're taking my opinion for anything. I mean, I'm just telling you my opinion up here. That's all I can really do. I
mean, Phil, Wolves haven't won for the last 3 Premier League games. They've lost to Bournemouth at Wolves. They've lost. They drew away at Fulham, and they just lost 2-0 at Liverpool. I can't help it. Don't tell me off, Phil. All I can think of is Dr. Tottenham.
I know. Savva, you wouldn't be human if you didn't think Dr. Tottenham. But I'm going to surprise you guys now. I'm going to really surprise you guys. Tottenham will win today. Yeah. They will win. Because you know why they'll win? Like you said, Wednesday night, they put out a shoddy performance. That's Dr. Tottenham's return after we heard about beating toothless Chelsea and we beat poor West Ham. We'll win today. And then Wednesday, we won't score against AC Milan, and they'll beat us. They'll go through in the Champions League, and then it'll be all of it will be top 4. But what people are going to forget is when Conte joined this club, he said, "I didn't come here for top 4. You've been there 18 months here. You signed an 18-month contract. You didn't come here for top 4, but you are basically here for top 4."
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, as I said, I'm finding it more and more difficult as the years go by with this kind of Spursy up and down behaviour to predict a score. I mean, look, I think we've definitely got more firepower than them, but at the same time, Kulu and Son are not on fire. Wolves don't tend to score a lot of goals, but you know we've helped teams before that are in that predicament. I think they'll probably have more of the ball than us, but I don't know if have they got enough to hurt us? That's the question I would ask. That was
Savva, you got to forget the first game. The first game we played against them, yeah, right? We invited them on. First half, yeah, they had so many good chances. Even when they had their is it Mendes, who played in his first game when he played at Wahat Lane, he had chances to score. They had a header that was close to being going in, and Davinson Sanchez made a screw up in the defence. I remember the game very well. We invited Wolves on. We were lucky to go in 0-0, and in the second half, yeah, we took advantage of it. And I could see the same game plan happening today again. This is how we're going to play, because we play the same way every game. We don't change, so every game is the same. This is why I say it's like watching Tottenham. It's like watching paint dry. It is boring. After I fall asleep, I just listen to Henry Wright and just say, you know what, I just can't bother to watch the team. I don't want to subject myself to the pain anymore. So I'm just going to watch somebody else talk about the team because I just don't want to see it anymore. It's just boring, man. It hurts. But there you go.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, look, give me some scores then. Okay, so Phil, give me a score. You think we're going to win?
Well, I see we beat them 1-0. Was it 1-0 we beat them early in the season? I think we could beat them 1-0 again today.
Yeah, the game where Wolves absolutely battered us, and somehow they were so toothless in the final third that they just couldn't. Yeah, that was that game.
Mm-hmm.
And guess who saved us that day?
Harry Kane?
Yep.
Oh, there's a shock, isn't it? There's a shock. Yeah, I mean, look, that game, I remember the first half, they were excellent. But I tell you what, I think what Spurs have really profited from this year is there not being many goal scorers in the country. You know, so many times we seem to be second best in most games, but teams don't have goal scorers. And I think that's why at the beginning of the season, I thought we would finish fourth, because we have goal scorers. That is one thing that we've got. We don't have great defenders or great midfielders, but we will score goals. Nick, what do you think? Can you see us winning there today? Is it just another Spursy performance where we're not sure what we're going to get?
Yeah, no, I think I think I don't know what we're going to get. You know me, I'm probably the most positive person there is, but it's like Forrest Gump sat on the bench offering the chocolates, going, you know, you don't know what you're going to get, right?
Yeah,
that's what Tottenham Hotspur is at the moment, and we've spoken about many times. We could lose today and smash Milan, and then lose to Forest, or win today. Do what you just don't know, because you don't know the mentality. I mean, obviously, if you didn't know, Alex will tell you you need to get to know. So, you know,
sure.
But I'm guessing that Emerson Royale's going to be back. Skip's going to be back. Longlay's probably going to play instead of Davis. Or maybe he'll play and Davis go on the left-hand side. I don't know.
I was going to say, would you move Davis to the left-hand side, or would you keep Perisic there?
No, Perisic cannot. I mean, everyone gave hate to Emerson Royale about the way he played. Christ, man, Perisic gets a few assists and that's it. He is. I don't know why I keep going. He's bang average, bruv. Bang average.
Bang average, bruv.
But look,
sounds like you've been listening to a lot of Alex.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I went. The thing is, I went to bed listening to Alex. That was the thing, because I was trying to. He came on, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm so torn. I need to get a few hours sleep." But Alex is here just to listen. I'm sure he came out with some absolute toilet, obviously, as well as entertaining people. But
I love Alex.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to get today. We need a win, and obviously I'm going. So I don't know. And Laura's going, but when Laura goes, Spurs never win. So,
well, there's the
Bro,
kiss
try
of
to
death.
get Adama's kit from him.
I'll tell you what we do need. We do need. Look, we've got 5 hours left of the 24 hours, so we need to get back into the swing of getting some donations through the door. It's early morning. It's 7 a.m. here in the UK. People are up. People are awake. Please smash the like button. Please subscribe. But please get some donations in. Let's have one last push for this last 5 hours. And if you want to do that via a super chat or the link I've just put in, please do. We started on fire for the first 8 hours, slowed down a lot in the second 8, and now we've kind of grind to a halt. So if anyone can help out, that would be great. So far across YouTube and Just Giving, we've raised just a little under £1,750. So if we could get that to a minimum of 2,000, that would be absolutely brilliant. Guys, yeah, look, we move from Wolves to AC Milan at home. Is this going to be a roller coaster week for Spurs, guys, where we're going to win one of them, lose one of them, or are we going to bounce back with 2 wins and then beat Forest and all of a sudden everything's rosy in the garden again? What are we looking at the next sort of 10 days?
Conte coming back.
Well, Conte's back for us, yeah, but let's just say Ibrahimovic is back as well for AC Milan, mate. and a few of their other players that were injured from the first game are also coming back for this game as well. Because I've been watching AC Milan.
Are they back? Because I know they had 6 or 7. They had a lot of injuries for the first leg, didn't they?
Yeah.
Players like Ibrahimovic, I think Tomori, Benessa. They had a lot of players missing. Are they all back?
Not all of them, but I know Ibrahimovic is back. Definitely, I know he's back. And
no, I said last night, didn't I? I think it was last night. Yeah, it must have been last night. I'm getting all deluded like you, Savva. AC Milan have never won in England.
I know, but Dr. Tottenham and in the Brexit.
And there's people like last night. I got a ticket for Iggy and his boy, and his boy went to bed crying the other night, and I just said, "Why are you doing it to him, Iggy? It's like making your son support Tottenham's like child abuse." One of them supports Spurs and AC Milan. The other one's Liverpool and AC Milan. So which one got the better deal? It's certainly not the Spurs one, is
it? Oh, God. Well, so that means that the one that supports Liverpool and AC Milan last year had an Italian title, 2 English Cups, and nearly a quadruple.
Yeah.
Wow. And the Spurs fan...
The Spurs fan just got bantered every week at school.
Yeah, well, listen, we've all got used to it over the years. It toughens us up, doesn't it? It toughens us up. It's all very, very, very funny. So look, if I'm going to say to you guys now, so we've got Wolves followed by Wolves away, Milan at home, Forest at home, I believe is the next 3.
Yeah.
On paper, and we all know football is not played on paper, if we've got aspirations, that should be 3 straight wins. Are we finally gonna? I feel like we keep doing 2 wins and then a defeat and then a defeat and then a win. And are we finally going to get to the stage where we get 3 wins in a row and we can really kick on? Anyone believe that?
No.
Yeah, fuck it. Why not? I don't care anymore. It doesn't matter. Just do it. We're going to win. We're going to win all 3.
Yeah, just say it. Yeah. If you say it enough, it's going to happen, right? Yeah.
You're willing to exist.
I mean, Phil, you said we'd win today v Wolves. So which one are we slipping up at home then? If you don't think we're going to win all 3,
I think we'll either lose to AC Milan or we'll draw with AC Milan. I don't see us beating AC Milan. I just don't see us beating AC Milan. I don't think. The problem with Spurs, yeah, like you say, is our dependency upon Harry Kane. And if they can man mark Harry Kane out of the game, if they put like Pierre on Harry Kane and they block him out of the game, we're not going to do anything. I'm sorry to say it. We're just not going to do anything. Because everything that is Tottenham Hotspur at the moment is Harry Kane.
Yeah, your computer's doing that thing again. Just so you know, I don't know if anyone else heard it.
Yeah.
Like it's popping up.
Just quickly, let's look at some super chats. We've got HR back. He's still here. Thank you. Being a huge supporter today. Thank you so much. Leo, again, thank you. Too kind, too generous. Thank you very much. So big up to everyone. Great cause. Let's make it happen. Yes, people, please. You've got the link. You've got access to YouTube super chats. Let's make something happen. Max says big up to you. And here's one from Jacob. Thank you very much, mate. Very kind, saying in honor of Sonny and Adama, and he shouted that at everyone. So it must mean a lot. Bryce is back. Everyone's had a nap and come back. I'm so jealous.
Piss off, Bryce.
Yeah, I think this is the thing, Bryce, isn't it? It's not trusting Tottenham. Do you know what I mean? Even I think what I've noticed as well, guys, is a lot of the most positive Spurs fans I know, even this last sort of few months, have started to go, oh, I'm not sure. Whereas before they'd have been like, yeah, we'll win that. And that's what being a Tottenham fan does to us. Talking of Tottenham fans, Phil P has said, both my kids and all 4 of my brother's kids are Spurs. I feel sorry for all of those kids. That's all I can say. I'm sure they're all lovely, and I'm sure they're all going to be very successful in life, but just not with the football team that they support. It's cruel. And if I have a kid, it's supporting whoever's winning league titles at that time. I'll be honest, I don't know who it'll be.
I'm guilty of that. My nephew, his dad supported West Ham, and his dad bought him the bear, Upton the Bear, and everything else. And he actually followed me and supported Tottenham Hotspur. So you know what I mean. I'm bad at doing that the same. So I subjected my poor nephew to support his Spurs.
Yeah, cruelty. I mean, your namesake Phil P back again. I said, big up Phil President and all the Phil Spurs army. There are so many Phils in this community. It is, I mean, fill your boots with which one you like and don't.
I was going to ask, how does that make you feel? I was just going to ask, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, I heard that, Jacob.
So he gets a lot for that, but when I said fill your boots, I didn't get anything.
I heard that one. Yeah, but I heard you the other day, Savva, as well. That one was a bit low. Come on. Maybe we might. How do you say now? Maybe we might win the FA Cup here. Maybe we won't. Yeah, I heard that one, right?
Just quickly. Who's? Why have I got an email? Oh, there we go. Somebody has just donated into the Just Giving page. Let's see who it was. See if it's going to let me know yet. Aaron Dubb has gone into the chat.
Oh, big up.
Just Giving. Thank you so much, Aaron. Deo has as well. Kyberson, Anonymous, Ron Viniak, Pete Ross, Sonny Chelsea, Andy Fenney, Custom Spoons, Anonymous. Lots of Anonymous. Lots of people with the same name. Anonymous. Where are we? There's another super chat here. This is it. This is what we need. We need a boost, don't we? A bit of positivity. Pete, big up to you, my man. I hope you are well. Has said we'll beat Wolves because they can't score and lose or draw against Milan. I'm on the way to work. Fair play, lads, and quality effort. Savva on the 24 hours. Listen, Kuva's got to take a lot of credit. Did 18 and a half, and I don't know how long you lads have been in now, Jacob and Leo. What have you done? 4 hours?
I did an hour and a half, or almost 2 hours earlier today, and then today my second stint was 3 hours. I joined right when this new one started.
Yeah.
So I've been here 4.5 hours.
Wow. Well, Phil, another Phil. This is there's so many Phils. Phil has said, just finished the night shift and you're still going. Big up to all of those who've been on the stream. Spurs 2-0 win today, came with a brace, and 3 wins on the bounce in the league. Let's go. I love that positive side of it. I'm looking at it, just don't lose a fourth away game in a row. He's looking at 3 wins in a row. That's Spurs for you. And Phil P has said, we are playing the long game. The kids will outlive the Levy smoking Joe era. I mean, that is really the long game, isn't it? Yeah. Guys, what do we expect to see team-wise today? Are we going to go back to the team that beat Chelsea and West Ham, or are we going to see Heung-min Son come in for Richarlison? Other than that, unchanged.
I'll start. Heung-min Daddy will definitely start over Richarlison. I think that shot at the top of the box was enough for me, at least, to say that I think hopefully the coach. I mean, he did that poor shot, and then they subbed his ass off right after. So I really got to hope that that will help my prediction be correct, because I think Son will come in, and I predict Son to get a goal tomorrow. I fucking predict it every week, honestly, but this one is going to hit gold. So
yeah, I mean, Leo, are you expecting to see Son come in for Richarlison and maybe Davis back out left for Perisic, or back to what won the game against Chelsea?
I would really be entertained by watching Davies come play on the left wing back again. I think it's been going good, so why try to adjust that? It seems to him it seems like a more natural substitute position, right? Instead of playing the left center back, he played left back for Swansea when we got him from Swansea, right? And then now you just push him up a little higher as a left wing back, and he's taken to it really good. So I would definitely be entertained watching that again. And I would keep Sonny on the bench just for the fact that we have a game against Milan midweek, and knowing how it's been lately, they don't want to put on the same team twice in a week, which I mean that's understandable. But I would definitely like to see a strong team played out there, very similar to the team that did beat Chelsea. Again, like I said, why change it if it's been working for us? This could probably be 3 on the bounce Premier League games, and that's a good way to keep the momentum going, right? We'll have to put this defeat to Sheffield behind us, and what better way of doing that than by fielding a strong team, which we obviously didn't field a couple of days ago. So let's field this strong team today and see what it gets us. I mean, I think we're going to win, even if we do put out a somewhat, not B team, but a somewhat integrated with, substitute team. We should still win, and I think we will. I just feel like, me personally, I want to see the team that played against Chelsea.
Phil?
I'm going to surprise you guys again, yeah. Today, I think Richarlison's going to score.
I mean, that would surprise me.
Is that just because I said Son was going to score?
No. Because of all the heat he's had this week, right? It would be Spursy if the man who's been at the centre of it, he's played as a number 9, he hasn't scored. He's played as on the left-hand side, he hasn't scored. He's played on the right-hand side, he hasn't scored. It would be Spursy, yeah, if he scores today, just to shut them up.
He's due a goal too, Phil. He's due a goal.
Yeah. I know, he's only scored 2 goals this season, and Vinicius has scored more goals than him. That's a fact. But I just have a feeling inside of me that says he will score a goal today, just to shut people up. Because that is the Spurs he has. It is.
Can I ask, would a goal from Richarlison shut people up?
No.
I mean, I feel like we're at the point where it's like, he needs to score. He needs to come out and bang in a hat trick, just for me to go, all right, I'll give you another chance. Like a goal, I think we're well past that, aren't we?
Yeah, I know, Savva, but then you have to remember that we hold the club up here, Savva. That's what we want the club to be. But a lot of people, yeah, as soon as you score a goal, yeah, they'll be like, yeah, look, he's back, like he done with Son. He's back. It'll be like that. That's how bad it will be.
Back? He's never been. He's not.
Yeah, I know.
Gone anywhere.
I know. But they will say, "Oh, look, Richarlison, look, 60 million pound player." Look.
Phil, you know what happens. We are piranhas, and if Richarlison scores a goal, that is a bloody little finger agitating the water. And guess what? Now we all come. Get some of that. Richarlison, yeah, he got a goal. He hit the little. I love him so much. You know, it's gonna happen. We saw it when Pablo Matasar put in a shift at the San Siro. Same thing with Skip with his banger of a goal. I wouldn't say a worldie. I think box office called it a worldie, but I'm not going to go so far to call it a worldie. But it was a banger.
Which goal was that?
The skip
against Chelsea.
The skip goal. The skippy skip.
Yeah, the keeper should have done a lot better, but hey, it went in. The thing
Shout
is,
out Koulibaly.
What I don't want to see, if I'm honest, I don't want to see if Richarlison scores. I don't want to see one of them celebrations, which is like a sure. Like I don't. Do you know what I mean? Score, pick up the ball.
He's hitting that pigeon dance. No, he's hitting the pigeon dance. You know he is.
I don't rate this guy in. I don't rate this guy at all. I'll be honest. Does anyone in here rate him? I'm so confused as to who signed off paying £60 million for this guy.
Yeah, that was a shocker.
I was actually really, really surprised by the price tag, and I didn't want him because I felt like every time I seen him play us at Everton, at least, I was very unimpressed with him. I thought he was one of those guys that's playing larger than his abilities. His attitude, his bravado kind of speaks more than his talent, and at least that's what my amateur analysis was initially of him, because I'd seen him about 4-6 times recently play us. I think it was maybe 8 times because of the Cup games. And I just thought, this guy, he doesn't scare me. I feel like he's like that kid that's acting tough, but he's not really that tough. And when we got him, I really thought that, some Johnny Walker.
He's asking if it was double black. This one's just normal black, not double. I do like double black. Yeah, I mean, look, I might have started this, I think, when you were on at the beginning, Barry, and said, you know, is Richarlison a 60 million problem? Because I don't see what we do with this guy. I don't see that if this continues between now and the end of May, when the season ends, what do we say that it's going to change next year if Kane's still here, when he's still not going to get a run of games as centre forward? And if not, what do we do? Sell him? How much do we get for him? Do we loan him out like the rest of our expensive flops? What, you know, I don't know what the plan is for this guy in the short or long term.
Well, I guess the plan was that he would come when he played, he would bang goals, and ultimately replace Kane.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you're right. I think it's another time where we've gone to sign a striker. We can't seem to sign a striker that whatever price tag they are, that will supplement the team and do, you know, not replace Kane but give him a rest. And that's the whole reason Kane's not getting a rest, is because Richarlison's not scoring, right? Otherwise, Kane would have potentially had a little bit more rest. But I think we're missing what we want to try and do. We don't have a plan. And go back to when we had, you know, Llorente. We needed someone like that really than a Richarlison, someone that could come on and offer something different up front. You know, someone that could head the ball down, and that's what we should have done. We all know that we needed centre backs or creative midfielders. That's more a priority. And I think if you hear the stories, Levy wanting to take advantage of Everton or whatever nonsense you want to read in the press, I just think it's just, again, we're not learning by making poor choices and poor decisions with these transfers. That's ultimately what we've done again. And I go back, I think it was not last season, the season before, when Levy wrote in his program notes about we've wasted money in the wrong areas, and we're still doing it. We're still making the same mistake, and the same people are still turning up at the scouting team or whatever are still taking their paycheck and going, you know, it's fine. No one's pulling me up on it.
Well, let's look at a few comments from the chat about Richarlison, because what I do love how we try and defend players. And listen, hats off to those people who have got far more tolerance than I have. Let's have a look. So Aditya has said his Brazil form shows he's actually a good striker when you give him service. I'm going to look at a few comments before we all answer these. And then Ben Spur has said he's not worth 60 million and he needs more goals, but he does work hard and he can score goals. He's shown it for Brazil. If you're going to compare him to Kane, of course, he's going to be a flop. Now, look, the way I would answer both those things are the goals he scored for Brazil, he scored against absolute nobodies, and he's playing for Brazil, right? He's playing for Brazil where he's got Neymar, Casemiro,
Vinny Jr.
Vinny Jr., Anthony, Paqueta, all servicing. He doesn't have that at Spurs. That's not how we play.
What, outside the boot
this comment here, I can't stand that he does work hard. I mean, that's the bare minimum I expect from any footballer. And if we're going to compare him to Kane, I'm not comparing this guy to Kane in any way. I'm comparing him to a striker who plays for my club that has scored in one game all season. What do you guys make of this? Because I constantly hear the Brazil, what he does for them, but is that a true reflection of his ability?
No, I just think he's had a hard time. I think he's just had a hard time, and this is not me trying to stick up for the guy. This is just an opinion of mine. I think he's had a hard time, trying to adjust to being played out of his not most, favorable position, which is going to be, I think, a number 9 and playing more central. And then the chances that he has gotten, he hasn't been able to really capitalize on those chances. And you could tell he's frustrated. Like, he doesn't want to come off when they substitute him off. He's bummed out every time, and how Jacob alluded to earlier, that last shot that he took that ended up, in the ball boy's hands, way in the corner. I don't know how you can be a professional footballer and hit the ball from right outside of the box and it goes all the way to the corner flag, but I think he's just been a frustrated baller. I think, the dreaded word patience, but for 60 million, it's kind of hard to say we need to have patience with this guy when he was brought in for a hefty price tag. You know what I mean? To be a backup player for 60 mil, that's a hefty price. And so I think if he had more game time, we could probably see him get into rhythm. And I'm talking about game time of him being a number 9, not being pushed out to the sides where he's, obviously he's been struggling for quite a while now. I think with him, I think we probably pulled the trigger too early with him to spend the 60 mil. I don't know if, scouting department or Levy or whoever finalized on this deal seen something that, we don't see, but to put that type of money out for him, because at Everton, he wasn't really a salty baller. He wasn't doing, sure, he helped them stay up and avoid relegation, but you expect that from your third goalkeeper all the way up into your main striker. You want your team to fight to stay up, you know what I mean? So the fact that he helped them stay up from relegation shouldn't have anything to do with why we need to have patience for him. I just feel like, if I'm being honest with you, I feel like it was just money that was just badly spent. Another one of our classic signings that was just money spent wrong.
This just sums it up. Richarlison completed a move to English Premier League club Watford in 2017, signing a 5-year contract for 11.2 million transfer fee. He made his debut for the club as a substitute in a 3-3 draw against Liverpool on the opening day of the 2017-18 season. In his next match against Bournemouth, he scored his first goal for the club in a 2-0 win. He was the only player in the Watford squad to play every match of the Premier League season and scored 5 goals over the whole season. He scored 5 goals in 38 games for Watford. Then Everton signed him for 35 million. And for Everton, he played 135 times and scored 43 goals. How is we then signing him for 60 million? This guy's done nothing. I've just seen the stats now. They're even worse than I thought they were.
But if everyone, all the props that he's getting from everyone is that he works hard and he presses. For me, I think we need to get out of that mentality as fans that is what we need. We need ability.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to buy someone that works hard and presses, good scouting can get you a really cheap young forward from somewhere across the globe who's happy to sit on the bench, comes on and works his arse off.
Mm-hmm.
For 60 million, I mean, I don't really care about price tags per se, but for 60 million that could have been spent on a centre half that we desperately needed, right? Or a playmaker, I need to see more than he works hard and he presses. Because for me, his touch, his control, his hold-up play, it all looks really, really weak. I don't know if I'm being massively harsh there.
Right, I'm going to take it further from you, actually. Sissoko, the limitless Sissoko, yeah, he was so limited as a football player. Worked hard. It's a remit of every football player to work hard. That's poor, man. If that is why you bought him, if that is why we bought him for £60 million, that is poor, man. I don't want to hear about that. And then you're telling me that the scouts have actually gone further this year since Paratici's come in. If that's the remit of the player, because he worked hard, mate, I expect every player to work hard. You're earning the big bucks, man. Everyone would love to be in that situation. They would work hard. That's poor, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, do you know what? At the beginning of the season, Jacob, I was very much of the opinion that, look, we haven't seen this guy play a lot. Sonny and Kulu aren't playing well. This guy's got to get some game time. I now think, from a personal point of view, I'm done with that particular experiment. I keep watching him and keep thinking he doesn't even get into good positions. I don't know. He doesn't get shots away unless they're hitting the corner flag. I'm just not sure. Yeah, but Jacob, listen. I know you need to drop out. So listen, dude.
No, I can answer that real quick.
Sure.
I'm with you, Savva. I think I'm done seeing the experiment. At this point, the only argument, I said this on United Spurs of America, this show that we did earlier with Michael. I said, I don't want to hear any more of Richarlison starting over Sonny because I've seen enough to say that he doesn't deserve to start over Sonny. The only person I'm hearing a conversation about is if you want to talk about Danjuma. If we're so done with Son starting and his role is coming off the bench, as a Son fanatic, I will accept that because if he's bagging his goals, because honestly, when he comes on as a sub, he gets to have a little bit more freedom and play higher up rather than playing so much back. And I think he'll be a little bit less reluctant to play defense. So I don't want to see Richarlison out there, but if you want to talk about Danjuma out there, why not? Why not? What are we going to lose if we lose this match? What are we going to gain if we win this match? To me, it doesn't fucking matter. I just don't want to hear any more of Richarlison over Son. If you want to talk about Danjuma over Son, let's see it, and then we'll make an opinion. But that's just where I stand.
Do you know what I would have done? I would have, the whole thing is he's not a left-sided forward like Son. He's not a right-sided forward like Kulu. For me, I think what is a shame that we haven't seen at any point is going to the two up top with him and Kane, Kulu in behind and allowing Kane to drop deeper, leaving Richarlison to be a forward. But we've not seen that. And unfortunately, as much as we say he's not a wide player, I haven't seen anything in his game that makes me think that he's good. I haven't seen, like where you are on the football pitch shouldn't affect your control of a football. Do you know what I mean? Like when people used to say about Emerson, like, oh, he's a right back, not a right wing back. All right, that doesn't mean you can't control a ball. It doesn't mean you suddenly forget how to pass a ball. But I've seen nothing from this guy, and this is going to look to be another very expensive flop at this football club. Him, Lo Celso, and you think him, Lo Celso, and Ndombele, that's 160 million right there. The 30 we paid for Ryan Sessegnon, that's 100 and
how much should we pay for Jack Clark?
Sorry, yeah, my maths was terrible there. That's 190. 42 million for Sanchez. That's 230 odd million.
How much was Jack Clark? 15.
Now chucking Redwell on at what 27, 30, whatever he was. I mean,
yeah,
this is some serious cash, isn't it, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Serious cash.
Mismanagement of the cash. 10 million Jack Clark.
And that, I'm sorry to say that, Jacob. Yeah, mismanagement of the cash here falls at the man who runs the ship. You run the ship here. You oversee everything. That's you. Now when things go wrong, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I'm going to say, right. Thank you for the stadium. Thank you for the brand. But mismanagement of funds falls to you. So you have to go, man. If that's been going on for so many years, you got to go, man.
I agree with you, Phil. I am going to jet off. It is beyond midnight. It is the next morning for me here in America. The kickoff, I have to get some sleep before kickoff. Savva, I don't know how you're going to do it, man, but big ups to you. Big ups to what you're doing here. And thank you again for having me on.
No worries, man. Thank you for spending so much time with us, and I'll catch you later, all right?
Yeah, I think I hit 5-hour mark. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. 5 hours.
Good man.
Yeah.
Good man.
All right. Take care, man.
I'm about to hit the 20-hour mark, but you
But I worked hard, Savva. I worked hard and I ran hard and I made a lot of faces.
I'll take your 5 hours and I'll give you 9 and just leave it there. Yeah? So. But it's not 20. It's not 20. It's not 20.
Hey, but come on, you Spurs. I'm giving you my score prediction real quick. I think it's going to be 2-1. Tottenham is going to win. Kane and Son on the score sheet, and Adama Traore is either going to score or get the assist. You heard it here.
You and Adama Traore.
Yeah, you didn't know. I'm going to have to tell you, you need to get to know. That has been. I've had a thing for Adama for a few years now. I've wanted him to come to Spurs. We all have our crutches, Savva. You know, some people consume nicotine. I consume Adama. And it's just the difference of opinions, you know.
Consume baby oil.
on that note, I will leave you all with that. I'm sure the chat will love it because the chat was going off when I was having my Adama time, and the chat kind of died a little bit whenever I stopped talking about Adama. So I felt like if I brought him up before I leave, I'll give you something. Everyone will say, you know. Anyway, Savva, big ups. You're doing great. Keep being strong. Hang in there, and Barry.
This is the easy bit now. This is the easy bit.
Yeah,
the sun, look, the
sun's
you can
out.
see it's light outside. Yeah. We've gone past the dark. It's light outside.
I remember my 20s staying up so late the sun comes up. That's
and we're good to go. Let's thank
Cheers,
Jacob.
everyone.
Thank you. I do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you, mate.
Take care. Nice to meet you, Phil. Nice to meat you, Phil.
And you too, Jacob, mate. Big up, mate.
Big up, everybody.
Again, sorry. Like Richarlison's finishing is crazy when you give him the ball. What evidence has anybody seen of this? Like, I don't understand. His goal output has been very, very basic for a forward. Like, his best season ever is 13 league goals, right? And I think 3 or 4 of them were penalties. So where do people get this type of? I mean, it's crazy. Crazy finishing is what I'm seeing from Erling Haaland. Those numbers are crazy. Don't listen to box office. Like, those numbers are crazy.
It's like, how do people come up with the final product, you know, with such a small sample size of goals? I just feel that there's no way that we could really rate him 100% if, you know, his goals are literally, you know, a sample size compared to the amount of appearances that he has.
Yeah, it's mad. It's mad. It truly, truly is. Anyway, moving on from Richarlison, have we got any more? Hang on, let's have a look. Here we go. Okay, so Barat must be an Arsenal fan. He said Jesus is 2 times the player Richarlison will ever be. Spurs fans gave us so much shit in the summer saying they won the window. I tell you, the funny thing was, I remember so many of us wanted Gabriel Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So many wanted Gabriel Jesus just because he can play right, can play left, and play through the middle. And so many were adamant that Richarlison is the one. So many. There used to be this guy in one of my WhatsApp groups, a Brazilian lad. I can't remember his name, to be honest. And he would just, Savva, you just don't like him because he's not English. You know, one of those fans where if they're not English, apparently I don't like them, when I don't really rate many English players, which is the irony of it. And he was adamant, us Brazilians, we know how good he is. He's amazing. And I'm like, but nothing has suggested that he's amazing. Like, I don't know, guys. I mean, would you have rather Jesus, guys? Did we make an error? Did we try for him? Would he have come to us?
Can I answer this one?
Feel like, go ahead, Phil.
Go on, Phil.
Right, okay. First and foremost, I said it over the summer. I said it over the winter. I'd rather Man City's reject than Everton's best player, because there are levels between the two of them. Now, I said, Richarlison is not prolific. He is not prolific as striker. I'd rather have Jesus. Jesus was the better option. £45 million, save £15 million on it. And he would have been able to fill in the position and let Harry Kane have a rest, which is what badly we need to do as a squad, because our squad is too thin. That's why all our players seem to play so many games at a time. And injuries are going to happen because you're playing game after game after game after game, the same team, game after game. Injuries are going to happen. It's part and parcel of the game. I'm surprised we haven't got more injuries, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I just don't get what we were doing. I don't get why we didn't go for that. And I know it's easy to say, like, he's injured now, but that doesn't necessarily mean Jesus would have been injured if we had got him. But it's like you say, Phil, it's levels. You've got one bloke that's used to winning trophies, being around top players, used to not starting every game. And then you've got Richarlison, the complete opposite. He's used to being in relegation battles, not used to being around winners. And obviously, which one did Spurs get? Do you know what I mean?
Well, Jesus, it elevates. When you see Arsenal, it elevated their squad, because now you've got a winner, a true winner who knows what it takes to win the Premier League. So now you've elevated their squad. Like I said about with Newcastle, and Bruno Guimaraes, you've got someone there, right, a focal point where the rest of the team around you now elevates its level to match his level. But at Tottenham, we don't have that. It's the adverse effect. So you've got Everton's best player, Brighton's best player. They're not Tottenham's level. So you're going down. Each time you're going down a level, because these guys have to rise up to where you are. That's not what I want, mate. It's the other way around that you need to do. You get better players to elevate your squad. That's what it's supposed to be. That's why Arsenal had a better window than Tottenham. That's why Man United had a better window than Tottenham, because they went and bought Casemiro, which elevated their squad to the next level. We didn't do that. We went, all right then. We'll get Everton's best player. You just had a relegation battle. We'll have Brighton's best player. You're a mid-table side. What do you expect is going to happen? It's not going to work.
Who would you rather have, guys? Ollie Watkins or Richarlison at the moment?
Watkins.
Yeah, same. Ollie Watkins.
And I don't rate him either, but that is how bad I think. Listen, as I said, for me, it's not about has he scored loads of goals. I can forgo that if you see something. If you look at the player and go, you know what, it's coming. Yeah, it's coming. But I don't know what he does. I really don't know what he does. It's the play acting. He throws himself on the floor at everything. He's always really aggy. I don't like him. Sorry, it's not for me. Not for me at all. I mean, Bryce has said here, if or when Kane leaves, I'd throw everything trying to get Ivan Toney. At least Levy might make some more coin knowing who's going to win or score and at what. On a serious note, I'd love Ivan Toney. I think that's a proper centre forward right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, now I think he's obviously the FA or someone's leaked that he's going to get banned for 6 months and he's going to completely throw everything out, right? So it's going to be it's probably going to be thrown out because Ivan Toney will be able to afford better lawyers than the FA, and they'll say, well, there was the case against him was already marked and this is what was going to happen, and everything else. So yeah, he'll probably get away with a little fine and maybe 4-match suspension or something like that, and then everything's fine again. But only 262 cases of betting that he kind of did. So it's fine, right? He's probably made that money that he's going to pay for his thing. But you're right, Savva. I think he's the type of striker. But then what have we got behind him? What have we got creating? We've got the same average defenders that are just all the same. Like we said, Bentancur, Skip, Højbjerg, Sarr, they're all the same mold. There's not someone that's coming in and doing something different. We haven't got we need someone like an Eriksen type that will create these things, and that's what we're really missing. We could have not signed Richarlison. We could have just gone and got Maddison or a James Ward-Prowse for similar money, and that would have made a complete massive difference. At least we have someone that could fucking take a free kick. The amount of players that hit that wall, I mean, they must never practice free kicks, never, because I reckon we've probably got more of a chance of getting it over the wall. No, I'm not having that Savva from Liam. I'm not having that Savva about this new Emerson hype. There's no new Emerson hype. Emerson has always been the boy in my eyes.
Emerson hype. Oh my God, yeah.
Brazil's number 2. Oh, come on.
So we've got Brazil's
4 games, and look at it, 4 games.
Yeah. But Phil, like I said earlier with Savva, at least he does some stupid shit and everything else, but at least he cares, man. At least he cares.
I know. I'm not going to bash him, mate. I'm not going to bash him.
Oh, he's got some clothes on.
And we've got Bob Spur.
Hey,
Spur. How are you?
All good, mate. Yeah, sorry about last night. You know what went on, but I've been watching you, man. Well done to everyone, really.
No, mainly me, but yeah, well done to the others as well. Yeah. Are you going to Wolverhampton Wanderers today, Bob?
No, mate. No. I've got work. I've got better things to do. Unfortunately. Yeah. I've got work.
You don't want to go and see Richarlison get his first Spurs hat trick at Molineux?
Hey, Richarlison's been shit, man. I like to call him Boo Boo. He's been.
He's Bob's boy. Be careful, he's Bob's boy, like Emerson's mine. So he
tweeted me, didn't he? He tweeted me.
Yeah, he retweeted Bob. Yeah.
So no, he's been shit. As much as I want him to do well, he has been. There's nothing there. I thought against Chelsea was probably his worst performance in a Spurs shirt, but I think he topped that in the last game. But the whole Ollie Watkins over Richarlison, it's all recency bias, isn't it? I mean, last season when he was saving Everton and Ollie Watkins couldn't even get in the Villa side, we all would have said Richarlison. But right now, when you got Ollie Watson scoring 5 games in a row for Villa, and Richarlison can't even fucking trap a ball, it's.
Bob, don't get me wrong. I don't want either of them.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's difficult, isn't it? It's the age-old conversation we've been having for probably 8-9 seasons now as to who are you bringing in that doesn't want to play regularly because Kane's going to play through the middle, and if not, do you buy a versatile player, but a truly versatile forward that can play across the front three, not Richarlison, who after we've bought him suddenly can only play through the middle. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that. He's been disappointing, man. I was expecting a lot more. I thought it was tenacity. He has got a bit of skill. He did save Everton. He did hit form towards the end last season. I was expecting more. But yeah, it's just not worked out, man. Left, right, or centre. I mean, to be fair, he's only played down the middle, 1.5 games? Once against Chelsea away when he came on and supported Harry Kane. Looked all right. But there's no excuse against Sheffield United, man. If you can't get your game up against Sheffield United, which, he played to stake his claim, basically. Look, I can do a job through the middle.
Yeah.
And It just didn't work, did it? Just didn't work.
I tell you what I've noticed whenever I've seen them play together as well is the Sonny Richarlison. There's no link up there. There's no correlation between what they both do for me. I think Kane and Son works because Kane is more of a keep the ball, feed Son in, whereas Richarlison is not that. He wants to be fed in, right? And I just don't think, I don't know what any of you lot think, I just don't see that ever clicking, even if Kane wasn't here. But listen, I may be wrong. It may just maybe.
So what about the other way around then? What if we played Richarlison and, like you said before, Richarlison and Kane? Let's see how they would work together. That's what I want to see. Where Kane feeds him the ball when he can run into behind the defense, and then Kane feeds him the ball. I want to see that, but we haven't seen that all season. Like you say, in a two-man up front.
We saw it for the last half an hour against Chelsea away when we drew 2-2, didn't we? And Kane managed to drop a bit more deeper. And Richarlison was a bit more further up, and he was closing down, and it worked. But we were 2-1 down, and we were trying to press, and we were going for the equaliser. It looked okay, but yeah, you're right, man. We've not seen it since. I'm not sure why, but then there's a debate of does Richarlison really deserve the chance?
Yeah,
it's not like he hasn't had any games. He's had a few minutes here and there. Continuous games, no, but then earn it, and I don't think he's earned it.
Not true.
Yeah.
Very true.
I mean, if he was going to get Leo, sorry, mate, I know you need to drop off. So, listen, dude, thank you. Get my number off Jacob. Look, thank you so much. You've put in a good shift towards the end there. I'll consider whether or not we're going to give you a new contract for next season. But thanks for joining, man. I've really appreciated it.
All right, I'll big up you guys. Wonderful cause, Savva, wonderful cause, and thank you for letting me be a part of it, brother. And let's see what happens later on, you guys. We gotta stay positive because I think we are gonna win. And drive safe, Bob Spur.
Yeah, big up. Leo, when's your next tattoo, man?
My brother's my tattoo artist, so I mean, I just kind of got to make some space to be able to get in there,
Oh yeah.
Cool. But I got a whole body to tattoo up. You know what I mean? I started with my whole arm, so.
Yeah, big up.
And 17, I'm gonna keep it going. But yeah.
I just wanted to quickly check. Someone sent in a message. Let's have a look. Yves Bissouma career. I mean, look, this is an interesting one, guys. Ben Spur has said, if we are going to criticise Leo, big up, my man, big up.
Big up.
Okay. This is an interesting one, guys. If we are going to criticise Richarlison for his form at Spurs, are we going to criticise Bissouma? Richarlison can't help his valuation. It's good. This is an interesting one because I'm going to say that even if I contradict myself a bit, I like the problem I've got is I liked Bissouma, what I've seen for 4 years from Bissouma. I've never rated Richarlison, and that's maybe just my bias and my opinion, but I truly believe if Yves Bissouma is played in a midfield three, you get the Brighton version of Yves Bissouma, not the one that plays in a midfield two, which isn't really his game. But guys, you guys, what do you think? Is there a point in that?
I'm going to say whatever you are, man. If he needs to play in a free, he needs to be on the side of a free to get the best out of him. And even the one thing I do not like here is the fact that he's actually the bottom end of the free as well, in front of the defense. I don't like him playing there either. I prefer him to be higher up. If you're going to play someone at the base of a free, I prefer it to be Højbjerg. And then you have oh gosh, on the left hand side, if you have Bentancur on the left hand side and him on the other side, then you might get to see that because he's got free room to be able to get forward and then use his power and his pace to get forward. That would be better for Bissouma. But the way we play him with Conte, he's at the base of the free, just blocking the defense, and I just don't like that. It restricts him.
Yeah, just quickly before I come to you, Barry, with to get an answer for that. Got a few super chats. James Joris has said, Bazinga, big up Jacob, Mike, Kuva, Savva, and the panel. Thank you very much, James. Really appreciated. Aditya has put in just a little donation. Thank you. No message. Love you too. And Sunny Chels, thank you for the very generous donation. It says, I hope we lose today. By the way, he's not Tottenham. I hope we lose today. Potter has to go now. Cheers, Savva. And lots of people are asking about Potter. We've got some time. We can talk about Potter in a minute. But where are you at, Nick, in terms of Basuma? So we're bashing Richarlison, so to speak. What about Basuma?
I think he hasn't. I think he plays better in a 3 in midfield than he does in a 2, which then doesn't suit us. I think he hasn't had. Has he had the same amount of opportunities as Richarlison? Maybe you could argue yes, no, maybe. But yeah, I'm kind of with you. The Basuma we saw at Brighton is not the Basuma we're seeing at Spurs for whatever reason. It's like when Jose Mourinho said about Dele Alli's brother playing. You know, that's kind of the same thing. Did we sign Basuma or did we sign his brother? Because this is not the Basuma that we saw dominate midfields and everything else at Brighton. This is, getting, with all in terms and purposes, you would argue that Basuma at Brighton was better than Højbjerg at Spurs, right? But Højbjerg is starting ahead of him. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I just think it's, is that could you say the criticism? Yeah, I guess we got, we didn't pay as much. Didn't pay as much of as much obviously that we did for Richarlison. So was it just a free hit? Was it just an opportunity where we just went, here you go, here's the money? But if Arsenal were in for him and Arsenal did want him, if I'm Yves Basuma, why am I signing for Spurs? It's going back to that conversation about the promises that we had right at the start, Savva. What promises the managers have been made.
Yeah, but Nick, you have to also remember the court case was at the time, yeah. So teams didn't want to touch him at that time because of the court case. They didn't know the outcome of the court case, so they thought.
I think that's a bit of a cop out because I think Levy, not what you're saying, not you, but what people were saying, because Levy would have. I think you'd like to think he wouldn't put himself in that situation. Obviously, he's done it with Paratici, but it's just I don't know, man. I just think again it's poor scouting and everything else.
Yeah, I mean, Bob, it's interesting, isn't it? Because for years, I think most Premier League clubs would have said, "Yeah, God, Basuma at Brighton, that's a player," and we've seen him dominate games versus us, versus some of the bigger clubs. He's come here and. I feel like he wasn't, everyone said he had long COVID. Then he's played in a 2 instead of a 3. What's going on with this guy?
Yeah, I mean, it's not hit the heights of Brighton. There's that argument of consistent games, consistent formation, consistent players around him. But, the question was, if we're criticising Richarlison, should we be criticising Basuma? I think if you look at black and white, Basuma's done loads more than Richarlison, man. When he's coming, he's had the odd good game. And there has been a case of, before he got injured, man, he was doing all right. He had a few good games and we thought, Højbjerg and Basuma would be okay. But I personally think we've missed him, although as much as well as Sarr and Skip have done. But if you are comparing like for like, as per question, Basuma, if you're criticising Richarlison, we should be criticising Basuma. I think Basuma's brought a bit more to the table. As less it is, and as underwhelming as it might be, it just shows how poor Richarlison has been if we're saying Basuma's done better than Richarlison.
Ben's followed up by saying, look, I rate Basuma 2, but is he really that good if he can't play in a 2 but can only play in a 3? We are contradicting ourselves here. I mean, look, it's difficult. I take your point. For example, I understand that Richarlison isn't a wide forward really by trade. And equally, the same way Basuma doesn't really play in a 2 because Basuma's the guy, forgive me if I'm wrong, whenever I watch Brighton guys, Basuma was the one that pushed. He was the one that not an attacking midfielder, but he drove forward and he went and pressed and broke up play. And at Spurs, he seems to be sitting, as you said, Phil, he seems when he's playing, he sits so deep, almost like what I would expect Højbjerg to be doing. But yet Højbjerg seems to be pressing, and something's not right there, is it? Something's just not, I don't know. It just feels again like, why were these players bought? Why were Richarlison and Basuma bought? That's what I don't get.
It'd always be third choice though, Sav, won't it, mate? In the two, Højbjerg and Bentancur, the way they've worked, he unfortunately right now will be third choice. And you know, that's again, has he earned it? Has he earned as much as Højbjerg lacks in ability, and he is a tad overrated by some of the fan base. But has Basuma earned his right to dispose Højbjerg of his first start or of a starting place? So it's one of those. So unfortunately for him, right now, despite what the potential is, he is third choice, man.
I know, but why would we bring in one of the best midfielders from the last 4 years of the Premier League and then ask him to play in a formation that isn't what he plays in? I think that for me is the bigger worry.
Just like you bring in a player who plays through the middle and scored 10 goals in 14 games to keep an Everton up. Just like you bring in a right back from Barcelona and try and convert him into a right wing back. Mm-hmm. Just like, list goes on, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but the Bobsford, if we played the way that Inter Milan played, do you not think that would get more out of the signings that we made this summer?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we need Inter Milan players though, don't we, mate?
Not necessarily. If you take the players that we bought this summer, and you put them into that system that Conte used at Inter Milan, the way that they're structured there with the five across the midfield, do you not think that would get the better out of the players that we've got, like Basuma and Richarlison?
Yeah, possibly. But then we're playing at the wing back, so we're looking at Perisic at left wing back. We talk about Richarlison, Basuma being underwhelming. I was expecting loads more, not just ability-wise, but mentality-wise from Perisic. And for me, out of everyone, I've been most disappointed in Perisic, man. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I think Conte was as well, because the first time we saw him when we bought him, he did say, "You're not the player I thought you were." So I think Conte got that rude awakening as well. So yeah, I think you're right on that score.
That's a glowing endorsement from your manager, isn't it? You see, you're not that good anymore. Bob, I agree with you completely. And I think this is one of the things we've got to address moving forward, is that if we want the first 11 to get better, we've got to make sure that players we bring in fit a system and are ready to go in immediately. Because what we're seeing at the moment, from what I'm hearing, is we've bought Basuma, who's a backup player in all essence, Richarlison, who's a backup player in all essence, Longley, who's in and out, Spence, who wasn't wanted. All of a sudden, you're looking at it going, oh, did we actually strengthen the 11 in any way, shape, or form? That's the way I look at it.
But then don't we need a consistent manager as well? Bring the player. You're right. Bring players in to fit a system, but how long is that manager going to be around to implement that system? There's no point bringing in right wing backs when we're possibly bringing in a manager who's a 4-4-2 person within a half a season. So it's one of those. For me, I'm against that argument. For me, we should be bringing in quality players regardless. Regardless of the manager. Players come in and play for Tottenham Hotspur Football Club first and foremost. So you can never have enough quality players at your club, regardless of manager. But if we're going down the route of, it's bringing players into a fit system, then we have to look at the longevity of the manager, don't we?
Yeah, look, there's merit. There's a lot to be said for a lot of that. Look, first and foremost, I think clubs have got to have a vision, right? You've got to have a vision. You've got to have an ethos. This was always my worry, Bob. I've said it. You guys probably heard me say this a million times since you've known me. This was always my worry with Conte coming in on an 18-month contract. What is the long-term plan? Now, yes, we can bring players in that are quality just to because we need quality players at Tottenham. But when we're talking about, right, this is the way Conte plays and he only plays this way, but yet he's only here for 18 months. And as it looks at the moment, Bob, it looks like he's not our manager next year. Forget what you or I or Phil or Nick think of him. That's not up to us. It looks like he's not here. So if the next manager comes in and wants to play in a different system, have we now overloaded with those kind of midfielders? Have we now got Sarr, Skip, Bentancur, who are all pretty similar, vying for one position next to a playmaker we might want to bring in? This has been my problem with Spurs for years.
And now I go with it. Now I'm going to go. Is it Nick? Yeah, you went to the academy, didn't you, this week?
Yeah.
Right, now I'm going to go here, yeah? Right, when you do that, like you said, the short-term managers, yeah? When you go from offensive to defensive, yeah? Now you start going into the academy where the academy starts building offensive players, then it starts having to build defensive players to suit the defensive manager. Then when you split them over again, you have to build offensive players. So you're overloaded with a certain amount of players, yeah? And it don't work for each manager. That's how you destabilize the academy. Am I wrong or right thinking that way?
No. So they don't. The academy they set up in the same way across all of the age groups. They play 4-3-3 because like they said, the average age for the manager is the average tenure for a Premier League manager is 18 months. So obviously, if they're coming in the academy at 8 years old, by the time the small percentage of them are going to be ready, Tottenham would have gone for about 25 managers, right? So you're not going to get the time that they enter to the time that they leave or they're ready or potentially ready to get to the first team. And it's like it's small, right? So they have 30 in each age group, and then at different points they'll drop off. So they'll play 4-3. They all play 4-3-3. All of the players play across all the positions, so that even the goalkeepers will play across defense, midfield, attack to get that understanding and get that built into them. But yeah, you're right. They don't know who the manager's going to be, and they just go on that formula. Look, some of the kids I saw, even at 8 years old, in our academy, were absolute ballers, right? So you imagine Manchester City, Chelsea, the rest of them have got. They're going to be even better. But they don't. Yeah, so they don't. There's no set plan. They know the head of the academy knows how Argentinian managers play, how Italian managers play, how they all play. But until you get there, you don't. Until you're trying to predict the future, that they don't know. So they won't go into this style to say we're going to play offensively, we're going to play defensively. The only thing that they say is they'll go 4-3-3. And the guy actually said the next sort of cab off the rank formation wise will be playing with a sweeper. And then once that's kind of been done, it'll probably go back to 4-4-2 again. So because obviously it goes into like a 20-year cycle. Obviously, 10 years ago, whatever, it was 4-4-2, then it was 3-5-2, then now it's 3-4-3. And that's the kind of, it goes in that pattern, and then it just goes back again. So yeah, if why they play 4-3-3, I don't know. I guess that's the most flexible to go. You got 4-4-2, you can then go 3-4-3 or 3-5-2 and everything else. But yeah, it's very difficult to try and mold everything into kind of a one size fits all, because everything changes all the time. Like you said, if Poch comes in, he's going to develop players. They said that if Dylan Markande, if Poch was there and Dylan Markande was still there, Dylan Markande would have stayed, because he knows that Poch would have developed him, right?
I think the same with Nadim Madueke as well. I think he would have stayed. I think the same with Marcus Edwards. He would have stayed if Pochettino had stayed there. There's quite a few of the players that we let go, because we had defensive.
Didn't Poch get rid of him? Didn't Poch get rid of Marcus Edwards?
I'm not sure about that one. Maybe he did. Maybe it was an attitude problem, but I'm not sure.
But Scarlett's going to be the next one to go, isn't he? He's going to go elsewhere to seek. There's talks of the reason Scarlett won't stay at Spurs because he won't be guaranteed minutes with Sonny and Kane there. Kane's got another 3 seasons in him at least, and Sonny, regardless of his form, unfortunately, we ain't going to be selling him, or Lenik ain't going to be selling him for the the commercial impact it's got financially on the club. So, again, there's no, as I've said, there's no long-term view. There's no long-term ambition. There's no identity. There's no direction. And because of that, our youth side suffered. Our youth side is shit. We might have the best facilities in the world, but we ain't got anyone. If Skip's going to be the saviour of our youth development, come through and going to make an impact, as good as a player he is, I think it's pretty shameful, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you break it down as well, if you look at Ollie Skip, I'm just bringing up his details now. So Ollie Skip, where is he? There he is. Ollie Skip first played in the first team in 2018. So if we're talking about this is our success story, that's 5 years ago that this guy made an appearance in the first team. And who since? Are we saying in 5 years we haven't been able to bring through a young striker, a young fullback, a young centre back, a creative force, a winger? Like, it just feels like we keep churning out these. No offense, I think Skip's okay, but I think we keep churning out these Skips, these Winks, these Carrolls, Mason, Bentaleb. All these players that sort of do 5-yard passing. We never. There's no creativity coming out of there. There's no. Where's the next Ledley King? Do you know what I mean? Where's
there isn't that's the thing, Savva. So if anyone's listening who they've got kids that potentially could go and do something or whatever, if they said if you want to make it, go and be a defender, because there is literally everyone in the academy who wants to come into the academy. All the kids, they want to be the Harry Kanes, they want to be the strikers, they want to be the glory. If you go in and say, right, I'm going to be this defender, they will literally fly, because the only defender really that obviously Spurs have had, and obviously talking about Winks and Skip is Tanganga, right? And the guy said both Skip and Tanganga played a year above their age level, more because Tanganga had the physical build, but Skippy had it up here, and that's why they look. Listening to what they say, and they're the experts. Let's just say I'm not a coach. I'm not whatever. If they're right in what they're saying, Skip will be here for a long time, and he'll be future captain and everything else. But they said Tanganga, he's built in the right way, but he's just a bit fit. That's literally what they said about Tanganga. They just said he's a bit stupid, so he can't understand. So maybe that's why he hasn't done what he's done, and that's why they said what he said. He started off on the left, then he went on the right, then he went into right centre back. And I think that if you haven't got it up there and you're not kind of intelligently switched on, he doesn't know where he's. I still don't think I'm not for one moment. I'm not saying that Tanganga's the next Ledley King or else, but I think that if we could just sit there and kind of get him to understand, he's probably, he's no worse than Sanchez, right? So, I'd rather give Tanganga a chance over Sanchez. So it's just really interesting to hear what they say. But anyway, Savva, I'm going to drop off. I need to go and get ready for Wolves.
Poor thing. Enjoy the game, mate.
It's not as bad as Manchester. It's not going to be as bad as Manchester, right? So that was a killer. I've made a thing to right. I'm not going to away game that's more than 2 hours, because it's just too much. It just kills me, man. When we turn in performances like that, probably go and win 5-0 or something, and then the world will all be rosy. Do you know what I mean? That's how Spurs are,
Let's hope so. Yeah. Enjoy as much as you can. Enjoy.
Yeah, big up, Savva. You're nearly there, mate. Less than 4 hours. So, yeah.
I'll see you later. See you later, Andrew.
Yeah. If I don't fall asleep, I was with Savva till nearly midnight. So, if maybe I can get a little power nap in that first half, because nothing's going to happen in that first half.
Yeah.
So, get a little 45-minute power nap. So, yeah. Big up, guys. Have a good day, everyone. Great cause.
Good luck, mate.
Big up. I feel like I've got one of my pug's hair on my hair. I can see it.
No, you're just molting, mate. That's how long you've been on stream.
Fuck it, I just don't care anymore. Yeah, look, yeah, for me, I think it's just disappointing, as we know with Lee Nick, as you call them, Bob, that after 22 years, we're still talking about no plan. You know, we're still talking about no academy players. Like, especially when you look down the road at Arsenal and you look at a player like Saka coming through. And whatever we want to say about Saka, he's a class young player who's going from strength to strength. You know, you look at that, then you look what we're doing, and Man United are constantly bringing them through, and Chelsea churn them out for fun. I just want to be able to say, all right, we haven't got loads of money to buy players. Don't worry, we've got this young 19-year-old coming through, centre forward or whatever. But we don't seem to get it right in the transfers or right in the youth. I just don't know. I don't know what the plan is.
I'm going to say something to you, yeah? And this resonated with what Nick said. And I think it also goes with Romero as well. We need one centre half, yeah, who is a commanding leader at the back. Because he said, yeah, Tanganga was a decent player, but he was just not up there. The same with Romero. If he had someone next to him, yeah, like the Otamendi at Argentina, someone next to him talking in his ear and saying, look, this is when to go forward. This is when to go backwards. This is when to commit yourself. This is when not to commit yourself. Then you'd see a better version of that player. I am not his biggest fan. Believe me, I'm not part of the Dyer fan club. I can't stand the guy. Eric Dyer is not the defender you need next to you, mate. He does not take accountability for any of his actions. It's everyone else's fault. All right, he'll blame everybody else except for him. He is not the player you want to be standing next to if you're learning your career like a Tanganga, or you're a Romero who's a bit of a hothead and needs somebody next to him, a calm influence next to him to say to him, look, go forward and go back. He's not that player, mate. I'm telling you that now. That's a tightrope.
I'm going to have to, I will work now, mate. So I'm going to have to pop. I will be in the final stretch like last time. I'm logging about half 10-ish, mate. See you out. Help you out. All right.
Thank you. I'll still be going. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bob.
Big up, Phil. Still out, buddy.
So, people, we have got just under 4 weeks to go. No, we bloody haven't. We've got just under 4 hours to go. Let's get a last push. I'll put the link to the Just Giving page is now in the comments. If you want to put it in via a super chat, you can. Either way, it will always make its way to the charity. Please do what you can. We've done so well so far. We're currently on both just under £1,800 across the two, the Just Giving account and the YouTube account. If we can get to £2,000 in the next 4 hours, I'd really like that. Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting. I think things like this is where we get a bit like Ken T, big up Ken T, who said, I'm in Turkey now visiting from the US to visit family. Thank you for supporting the cause. No worries, dude. Listen, it's what we're here for. Ken T's also said, Porro, Romero, 2 more quality centre-backs and Udogie will be formidable. Let's calm it. First of all, we've not seen Udogie in a Spurs shirt. So far, anything I've seen of Porro hasn't led me to believe anything formidable is coming from him. But let's relax. Let's take our time. Let's see what we do there. Peter, I would say, what would you say to this, Phil, when he says there is a clear plan fourth? Fourth for me is a destination. I don't think that's a plan.
It's a stepping stone to me, mate.
I'm talking about a plan as a club, not as a league position. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. For fourth place to me is a stepping stone, not just as a football team, but also as a club. Fourth place, yeah, is basically like Lee Gunner says, third loser. And that's how I look at it. Now, if you're happy to be, if that's the pinnacle of what you want to be as a football club or an establishment, you want to be fourth, you don't want to have the drive to go to number one, then you're always going to be mediocre because that's limited. You need to have the drive and the passion to say, you know what, I want to be number one. It's like when you go, I know you used to watch WWE as a youngster, yeah? When you go to WWE, If you're happy to say, I'm just the company, I'm happy just to be the Intercontinental Champion, if you don't have a drive to be the WWE Champion, you're wasting your time, mate. Don't be there. You need to have the drive to be number one. If you don't have that passion, and if you don't have that drive or the emotion to get there, then you're just a loser, bro. And that's what I can't stand with Enoch. You have the ambition to do this off the field, go-karts, cinemas, everything else. I wouldn't give a half of what they did with the infrastructure, with the sponsorship and all that. If it went back into the team, Savva, I wouldn't care.
I think the key thing for me is I don't have a problem with all the off-field activities they want to do. And it's a big if, for me, I want to see the energy and planning that goes into stadium build, ground build, marketing, club shop, concerts, boxing, NFL, skywalk, go-kart track, golf club. I want to see the energy and the precision that goes into those ventures put into the football side.
Amen. Now,
if they did that, I would encourage them, like Sean says, I would encourage them, have a concert every bloody day.
I didn't know that.
But we don't. What we do is we've got first in class for concerts, first in class stadium, first in class training ground. When it comes to buying players, it's never first in class.
Right.
It's how can we skimp and save? And that is, I think, what frustrates people.
Amen.
I don't think so much that they're doing the other things. I think it's not mirrored.
Yeah. Oh, and that, Savva, is where me and you agree. That's why I say to you a lot of the time, dear, me and you agree, because I look at it and I say, if you had that kind of emphasis here that you do on concerts and everything else that you do off the field, and you put it on the field, we'd be winning the league, Savva. Because everything is first class, but they don't. And that is why I say I'm in it out, because I'm looking at the betterment of my team and I don't see it, Savva. After 22 years, I just don't see it, mate. It doesn't get better, and it's the same.
Yeah, I think the key thing is that they've done enough to keep us there. I think they've done enough to keep us there. Look, you know, I would say a huge chunk of this is luck, because I think Harry Kane coming through the youth team has solved many problems for this football club. Because if at any point we hadn't have bought through Kane, we would still probably be looking for a striker 8 years later. That's why I say he papers up all the cracks, Savva. And that's why, as much as I love Harry Kane, do not get me mistaken here. I'm going to say this to you, and this is what I said to you Wednesday, right after the game, Savva. Set him free, let him go, because we're not going to win any trophies. He's going to be down as winning all these personal accolades, but as a career, he's won nothing. There is no League Cup for him. There is no FA Cup for him. There is no Premier League for him. At least Alan Shearer can say, you know what, I won the Premier League. These players, even Vardy can say, I won the Premier League. Harry Kane can't even go in a conversation with these men there, because you know what, you've won nothing. What are you going to tell your grandchildren when you finish your career? Because remember, playing career is very short, Savva. You're going to say to your grandchildren, excuse me, granddad, what did you win as a child? I won nothing. I got this personal accolade. I won the Golden Boot at the World Cup, but I won nothing. That's not good enough, man. I'm sorry. Let him go, mate. I love him too much, man, to see you there. I'm not a selfish person. Let him go, man. Yeah, I think that the difficulty is, I mean, look, none of us know Harry Kane personally, right? I think when people talk about him, I think they talk as though they know him. They talk as though he doesn't want to be here. He does want to be here. He only wants to stay in England. He doesn't want to stay in England. You know, the main thing in his career for him is the goal, is Shearer's goal record. The main thing for him is going to win trophies. Look, none of us know. All I know is if I was Harry Kane, right now I'd be saying, I've got to win something before my career ends.
That's it.
That's all I know.
Exactly. And that's what I said to you, Savva, yeah. If he stays here beyond this summer, because this summer, yeah, in particular, this is the one where he can say to Daniel Levy, you know what, sell me this summer and get some money, or keep me next year and you get nothing.
Exactly.
So now you've got the power now. And it's been waiting 2 years. You've got the power now to say, Daniel, take the money or take nothing. Which one do you want? And I know Daniel Levy would say, I'll have the money. So therefore, the power is now in Kane's hands. Do it, mate.
Yeah, look, we're in that position where at the end of the day, Kane's got a decision to make, and I'm guessing there's a contract on the table. I'm guessing it's going to be talked about this summer.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're in the position where if Kane turns around and says, I don't want to be here past next year, we've really got to make a decision as to, right, do we get 100 million, 90 million for him now, or do we let him walk away in a year's time for free? And that will be gutting.
Yeah, it will be gutting, Savva. But then this is what happens here when you just become dependent on one player for so long. And that is what Tottenham have become. It's become the Harry Kane show. Every game, Harry Kane has to perform. If he doesn't perform, then we don't win. So you've allowed yourself to become so dependent on one person. And you're over-dependent.
Phil Pearce said Spurs are the Brooklyn Brawler of the Prem. The Brooklyn Brawler, Jesus Christ. Where's he got that from? Look, with that, the Harry Kane situation, look, Sean always says, and I always like it when he says this, there will come a time when Harry Kane has kicked his last ball for Tottenham Hotspur.
Yep.
And the thing is, the reason that is worrying us all so much is because we've never had a plan, right? Mm-hmm. Top clubs lose top players all the time, right? And life goes on.
Yes.
Life goes on. They plan, they go on. We didn't even succeed with Harry Kane.
Mm-hmm.
How on earth are we going to succeed and cope and plan without Harry Kane? That's the thing for me. If Harry Kane let's say Harry Kane tore his ligaments right now, right? And he was out for 9 months. What are we doing?
Nothing.
What are we doing as a football club? How many games that we would have drawn or lost are we now losing? Do you know what I mean? I'm not sure.
But we've had warning signs of that. It's not this year that we've had Harry Kane's wanted to leave, and we had warning signs in the documentary All or Nothing, Savva, when he was out for months on end. At the end of that, we were very lucky, Savva, that the pandemic happened, and football was called off because we had Kane out for a long time, we had Son out for a long time, and 4 years later, they still haven't learned, Savva.
Yeah, no, I know. And just quickly, Bryce, listen, look, I think what Sean's actually said is trophies aren't the only measure of success, but that hasn't got anything to do with the fact that he is 100% right. Kane will one day have kicked his last football for Tottenham Hotspur. And what are we planning? What are we doing about that? I don't see any young strikers that are being brought through, given a little bit of game time, played in cups. We're not doing any of that. Instead, we spent 60 million on a Richarlison who, I mean, that guy can't be the long-term successor as far as I'm concerned.
It's embarrassing, Savva, to think that, It is embarrassing to think that. But I think he is. I think he's a replacement for Kane. I think that was Lienig's plan, but he's not prolific enough to be Harry Kane's successor. If you're going to look at somebody like proper to replace him, you're looking at someone like Victor Osimhen, and you're not going, and Inuk are not going to pay instead of 80 near enough over 100 million for Osimhen. It's not happening. If they're not going to pay for Martinez, they're not going to pay for Osimhen. It's not going to happen for you. So you've had the chances to do it. This is the bad thing about Daniel Levy. 2 years ago, when he did this PR thing, he said, "I want to match Harry Kane. We all want to match Harry Kane's ambition." You've had multiple years to do it, Savva. You've had multiple chances to do it, but you don't do it.
Absolutely.
So let him go.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, I'll keep going for as long as possible. I mean, if I make this to the 24 hours, I'll be absolutely staggered. I am absolutely shattered.
You'll make it, mate. You'll make it. You've got the perseverance, mate. You'll make it.
I know. I'm struggling. Not going to lie to you. Lots of talk. United fans now talking about I mean, look at this guy. As long as Kane doesn't come to Man United, I'm happy. An overrated footballer.
That's not true. You take him every day of the week.
Oh wow! When I look at your club have Weghorst up front, please don't belittle Harry Kane like that. That's embarrassing.
So Alex wanted him years ago. So I don't even know where my man's going, because Alex Ferguson wanted Harry Kane years ago. He's been Man United have been chasing Harry Kane for years. So I don't know where he's going with himself. You would take Harry Kane every day of the week, United would. So that's not even an issue there.
Yeah. Ben has said, "Come on, what Kane has achieved is a bit more than personal accolades. It's being top scorer of Spurs and potentially the Premier League ever. A better achievement than winning the league." No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think what we do is because this personal accolade is personal to Spurs, we see that as achievement. I think if this was a player at another club, we'd go, yeah, but they haven't won anything. I'm sorry, no, Ben, not for me. At the end of the day, if a player goes through his entire career and is as good as Harry Kane is, and at the end of it hasn't won even a League Cup, an FA Cup, a Champions League, a Premier League, something, then I think there's real resentment would creep into me if that was me.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you, Savva. I agree with that very much. Resentment will come into him, and he'll think, "Well, why wasted on my career at this club doing nothing? It wasn't going anywhere."
Yeah, I do agree with this. Barrett said it's incredibly difficult moving to another country. Kane cannot join Chelsea or Arsenal. Of Nunes, in my opinion, it's United or stay at Spurs. I definitely think United is the obvious choice, if I'm honest. I'm not selling him off. I'm just saying, if he were to go, I think United win the league with Harry Kane up front. There you go, I said it.
Savva, I'm going to say this to you. This is wicked, actually. I thought about this as well, because I heard it on TalkSport. Right. He wants to break. Alan Shearer's the records that he wants to break, isn't it?
Yeah.
How poignant would it be if he went to Newcastle and broke Alan Shearer's record with Alan Shearer's club?
I think that might be just I think they might just be a little bit too early in their project for Kane. But I think Man United, I mean, I think Man United just suits him. I wouldn't be surprised if he stays at Spurs. Dude, you've got to watch Spurs play. If you think Kane is static and does not follow instructions, you've got no idea about Harry Kane, have you? This is I don't even know what to say. I don't even.
The interchanges, he brings players into the game. He's got the eye for a pass. He can score from anywhere. How is he static? He's not static.
It's somebody who definitely doesn't watch Kane a lot. It's this everyone who doesn't watch Spurs seems to think that he just stands up front and scores goals. When we watch Spurs, we realise he's all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Not in a bad way. I mean, like, he's all over the place.
Yeah, he does.
Dictating. Yeah. It really is quite scary that
the amount of work that we ask him to do is scary. That's why I say we're over-reliant on him. We're over-dependent on him, because he has to play every game. And we're over-reliant on him because he has to do everything in the team to get the team to function properly. And that to me is off. Because, like you say, if one injury, and where are we going to go from there, Savva? We're lucky at the moment, that he's not injured. Very lucky at the moment. Because if we were, then top four would be gone. Champions League would be gone. Everything would be gone. And so it's just sad.
Yeah. Nexus said Kane will stay in the Premier League. Plenty of time for the big bucks in the MLS later on. I don't know why. I can't picture Kane moving his family out to the MLS. I don't know. I just see him being in the UK. But hey, look, this is football. Anything can happen, right? For the right money. Zan United, I know you said opinions can be different, but so far everything you've said about him is really untrue. I don't think it's my opinion that he's not static. He's not static. It's not Am I being silly, Phil? Or are we
No. Sometimes for England, yeah, when you see him up front for England, he can seem like he's static, but no, he's not static, mate. If you watch him for Tottenham Hotspurs, he's all over the place. And for England, yeah, I don't rate England, so there you go. I don't rate England while my man's this.
Bryce said, I got to ask a weird question. 24-hour streaming. How have you managed the need for going for a pee? I've been going to get food and going for a wee and stuff. I've not been sitting here wetting myself or anything. Don't worry about that. And it's my opinion, so I cannot be wrong. Yeah, you certainly can. Everything you've said about Harry Kane is very wrong. You've said he's static and can't stick to instructions, which I don't even know what that means. And you also said, let's have a look. Let's go back to your earlier comment was an overrated footballer. I mean, just wow. Wow.
If he's overrated, yeah. What was Wayne Rooney? By the way, I'm just stating it, bro. If Harry Kane, yeah, is how do you say the word not overrated? What's Wayne Rooney? Because he actually broke Wayne Rooney's record for England. So what's Wayne Rooney then? And he not a Man United legend, bro?
Yeah. Oh, mate, it's absolutely mad. Yeah. Hang on. Here we go again. Savva, who exactly with a name do you want as manager? As I know you won't answer the question above. Well, I can't see a question above. I'm not sure what we're talking about managers for. I don't believe we're talking about managers right now. We did a whole hour on this about.
Yeah, I heard Tobes, man. I agree with Tobes, you know. I'm sorry, Savva. I agree with him. I think the best football that we got out of the squad that we got, and the way that Daniel Levy's describing that he wants to bring young players through, uncut gems, it sounds like Pochettino. And when he says, ideally we would like a manager for 10, 15 years, it sounds like Pochettino. And you're looking and thinking, mate, you had all of this here. All you had to do was to give him what he needed. You gave it to other managers. You just didn't give it to him. He deserved it. He earned it, man.
When has he given in to other managers?
You know, he's given the money to other managers, mate. Win now managers, yeah, who need the money to actually be successful. He's given them that chance. I don't blame him.
This is a fallacy that Poch didn't spend money. Poch
spent
money. He just had that 2 windows where we didn't. And some of the reports coming out of the club at that time were that Poch was turning down players that were offered to him. Look, I've said loads of times, Phil, I don't even care anymore who's the manager of this club because my ambition as a fan isn't matched by the club. So whoever comes in, they're not winning trophies.
That's it.
What fans are forgetting, people keep going, oh, we don't want to change another. We don't want to change another manager. At the moment, his contract is running out in 3 months.
Savva, I don't want to build a. I'm not being nasty like you. Yeah, I'm not going to be nasty, Savva. I don't want to build a Tottenham philosophy of Antonio Conte football. I'm sorry, it is so boring to watch. I don't want to see that, Savva. No, not for a whole 15 years down the line. Please, 5 minutes of that, Savva, is enough for me, man. That's painful, man. I fall asleep, Savva. That's how bad it is when I watch Tottenham. It's bad, Savva. It's like I can see paint dry. That's better than that, man.
Listen, I think I've said it all along. I've said it all along. At the end of the day, he signed an 18-month contract. There must be a reason, whether or not it was Levy offering him that short deal or him only signing for that short deal. There is a reason they both agreed on 18 months. And if that's the case and Conte walks away now, all these people that keep going, oh, we can't change another manager. Well, it looks like that was always the plan.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Just quickly, can everyone in my chat listen? Please stop talking about other YouTubers. This isn't a place to come and belittle other YouTubers. That is not what I want my channel to be about. So please just talk football. If you want to talk about other YouTubers, then leave the chat. Yeah, they're not here to defend themselves. It's not right. So please don't. All right. Let's have a look. Someone says Poch didn't spend 150 million. Conte have. Well, in Poch's very last window, he spent 150 million. So that's not true. In one window. The disabled team, big up, has said, good morning, Savva. Firstly, full respect to you. Love what you've done. You're a kind-hearted man. Don't listen to anyone who says otherwise. Listen, people will talk. Trolls will talk. That's how it is. But listen, we know what we're doing, and that's all that counts. Clement says Conte football is boring. Bryce said, Savva, I think I'd turn down plays if I'm being offered anything like Nji or Nkudu, but that's the type offered. Look, apparently he was offered, for example, when Dembele left, he was offered like Tielemans on loan, for example, for the rest of that season, who had a brilliant end to that season on loan at Leicester. And he would have been able to play for us in the Champions League running. Look, again, who knows? There's so many reports. There's so many rumours. None of us will ever properly know.
Savva, do you actually? This is the one I love. This is my favorite Levy line. Yeah, when we were moving stadium, Savva, he said the stadium would not impact our spending. That was before the 500 days. Yes, you remember it, don't you? He said the stadium would not impact our spending. 500 days later, I think it did impact our spending. I think we weren't able to spend what we should have been able to buy the players with, yeah, because the stadium was overpriced. So I think it did impact Tottenham spending. So that is a blatant lie that he came out with, and people seem to like. I don't want to go back to that one, but yeah, I think that's a lie, mate.
Look, I think this is all difficult, right? No, I'm not doing this for a bet. We're doing this for charity to raise money for the Turkey-Syria earthquake appeal. So please, if anybody, look, there are people creeping into the chat. Please, let's get one last push to raise some money for the appeal. Come on, let's do that.
It's a beautiful cause, people. Please help.
What I would say is, look, again, look, the whole Poch thing, look, at the end of the day, my opinion at the time of Poch was, I think things had just gone too far. I think he'd been here 6.5 years. I think it had got a bit stale. I think look, Jesus, Barat, listen, look, I don't care. Look, you can tell me YouTubers talk about me. I really, really don't care. This is a charity stream.
Right.
All of you just stop bitching about other people. This is a charity stream to raise money for people that find themselves in a really unfortunate position after a
natural disaster.
Right. That's what I was looking for. After a natural disaster, people are in here trying to stir up. People can talk about me all they want, mate. Listen. It's fine. You can't stop people talking about you. As long as you know who you are yourself, then don't worry about it. But I'm not going to be drawn into talking about them. So
life is too damn short, man. Nah. I didn't need that rubbish, man. But where were you going there, Savva? You saying about so who would you be? Who would your next manager be? There, someone like Bielsa?
I don't. This is the thing. It depends. Look, a lot of this depends on many things. Is Paratici still going to be the director of football?
I think he should have been sacked already, because if this man goes worldwide, yes, by him being at Spurs right now, right, you're bringing the club into disrepute, by the way, because you've been found guilty of doing whatever you did in Italy. So you've really bring the club into disrepute. If you were to go back to Italy to sign players, Savva, this is what people are forgetting. Every deal that you sign in Italy will now be closely under the microscope, because they're going to be looking and thinking, where did the money come from? Is that legit? So he's already compromised the club in that aspect.
Yeah.
Right. So now and then, if it becomes worldwide, then you've got a serious problem. You've got to go, mate.
Phil, even if you strip it back to the stages before all of that controversy, you said just now you don't want to build the club's ethos based on a Conte style.
No, thank you.
Now, from my understanding, and again, all conjecture, Paratici is also of that ethos. That is what he wants to build. My worry is all the while he's here, right? Are we going to see that style regardless? Or are we going to see a manager that comes in that tells them, no, I will only join if we play X, Y, Z? Look, at the end of the day, the club isn't set up for success. The club seem to want to do as little as they can to get success. So for me, it doesn't matter who comes in. And I think people always get me wrong, Phil. When I say I don't want Conte here, first of all, he's not the right fit in terms of for what he needs. Second of all, as I said about the contract. Third of all, it doesn't matter who's here, right? Conte's contract is coming to an end, and people seem to make out like I'm forcing the man out. His contract's ending. Like, I didn't decide him for an 18-month contract. You know.
But Savva, my argument here is, I look at Conte, and believe me, I've been watching Juventus for over the years. I've seen him as a player, I've seen him as a manager, I've seen him coming to England and managing Chelsea, I've seen him managing Inter Milan. Savva, he was never going to get what he needs at this club. I'm sorry. Anyone who's a Conte lover, he's not going to get what he needs at this club to be successful. It was always a stopgap, and we're going to throw a bit here so that we can distract you, but really and truly, we have no intentions of winning anything. It's just going to be, you jump behind Conte, so that, well, in the meantime, we're just going to cream the crop, really. We're going to keep cashing it in. You're going to keep coming. We're going to take your money. But here's Conte, you might win something because he's got a winning record. But in the end of the day, we're not going to give him what he needs to win anyway. So you just keep paying. That's basically what I saw with Conte. And I just look at it. And I know it's a wicked way to see it, Savva. I know it is. But I see it that way, mate. And I saw it for a long, long time. And I'm like, I just don't like it, mate.
Conte is, look, again, I always caveat this, and people they always leave this bit out when they're talking about me. Conte is a manager for the right now. Conte is the manager when you go, right, we've got a good squad. This manager can't get us over the line. Conte, come in, add a couple of players, go. Tottenham are not that, right? This is my point. Tottenham are not that.
Yeah.
Right? Clearly, hence why the contract was signed for 18 months. However, Phil, what I have conceded is this. Said this all along. If Conte signs a new contract and stays at Tottenham,
it's on him.
Cool. Sign the contract, stay, work with Paratici, work with Levy, but all these people that then say he's not being backed, that's on him now, because he's seen how the club is run, and he would have made the decision to extend, right? So if he stays, that's on him. At the moment, I'm saying for his sake, don't be at Spurs. You're just going to ruin your career.
That's what I said to you. That's why I'm Conte walk. Because you know what? You're not going to get what you want. If you stay here, you're just going to burst up your career, and your legacy will just go down because you're not set up to do anything here. So you might as well just go to somewhere that's going to back you and back your philosophy, back your vision. Because Tottenham aren't going to do that. They want to do it on the cheap. And you're not going to do it on the cheap, mate. I'm sorry. So therefore, he has to go.
Yeah, big up. Akala has said, Akala, sorry, I don't know how I'm pronouncing that. Said, big up, Sav. I just woke up and you're still going strong. I don't know about strong, still going. But look, people, we're coming up to the last few hours. Let's get a real concerted effort to raise some money, shall we? The Just Giving link is in the chat and is also pinned to the chat. And also you can do it via super chats. Let's have one last deep dig, please, people. Come on, let's do this. This is for a great cause, and we're now 22 hours into a 24-hour live stream. Let's make this happen. Sorry, let's just. Yeah. So look, that's where I'm at with the whole. With the whole management piece. It's look, I've always said, whether I like a manager's style or not, I'm a fan. It doesn't really matter.
That's it.
Right? It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I'm allowed to like or not like a style of play or a formation. Right? No one can tell me that to like it. No one can tell if you liked it. I'm not saying you do, but if you liked it, no one can tell you not to like it. That's football opinions, right? All I know is we brought in a bloke the same way we did with Jose, who is a win now. Give me the best players, I win. We can't attract the best players. We have no desire, it seems, to even try and attract them.
That's it.
So why bring in? It's like if I'm getting an Uber to the shops, I don't need Lewis Hamilton to drive me there. Right? Do I? I don't need Lewis Hamilton to drive me to the shops.
Very much true. Yeah, that's exactly what I saw, Savva. That's why I never bought into Conte, because I just like, it's not going to work, because you've had this with Mourinho. You've had this go before. He's just, like I said, he's Mourinho 2.0, because he's a win now manager. You are not a win now club, right? You buy young players, yeah, and then you say, oh, it's a club signing. Brother, he doesn't want these players. These are not the level that he needs, or it's like he's a winner if he is at a team that is set up to win. He's a winner when he's given the tools to be able to win. This is what people forget. Oh, he's a winner. Yes, he is a winner as himself, but he needs the tools to win. No man is an island man. This is a problem. He needs the tools to do it, and he will not get the tools to do it at White Hart Lane. He will not get the tools to do it at Tottenham. I'm sorry. And if you want to blame someone, you go blame Daniel Levy, because that's who brought him here. 18 months there.
The thing is, I blame the manager as well, because
I do.
Let's be fair, Conte and his team would have seen how Spurs have operated for the last however many years. They would see the caliber of players we've historically bought. They would see that we've not won anything. They would see that Jose Mourinho was sacked before a cup final. Poch was sacked after the Champions League final. If they then choose to still come and join, I'm sorry, at what point do you go, oh, I didn't see that coming? Of course you saw it coming. Of course you saw it coming. But this all comes back to one thing for me. This is why he signed an 18-month contract and not a 4, 5,
right, 6. It's a marriage of convenience, my friend.
A marriage of convenience. That's exactly what I say. A marriage of convenience. But fans can't get past the Conte is a winner line. Right. Yes, he's a winner over there. He's not a winner over here at Tottenham Hotspur. There's a huge difference.
And it's the same with Jose. It's the same with Jose, by the way. It's the same way. He's a winner over there. He's a winner over there on the left-hand side. Every other club he's been at, but one common denominator, you can't win at Tottenham Hotspurs. But he got to the final, which is something Conte hasn't done, because Jose is a better manager than Conte. That's why I always said that, because he's had the experience and done it in multiple leagues. Conte won the league at Inter Milan, the league. The other day, you said it to me, Savva, and this is what annoyed me. You went through all the accolades of Jose Mourinho, but one. When he went to Italy with Inter Milan, he won the treble, mate. Oh, straight up. You can't beat that.
Sorry. He's annoying me. Always. Look, we had one of the most decorated managers of all time, right? And fans hated him. They hounded him out. He was a dinosaur. Conte comes in, finds all the same problems, and yet hardly any of the same frustration that was aimed at Jose gets aimed at Conte. It just seems very strange to me. Sonny Chelsea, who's a Chelsea fan, has said Conte will not work at Tottenham. It was perfect when he came to Chelsea because we already had the team good enough to win a title.
Right.
Just need a winner like Conte to come and make that happen right away. This. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry.
That's it. He take it to the next level. And Inter Milan, he had it. Inter Milan, he gave them an ultimatum. He said, if you want to win the league, right, back me and give me what I need to win the league.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. At Tottenham, you're not going to get that opportunity. In the first interview, Savva, he came in and he said, I'm not here for top 4. I'm not here for top 4. How was it 18 months later, people are gassing, oh, we should be top 4? So you basically, that Conte's coming for top 4, like you just said with the Uber and the Lewis Hamilton. You just said to me that he didn't come here for top 4, but now you're happy to say that he's come for top 4. So you've lowered yourself. Conte's lowered himself down to you. That's not how football works. You have to rise yourself up to him, but you're not there. So he's pointless being here. All he's going to be is a scapegoat to. Now he's going to be. This is why Eric Dyer gets a brand new contract because Conte wants him. I don't want that. Not for you.
No, that wasn't Frank. That was Stewie, by the way. That was Stewie. Stewie's the pug. Frank is the French bulldog. Yeah, I mean, when we said big up to yourself, the disabled team, really appreciate it. Do another live stream this morning. I'll let the viewers know what you were doing. I have a pug too, beautiful dogs, but like to be treated as babies. Yeah, he literally needs to be there all the time. And saying, is it not up to the manager to demand control and create the winning mentality?
It would be, but at Tottenham, no, because you've got control freak in charge.
Tottenham with Daniel Levy and Edie.
Right. No. You got a control freak in charge, mate. No chance. No chance is that happening. I'm telling you that now. If you watch a documentary, every episode, it became a Levy show. My man said it one time on your show. It became a Levy show, mate. And I had to switch off sometimes. I was like, nah. Everywhere. Mourinho was here. He was there.
Yeah. It's look, I feel like we go round and round in circles with this football club. I feel like we all know what needs to change, but I don't think any of us really know what can be done, if anything can be done at all.
That's why I tried to boycott Savva. That's why I said in the end, I'm just not even going to go there, mate. I'm just not going to the stadium. The last time I went to the stadium, was the year that we closed down. And I did a stadium tour. That was the last time I went to the stadium, Savva. I'm not going back to the stadium. I refuse to give that man my money. I'm not giving him it, mate. Because you know what? We're just going to go round and round in circles. You're going to hear excuses of why we don't do this, why we don't push on or what. And managers will come in, they'll be made the scapegoat. And all roads lead home, blood. All roads lead to Daniel Levy. This is why I'm just sick and tired of hearing the man's name. Because you know what? I don't hate him. I dislike him. But if I was to say I hate the man, then that would mean I have too much effort, concerted effort to give it to you. I don't hate you. I dislike you, blood.
I think the difficulty is, I think you might have said it earlier. I mean, he told us when he joined what he was going to do. He told us it wasn't about the passion of football. He told us this was business, and he hasn't lied.
He hasn't lied on that front.
But look, I won't give him my money anymore. That's why I won't go. And look, everyone's got their own. Look, I'm not saying my way is right. Anyone else's way is wrong. Look, it is what it is. Everyone's got a different way of their own demonstration. My demonstration is I won't turn up. I won't pay to watch Tottenham put money in his pocket. I won't pay and go and have all the expensive beers at the ground, and I won't pay for that. I've got the money to. I just won't pay for it.
Same as that, Savva. Same as that. And when I hear Brian, this is why I recommend people like Brian Daigle, because Brian Daigle, when I met him, he said to me, I go to the stadium, but I don't pay for tickets. I'm given the tickets, but I go to the games, but I refuse to put any of my own money into that club. And I was like, big up for that. I respect that for you. Because if you say to me, well, it's when you put the boards down and then what do you do? I'll go to the stadium. That's your business. That's your prerogative. If you want to do that, that's your business. But don't then say to me, you have to go down here. You have to protest. Brother, I chose to vote with my feet, blood. There's the difference. I made a stand. You've made a stand. You get me? I voted with my feet. You get me? I'm not going to the stadium, blood.
It's each their own. As I said, there's no right or wrong way, right? I don't ever want to sit here and tell any other fan
what to do.
You can't do that. You can do this. It's each to their own. I made a decision earlier on this season that after I'd seen the summer window, I'd already bought tickets for a couple of games. And after I went and saw how bad we were, saw the summer window and went, nah, sorry, you're literally pulling the wool over everyone's eyes like a fool. Nothing's changed. But look, other people want to do it differently, and that's fine. Other people demonstrate. Other people protest. There's nothing. I don't think there's a right or wrong. There's just a lot of people with a lot of different views on.
That's it. That's exactly right, and that's the thing, Savva. Like I said, a fan can only do what they think is right to do. If you want to vote with your feet, yeah, you vote with your feet. If you want to protest, you protest. But do not force somebody with an agenda to say, look, you have to do that. No. You don't have to do anything. You do what makes you as a person feel right. There's too many people like, you have to protest. No. You do what makes you feel right for your club. No one tells you how to support a team. No one tells you what to do to influence change.
Yeah, I think it's just, when people are passionate about their cause. Look, we all get like this in life, right? We're all passionate about things, and we all believe that our way is the way. And I get that. And look, there's nothing wrong with that. And hats off to the people that want to protest. I'm just of the opinion that my way of protesting is by not paying to watch Tottenham, not paying Daniel Levy. That's just me. But also, I'm of the opinion that a protest, I think, works if your club isn't worth £4.5 billion, right? I don't think a protest. I say I don't think. I know a protest, no matter how large, is going to make these owners turn around and go, right, we've just built this global brand that is now screaming in money. I know they're upset. Let's sell. They'll sell when they want to sell, and at the price they want to sell for. This is grown up business, right? This isn't Football Manager. This is businessmen saying, I've got this product over here, which is Tottenham. You want to pay $3 billion. I'm not selling it till I get the magic number.
Yeah, but Savva, come on, Savva. I know you're a businessman, Savva, right? But I'm going to say this to you: where do you come off telling me that Tottenham Hotspurs are worth more than Man United? When you haven't got the history of Man United, where are you telling me that Tottenham Hotspurs are worth more than Chelsea when you haven't got any of the trophies and the accolades that Chelsea have? Come on, Savva, that's us off, man. Tottenham was worth 4.5 billion. Chelsea was worth 4 billion, man, and so was Man United. So where are you going with this one? I just don't understand the valuation, Savva.
Well, I'll tell you the valuation. The difference between us and them is quite simple. Chelsea was sold at that price because it was a fire sale. Yeah? If Chelsea had been sold a year before by Abramovich, he would never have sold it for that price. They had to sell it because of all the stuff going on in Russia. The price for Man United is simple. Whoever goes into Man United needs to build a brand new stadium, a brand new training ground, right? And they need to invest in all the infrastructure around the ground. So that is a $2 billion project in itself. I'm just making that number up. It's going to be whoever comes into Tottenham Hotspur has a ready-made
cash
cow business model, right? They'll come in, they'll get naming right deals, they'll get NFL deals, sponsorship deals, all of the partnerships that are already in place. That is why we are not, those clubs are just football clubs. They're just football clubs. That's what you're buying. When you're buying Tottenham, you're buying a piece of the NFL. You're buying boxing. Right? You're buying the skywalk, the go-kart track. Right? So it's not about history. It's not about we haven't won anything. What they've built has been designed to not need someone to come in and go, oh, but we've got to build. It's like if you buy a house, yeah, and then you're either looking and going, right, do I want to buy the finished article or do I want to buy one where we still need to build an extension on the side? And that's going to cost me an extra XYZ. So as I've said, look, and as I've said, Bryce, look, for sure, look, I don't have an issue with anyone who's out protesting and videoing and posting on Twitter. I've got no issue with it. As I said, I'm not saying you've said that, but each to their own, right? I won't go. I won't go and I vote with my feet by not going and not paying, right? I'm not saying that's right or that's wrong. That's just my idea.
Each to their own. Each to their own, and if you want to do that, that's your business. I've been to a protest, like I said, I've met Brian Dagan at a protest, and to me, it's not about the numbers; it's about the message that came across. And when we did it that time, the message came across, and everybody, you were even moved by Daniel Levy and the man from up the top. They don't come away from there. We don't want you protesting outside the stadium there because you're influencing the fans. So that's how I can tell you he's a control freak, by the way. But yeah, we were told to move out of the way. And
who's a control freak? Levy,
yeah. Big
of
time.
Course.
Big time.
Of course. Look, the thing is, and again, look, I think the problem is we've all got an opinion on the club and how it can be sold and changed. But as I said, we're talking about $1 billion, like not 1 billion, not 2. We're talking about a £4.5 5 billion to Levy and Enoch business. That's what the value is to them. Yeah. They have the right to turn around and say, they don't even have to say we're going to sell. If people approach them and go, we'll give you 3 billion for the club, they're well within their rights to go, no. Yeah. And that's why I've seen people saying, oh my God, they're taking the piss. If they're offered that, they have to sell.
No.
Why do they have to sell? It's their business. No one could tell Phil. I used this analogy the other day, right? At the end of the day, if my house was worth £1 million, it's not. I always caveat that my house is not worth £1 million. If my house was worth £1 million, and then I'd spent another £1 million doing the house up to. I've got extensions and a swimming pool and all this kind of stuff. I haven't. I don't know. Right. And I now value my house at £2 million. Sorry, the house is valued by the estate agents at £2 million. If anyone wants to buy it, and if I don't put it on the market, if anyone wants to buy it, they can knock on my door and go, this is worth £2 million, we'll buy it. I then go, I don't want to sell it.
Yeah, it's well within the rights.
Right, I don't want to sell it. What would you want to sell it? Well, it's got to be worth my while because I like living here. I've just done it up. It's mine, blah, blah, blah. I'll sell it to you for 3 million. If they go, well, you're taking a piss, cool. Well, I don't need to sell it. And that's the thing with Tottenham. We think about football, of course, we do with football fans. Unfortunately, they're not driven that way. They think about it like a business because to them, it is a business, and it is a huge money-grabbing corporate cash cow. That, as much as we might hate that, Phil, that's the reality of it.
It is, yeah. And like you say, like a few fans have heard them say, yeah, when you list the different stuff that the stadium can do, and the last one is, and the football team used to live here. That's what came straight in my head. The football team used to live here. This stadium, Savva, I was looking at it like a giant transformer from back in the day, because I didn't even know there was a go-kart track underneath there, mate. That is something else. Wow, guy. What else is in that stadium, Savva, that we don't know about yet?
It goes back to what we said, right? I've got no problem with them doing that. Yeah. Go-karts, skywalks. It's just we've got to see the same energy on the pitch. And
I want to see it put back into the team, Savva. I'm tired.
Listen, I agree with you. And the thing is, they do spend.
Yeah.
This is the problem with it all. They do spend and put it in the team, but it's always, let's buy 7 average players over 3 quality players. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting that we're going to sign Erling Haalands. I'm not suggesting we're going to sign De Bruyne's. But rather than going out and going, right, this window, we don't need 7 additions. We need 2 centre-halves and a goalkeeper, right? If in the summer, this club bought 3 top players, a goalkeeper and 2 centre-halves, I would turn around and go, as long as Kane or Son don't go, I would turn around and go, great start, cool. There's your 3 signings. I know where we're going now. The next window, okay, we now need a right wing back or a left, whatever it may be. And you go, cool. We are now filling what we need with quality rather than saying there's 7 players that the manager doesn't really want, get on with it.
Yeah, it's like when you go to a catch and carry, Savva. That's what I look at it. It's like when you go to a catch and carry and you're bulk buying. I don't want to bulk buy, man. You used to buy quality over quantity. Every time, Savva, 7 players. We had it under Bale, 7 players. We had it under Mourinho, 7 players. We had it under Conte, 7 players. We backed the manager. You didn't back the manager because you didn't give him the quality he needs to be able to do what he has to do in his system. That's not even funny.
I think that, and then what we've got to realise is this: what Antonio Conte might want to be backed might not be achievable, and I don't even mean from a financial aspect. For example, there's again, I always caveat everything I say. I caveat now, Phil, so people don't get it wrong. There are lots of rumours going. By the way, I have just seen some Stuart, Kesh, Jack. I've just received all of your just giving donations. Thank you very much. Please keep giving. Please keep subscribing as well. I'm closing in from a personal milestone. I'm closing in on 3,500. Got 37 to go. So if 37 of you could go and subscribe, that would be wonderful. What was I saying? Yeah, it could be like people are suggesting that Conte has turned around and said, I want either Bastoni or Vardial. Right? Cool. All right. Well within his rights to do that. You have to then look and go, okay, are Bastoni and Vardial achievable signings for Tottenham Hotspur? Now, our emotions as fans go, of course, just pay the money. Of course.
Well, your head says they can win trophies at Inter Milan. With Bastoni, yeah, he's already won the league at Inter Milan. With Gvardiol, yeah, he's already won a trophy for RB Leipzig. Why would he want to down him to go to Tottenham Hotspur from where you are? You'd have to go down a level. At their point in their career, they don't want to go down a level. They want to go up a level, which is why we should have done. Like you said, when we got to the Champions League final year, that was the precipice point of where we could have gone up a level, but we chose to stay where we were. We chose to be level. Now they're not going to come to us now because we're actually a step down for them. We're not even a step down. I think we're 2 steps down for them in some cases, and it's not even nice to say that, but it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I was having this conversation with someone the other day, and I said, let's take Vardial for example. I see so many people, they come into my comments, and not just my comments, YouTube comments, and they say, right, what centre-back do we want this summer? And people go, Vardial, get Vardial. Right? Okay, cool. We'll go and get Vardial. Right. So we go to RB Leipzig and go, how much do you want? And they go, people are bidding at 90 million. All right, cool. Now let's play along in a dream world.
Yeah. I'm playing.
Levy goes, all right, just for this one, Antonio, 90 million. Right. There's a £90 million deal on the table. All right, the club has accepted it. Right. Now, you've got 2 things that happen here, right? I'm not teaching anyone to suck eggs. This is the obvious. You've got 2 things that happen. One, some clubs turn around and go, what are they offering? 90.
Let's match that.
We'll go to 100. Right, Spurs are out. Right, Spurs are out. Now, let's assume that they accept 5 clubs bid at 90 million. Why on earth is Vardial choosing us over, let's be honest, the likes that are going to want him are going to be Madrid, Man City, Chelsea, Liverpool. Why is Vardial, and it pains me to say this, I'm a Spurs fan, as you know. Why is he picking Spurs?
He's not
over the clubs I've just, right. So I think sometimes when fans just chuck out names like, just go and buy him.
Yeah.
Because that's who Conte wants to be backed. Okay, but Conte isn't at Inter Milan or Chelsea anymore.
Right.
He's not at those clubs. He's at Tottenham. We don't attract that caliber. Right. What's the next level down?
That's what has to be. That's what happens to happen, Savva. I saw we had the opportunity, like you said, Conte would be the perfect manager when we got to the Champions League final and we lost to Liverpool. That was the time to sign Antonio Conte because we were at the top echelons of the football pyramid here. Because you can't deny when you're a Champions League finalist, you're at the top of the pyramid, right? You had that opportunity, but we blew it. You get me? So now Conte is so the wrong manager because we're not going to bring in the top players here because they've looked and seen that we're not winning anything. And you know what else is, Savva? right? The naming rights thing, I think that's got to do with it as well, in the fact that it's been 4 years since we've had naming rights. I don't think nobody wants to be associated with Tottenham Hotspurs as a football team because you're not winning anything, brother. You're not going anywhere. So why would they want to sponsor losers? I'm sorry to say it. Why would you want to put your money and say, look, I'm going to sponsor Spurs for 260? You're not going to do it. Why would I want to do that? There's no coincidence.
Look, I think when we break this down, I think that sometimes emotions in football get in the way of reality. And listen, that's why for me, I'm frustrated that down the years, like for example, let's look at James Maddison.
Mm-hmm.
I think a year, 2 years ago, James Maddison was very achievable. Now I look at James Maddison and I think if we try and win him from this summer, I'm not saying we are, but I also think Arsenal would be.
Yeah.
Liverpool, Chelsea. For me, we've got to get better at the recruitment at the other stage.
Mm-hmm.
You can't compete with the big boys and girls for top players in their peak.
That's it.
We've got to scout them before they're in it. The way we did with a Berbatov, the way we did with a Modric. Players coming from those leagues that aren't quite there yet, but you can see are going to be.
But the thing with Maddison, right, is that when he was at Norwich, we were all over that. But I just don't understand why didn't pull the trigger to buy him from Norwich. We let him go to Leicester City, and he went to Leicester City, and he took over from there. We had the opportunity, Savva. It's not like they didn't identify the players. They identified the scouts, identified the players, Savva. It's just like they refused to pull the trigger to buy these players, Savva. That's the problem. Like you say with Grealish, you've identified Grealish here. You've got basically Aston Villa begging for you to say, you know what, we'll sell you Grealish for 10 million. But no, that's not enough here. You want them to grovel on their stomach here and say, look, we want 6 million. What's wrong with you, man? Just give them the money. Give them the 10 million. Finish. No, you want them to grovel on their stomach, man, and beg. I was so happy when Perslow took over. I'm sorry. I said it to Brian even on the day of protest. I said, I'm glad that Perslow took over. You know why? Because they had... Daniel Levy was wicked, man. We want you to... We're not going higher than 6 million for the man. And Aston Villa were basically begging us to say, look, we want 10 million. That was wrong, man. That's so wrong.
Yeah, look, it's a tough one, right? I think as I'm getting older, I'm realising that... I'm realising, but I'm just putting more thought behind it. And I think I'd love to know, sometimes I'd love to know the truth behind some of what we hear, because a lot of what we hear is, I've heard this and this report says that. And we don't know. I'd love to know what it was, you know, especially like if you look at the Grealish deal that gets talked about a lot. I'd love to know what was the ins and outs, you know, but look,
and the Dybala one as well, Savva. I would love to know the ins and outs of that one as well.
Yeah,
about the £64 million and the name of the rights and all of that. I would love to know the ins and outs. There's quite a few of them, Savva, over the years that I really do want to know the ins and outs of them. So, yeah, I agree with you on that score, mate. I do.
Yeah, I'm just at the stage where I think that as much as we've built the club to be top notch, I still don't think it's attractive. And I think, not it's attractive to certain players. I just don't think it's attractive to the caliber that maybe Conte wants and needs. And I'm not knocking Conte for that. He's a winner, right? Conte wants and needs top players that he goes, right, you go in there, you go in there, you go in there. Right, my team's good to go.
I agree with that, and that's why I said he should have been over. Should have been when we got to Champions League final. He should have been the manager to take over from there. You should have let Pochettino go once we had got to that point. Yeah, that was the highest that Pochettino was going to get to. Let him go then, and then that summer bring in Conte, and because I think that's the summer that Chelsea let him go. If I'm right, or is that? Yes, it is.
I'm not sure the ins and outs.
I think that was the summer that Chelsea sacked him. I think so, before he went to Inter Milan. Right. That's the time to bring a manager like Conte and say, look, take this. We only need to add a few more players and then we can go and do something. Because obviously, we got to Champions League final. So therefore, only a few more players and we'll be able to do something. Not now when you've had 4 years of just, You've meandered for 4 years, Savva. That's what we have.
Listen, I agree, and it's people like this that when they look again. This is hearsay, right? We don't know this. We don't know the situation. No other club were interested in taking a gamble as he was a loose cannon. Said who? Who has written this down and told you this? We're all very good at doing that. Okay, so and so was going to sign, but this happened. Well, we don't know, do we? We don't know. Oh well. It is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. I don't know. I don't know what people were expecting. I'll be honest. When Conte joined us, I don't know what people were expecting. That he was going to suddenly make. He was going to suddenly make Daniel Levy go, yeah, I'm just going to splash the cash and buy a top player. Why would he? He's never done that.
But he's his legacy. Savva, like you said with Mourinho, it's his legacy that has won trophies everywhere. So people just innocently thought, you know what? Oh, Conte means trophies. No, Conte means trophies if he's given the right resources to do it. Every man is as good as his tools. If you haven't got the tools to do the job, then you're not going to do a good job. And we do not have the tools needed for Conte to do a good job here. I'm sorry to say it. But people were looking at him thinking, Conte, by the name, he's going to win a trophy.
Just because of his name.
Right.
Just because of his name. And it's what I said to all of you earlier. The fans that just say, just back Conte and he wins. It's not that simple because there's so much that needs to be done at Tottenham Hotspur that it wasn't a case of just, like I hear people say, just give him 2 centre-backs and a wing-back and we win the league. Sorry, what? Why? Why do we automatically jump the queue over everyone else because we've signed 3 players? Right? No, that's not how it works. What about all the deadwood that needs to go? Right? What about the other positions that need to be filled? What about the youth team? And what about a process and what's coming up behind that?
Mm-hmm.
And this is the problem. Everyone's so desperate to win now that they just say things like, back him. Whenever you ask someone, what does that mean? It's give him the players he wants. Okay, what does that look like?
Right, what players?
Which players? So when I'm being told in the summer that the players he wanted for centre-back were Vardy, Bastoni and Undukar, apparently Undukar turned us down. In January, this was apparently Undukar turned us down because he wants a bigger club to go to in the summer.
To Barcelona. Yeah.
And the talks are that it's probably going to be Barcelona, right? So you've got Bastoni, who's not for sale, Vardy, who's never going to come to us in a million years, and Undukar from Frankfurt has turned us down. Cool. Backing with who? Where are the realistic players that we could sign? Because I guarantee our fans would turn their noses up at 90% of the realistic centre-backs that we could sign.
Right. Yeah, it's true. All you hear now is Hincapié. This one. Who's to say that Conte wants that kind of player? Who's to say that Conte wants that player there? Because Conte, one of the things that Conte said is, I want experience. Are you telling me that Hincapié's experience, brother? Because I don't think he is. Not to the level that Conte wants to play in the centre-half position. No way.
He's just signed a new contract as well.
There you go.
Hincapié, yeah. So because they're protecting their asset. But apparently the striker he wanted, again, apparently the striker he wanted over any other was Lautaro Martinez.
Mm-hmm.
But Inter Milan apparently would have wanted 75, 80 million pounds.
Right?
It's not going to happen, right? We're not going to pay 75, 80 million pounds. And again, if Lautaro Martinez came on the market for all the clubs that need a goal scorer, I refuse to believe that we would be the only team in a queue for Lautaro Martinez, right? Same with people say, oh, if Kane goes, we'll just go and get Osimhen from Napoli. Again, there's not many strikers in the world. If Osimhen from Napoli is on the market, I fully expect a bigger club than Tottenham will go, yeah, we'll have a look at him.
Barcelona will be straight in there. Real Madrid will be straight in there. Chelsea need a striker. They'll be straight in there. Man United, they'll be straight in there. Arsenal will be straight in there. And like you said to me not long ago, Savva, yeah, if it came to toss between going to Tottenham or Arsenal, who would you go to, Savva?
Exactly. Exactly. It's not us, and I hate that. I think too many people play a football manager and they go, "Oh, this player's available. The agent said, would you like to meet?" Yeah, blah, blah, 60 million done. It's about being clever. And that is why I've said all along, Conte is not the right man. You need a manager that is happy to work with players the next level down and upskill them. And Conte is not that type of manager. Right. But people don't like hearing that. People, listen, I'm not here to knock anyone's hopes or dreams, but I'm level-headed, right? So when people go to me, do you want Vardy? I go, do you know what I mean? It's like, do I want him?
Yeah.
Of course I'd love him. But really, you know, like, have a look at this market, right? Arsenal had a bid for what? 75, 80 million pounds turned down by Brighton for a midfielder they bought 2 years ago for 4 million pounds.
Yes, I say though.
Right. That's the market we're in. Right? That's the market we're in. At what point does anyone think that Daniel Levy's going to turn around and play those sorts of games with teams?
He's not doing it, Savva. No way.
Right. And I know this all sounds really negative and this all sounds like it's doom and gloom. For me, you've got to find a process. You've got to find a smarter way of working.
Yeah, you go to where, you know how Leicester were when they found Encante and when they found, what's his name as well? When they found Mahrez level, that's what you need to be doing. You need to be scouting the European market for the players that are coming, like we did with Modric, them kind of players. That's what you want to do. Finding young players, uncut gems, and then flipping them over like Arsenal did, back in the day with Anelka. If that's what you want to do, Conte is not your manager for doing that because he doesn't do that. He is a win now manager. What you want is a project manager. That's what they do. They scout Europe. They have their DOF, like a Mitchell, who goes round and he finds them players. Then he dusts them off, and then you can do it. And then you've got a team for them. But you be prepared to wait 2 to 3 years to see the best part of that team, because remember, they are young and they are raw. So you have to wait 2 to 3 years to do it. So this is why I say about Pochettino. Even though he's not going to hit the ground running, you're going to have to wait 2-3 years before he gets to where we were before, because we were right now, when he first came in, where he had to get rid of 9 players. That's that level of where Pochettino would be. He'd be back at that stage. And I don't wish that on him, by the way. Because that's why I said I don't want him to. I became a bit flippy floppy on that one. And yes, I can see why we want Pochettino back, but in the other way, I can see why we don't want Pochettino back, because I'm like, I don't want to see him go back to that get rid of 9 players thing, because that is the way that we are right now.
I think the difficulty with someone like Poch, I said it, I'll say an hour ago, it was probably about 15 hours ago.
Yeah.
With the difficulty with Poch is we all talk as though he would have rebuilt or built a team if given the funds and done it correctly. But one, we've got no proof of that. We don't. And I'm not knocking him. We just don't have any proof of that. 2, is that Daniel Levy's style? Again, is that Daniel Levy's style to give a manager carte blanche to go and do what they want? I don't think it is. Well, I know it's not.
It's not, Savva, but then you have to put his word to the test, because I haven't seen the program, by the way. I've just heard little snippets of the Levy builds a house, and one of the things he said, was we all ideally want a manager for 10, 15 years. Is a Conte a 10, 15 year manager? I don't know why you're coming out of that for. Can we maybe afford it?
This listen, it's the whole thing doesn't make sense. The whole thing doesn't make sense. If we're talking about we really want a manager now, stop sacking managers. It's not sacking the manager. The manager's leaving of his own accord, right? And at the end of the day, even if he wasn't, is Antonio Conte the guy that goes, yeah, I'm down for a 5-year project to build something? I've never seen him do it. His maximum, do you know his maximum length for any club?
Yeah, 3 years, Savva, 3 years. And that was with Juventus, Savva, 3 years. And he spent his entire career playing, and it's near enough his entire career playing for Juventus. So you have to remember, that he had a special love for that club. So he weren't going to, it took something big to make him move from Juventus. That's how big it is, Savva. 3 years is the longest he stayed there. He's not a long-term manager, Savva, which is what I said from the beginning. He's not a long-term manager. He is a stopgap manager. He's not here to no. You can't build off him, man.
Yeah. Clement, this is exactly what we said about half an hour ago. It was a marriage of convenience. You had Antonio Conte, that there were no big jobs available and he wasn't in a job. Daniel Levy had just made a monumental mess hiring Nuno, getting booed by the fans, getting called out. Lo and behold, he sacks Nuno. The next day, Conte comes in and the pressure is off the board. Levy is not stupid.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it was a marriage of convenience. Conte's not stupid and would have said, hang on, I'm not sure about this. And they would have gone, okay, why don't we do an 18-month contract, see where we are in 18 months? I can't imagine it was a lot different to that, right? I can't imagine that Levy would have gone, you are the manager for me. I want you to build something here. P.S. Please sign this 18-month deal. Right? You just wouldn't, would you?
No way.
You wouldn't. So, yes, look, Conte did turn us down. We should give you the clue, right? That Conte did turn us down. And then we went back and Levy would have had to whack a lot of money in front of him to make him come and join. For me, it was signing a manager to completely take the
heat off you.
Yeah, absolutely. It took all the heat off of his shoulders. Fans were crowing about it as though we just signed Mbappe or something. Everyone's saying we're going to win now. We got Conte. Other people going, we've seen this all before with Jose. Mm-hmm. No. This one's different. We're nearly 18 months down the road and it's not different. Nothing.
Yeah, it's just deflection. It's just deflection, Savva. It's deflection after deflection after deflection. And you think, this man's just another scapegoat, but you must no. Nuno was doing nothing here. You can see with Nuno, he's not going to do anything here, and that's why I was like, keep him in the job, because the more you keep Nuno in that job, and the more it looks bad upon Daniel Levy, because you know that he was never the level that it was needed at this job, at this club. I'm sorry to say it. So Nuno was a patsy anyway.
But let's be fair. The fact that they went and got Nuno shows you there was no plan at this club.
Well, Savva, like I said to Brian the other day, if you look at Enix's record, this is wicked, by the way. We are the first club to do 500 days without a signing. We are the first club to go through a British transfer window without a signing. We are the first club to go 72 days without a manager. They are all world records, Savva. You do know that, right? All bad, negative records in football, by the way. Look, that is wicked, mate.
Let's look at it like this, right? Daniel Levy comes out that summer when we've got Nuno in and talks about, he released that statement of, we are going to bring back the Spurs, we're going to give you attacking football, Spurs DNA, blah, 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 whatever else he said, our long-term vision is success on the pitch, blah, blah, all the buzzwords that made people go, yeah, it's going to happen. He then takes about 74 days or whatever it was to hire Nuno. That is, to be fair to Nuno, he's then given an absolute shocker of a window.
Yeah.
He's given 12 games. He's gone. Now Levy's in a mess. He's lied to the fans about the style of play we're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
And that hasn't been matched in terms of the players we brought in. He's brought in a manager that I don't think many people wanted anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So to clear up the mess, does he go and get a manager that plays the attacking football and the DNA we want?
No.
He goes for a serial winner forgetting that serial winners are serial winners because they are backed heavily at big clubs.
That's it.
But our fans weren't open enough to go, hang on, why has Conte changed his mind? Why is the contract 18 months?
Right.
Why has he agreed to join us midway through a season? Like red flag, red flag, red flag.
That's the one, Savva. That's what I was. I was like, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. And the bad thing about Conte, yeah, right, is remember he walks out of Inter Milan, yeah, and he hadn't like you said, he hadn't had another job. No one had offered him anything. It was like you walked out of your last job. You look bad now. You need someone to take a chance on you. So from his perspective, yeah, right, he had gone through several months here without any employment. So for him, yeah, he needed something. Levy exploited that in the fact that, you know what, I need someone to deflect upon. You're the perfect manager because you've already won the league. You've won trophies where you are. You're the perfect deflection. So I'll have you as the manager. But what Conte did, yeah, which is what I commend him for, and I said that the only reason I wanted Conte at one point there was that Conte is not going to be one of the managers who sits there and takes it like a Mason. He's going to actually open his mouth and say, you know what, enough. This is not good enough. But he hasn't done it enough for me. And then expose the board for what they are. That's why I wanted Conte there, because Conte would expose the board for the charlatans that they are. But he hasn't done enough of that.
I mean, look, let's just say, I think, look, this is Clement. I normally agree with everything you say, but this one is again, I'd love to know, when we say Levy is a liar, he's lied to every manager. I'd love to know what is said in the meetings, because again, if I look at this two ways, if Levy has lied to Antonio Conte, and he's had his first window where he's got very lucky, let's be fair, they weren't even our first targets, Benton Kulu. Then we have that summer. If from that summer he has lied to Conte, that's when, for me, Conte turns around and goes, see you later, I'm off. Right? Then we all go, there you go, look at Levy, look what Levy's done, exposed him. He didn't. Conte came out and said, really happy with the transfer window, happy with the squad I've got. I'm not just here for fourth, blah, 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 blah. When we're winning games, great. Then we start losing some games and he's, you fans need to curve your expectations. Oh, hang on. You told us you weren't here for fourth.
All right, that's it. There you go.
Now we've got to curb our expectations. Why? What is not happening? Like, do you know what I mean? I'm not blaming anyone here. I'm just saying the whole thing is a mess.
It's a mess. And you look and you think, Savva, it's like, we were talking about this in the summer. How far ahead were we of the curve, Savva? We were talking about this happening in the summer. We said, look, this is going to happen because you can see the transfers. And he said, oh my God, we were ahead of the club because everyone called us negative. Oh, you're negative. I'm not negative. I'm just telling you the truth. Before it happens, I'm going to tell you the truth.
Phil, I love comments like this. Like when other fans from clubs say, Levy did turn you from a mid-table club to a top six club. You do realise the owners have been in nearly a quarter of a century, right? We're talking as though they picked us up 3 years ago at mid-table and now we're in Champions League.
Right.
No, they picked us up when we were about 9th or 10th in 2001. 2001. I was 18. When they took over Spurs, I was 18, right? They turned us into a top 4-6 club. Great, okay. How have we kicked on?
Right, that's it. I'm exactly where you are, because I think we should be the same age, Savva, yeah. Because I'm 40 as well. I see it from the perspective. I look at it and think, oh my gosh, you've taken us from where we were. Yeah, we were 9th. You got us up to 6th. You got us up to 4th. But I don't want to stay 4th anymore. 4th, you've been 4th since 2016. This has been where you've been. When are we going to go to number 1? When are we going to say, look, this is a stepping stone? Arsenal, yeah, would use that as a stepping stone. Chelsea would use this as a stepping stone. You're telling me that you want to match them and you want to compete against them. You use it as a stepping stone. No, you're happy to be, that's your pinnacle, that's your level. I don't want it, blood.
Look, I think the difficulty is look, so Sonny Chelsea said yes, but they want more. They should absolutely demand and expect more. 9th richest club in the world. I think what other fans don't understand is this. We first got into the top 4 in 2010 with Harry Redknapp.
So yeah, we'd have gone there earlier for Lasagna Gate didn't happen, but yes.
yeah. But the first time we got there was 2010 under Harry Redknapp. So that was 13 years ago, right? And since then, nothing has changed. This is the point. Nothing has changed. But for fans that don't know the insides and outs of Spurs, what has changed at Spurs is these guys have now built themselves a £1 billion empire that when they sell, they could sell like that. When they sell, they bought us for 21.9 million. And the club is valued at what they will sell at 4.5 billion, let's say. They will make a 4.5 billion profit in 23 years if they sold now. Whilst charging us, by the way, Max, the most expensive tickets in world football.
Right.
The most expensive replica kits.
Yes.
Right. Whilst charging us a beer at the ground, literally, you may as well take out a mortgage to go and watch it.
Right. Sausage rolls. Hyde Greg's. Yeah, I heard that one, Savva.
Right. So when people say, oh, they've taken you from mid-table to, come on, man, come on.
I heard it, Savva. I've heard it, mate. I can say I don't go to the ground yet, but I hear it, mate.
Right. It's listen. I won't go anymore. My morals are that I won't go and I won't pay him.
Fair play to you, mate.
You know, I used to get some tickets and give them away on my show.
Yeah.
But then I realised, hang on, that's feeding them, and yeah, someone else is going to buy them, but it's not me.
It's not me.
Right, it's not me.
All you can, like Lee Gunner says, yeah, all a fan can do is their part. This is why I say to people, if you want to protest, you protest. If you want to do this, you can do this. Don't force people to do it your way and say, look, it's their fault when they don't do it your way. No, they can vote that they vote their own way, and they can protest their own way. You don't need to be standing outside the ground with banners to do it. There's protest. You are right now, yeah, right. We're in the beginning of a media. We're in the changing now from where we were in the 90s where people protested. You can attack them on the media. You can attack them on Twitter. You can attack them on any social network, mate. And it's the same as if you're standing outside the stadium. You can attack them on any social media because they hear it. They've got a PR department. They hear it, mate. So they know exactly how you're feeling.
Of course. Look, of course. Just quickly, everybody, look. Please, if you haven't already, please subscribe to Savva Talks Football. We are chasing down the 3,500. I'm trying to get to 4K by my 1 year birthday, the channel's 1 year birthday on the 13th of April. I set a target of 2,500, so I'm nearly 1,000 above that. So thank you for your support. And please, more importantly than that, please do subscribe. But more importantly than that, I've put the link in the chat. Please, 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 any last-minute donations, we've got a couple of hours to go. Any last-minute donations via Super Chats or to the Just Giving page, the link is pinned and it's in the chat. Even if it's £1, even if everyone put in £1, it's still a couple of £100 more than we've got right now. So £1, £5, whatever you can do would be absolutely brilliant.
Savva is going to match it, by the way. Whatever you raise, Savva will match it.
I will match it. There you go. I will match it. The White Rooster said it was a political panic move to keep the fans on side. Conte is here for the quick payday. I would respect him more if he just walked, which would help us more long term than he could on the pitch. White Rooster, I've said this all along.
Congratulations.
I would build a statue of Conte, not now. If he had walked out after any of the windows and said, you don't have the same ambition as me, I would have gone, thank you. You have exposed them. Brilliant. But he doesn't.
That's it.
It's cryptic. It's riddles. It's, you know, Haydu has said Levy's fault for getting a manager that needs ready meals. Loki has said, well done, lads, still going strong. Yeah, we're still moving along nicely. Need to boycott. Everyone's got to band together. Look, Haydu, the problem with this is there are thousands of fans that aren't unhappy. you can't all band together if you're not all on the same hymn sheet, right?
That's the one.
I.e., Newcastle United, every fan hated Mike Ashley. I don't remember hearing anyone saying, "Oh, actually, I like what he's done for the club." So they protest together, and they can force through him to sell the club at 330 million. Now, I'm not saying 330 million isn't a lot of money, because if I had 330 million, I'd retire. Right? I'd retire if I had 3 million. But there's a huge difference between everyone banding together to get a club sold for 330 million versus a fragmented fan base that aren't all on the same page, trying to get together to get rid of owners that are liked and not liked for 4 billion, 4.5 million. It's, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Phil?
I do.
Someone's got to have 4 billion sitting around in their house. It's crazy. It's crazy. Leslie said it gets harder staying in the top 6 every year while playing in Europe and up against the oil money that has been invested at Chelsea and City. I think the oil money thing makes me laugh now, because City every window aren't actually spending these obscene amounts anymore.
Yeah, and Chelsea stopped. And another one I heard, right, is that Chelsea stopped spending quite a lot of money under in the last few years of Abramovich, because he had already outlaid the beginning of his career by bringing in the top players. So at the end of it, he started just using the academy players. So he didn't spend that quite as much money as people thought he did. So that oil money thing from Chelsea, I don't agree with that. But
yeah, Bennett said, Savva, I heard the stadium isn't actually in the club's name. It's under a separate business name to the club. So when they sell, they'll be leasing the stadium. I've heard this as well. I'm sure probably your best man for this type of information, if I'm really, really honest. Listen, there's so much going on. There's, this business is in this name, the ground's in this name, I don't know. Nothing changes. Let's have a look. Hayder has said, where are we? Sorry. Hayder has said the club and stadium is separate. I heard that as well. Thank you, Sonny Chelsea. You did donate. Thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate it. I appreciate everyone that's put money in. Let's have one last push, people. We've raised just. Let me calculate. We have raised just under 2K so far, just under 2K. Can we get it over the 2K mark? Come on, people. Let's see. Loki has said, I'm going today, but won't pay £7 for a pint of flat beer. I take my hip flask. Fair enough. And Crocodox, big up, as always a big supporter, has said, no questions, just chucking in a bit of money into the pot. Listen, God bless you. Really appreciate that. Flash Errol is in the house. Big up, Flash Errol. Hope you're well. Love his picture. Hope you're well, my man. Look, it's tough, right? Because I think we have so much energy on the ENIC out movement that that we kind of lose focus of being a football club.
Yeah.
And it's catch-22. I feel like every conversation now, every time we lose a game, it's ENIC. And it's even made me bored of the ENIC out movement. I've been in it for about 15 years. So, you know what I mean?
No, but Savva, I look at it sometimes and I think some people have some people have a hidden agenda, Savva, underneath it. It's like, yo, I must be proven to be right. I must have it. It's all Daniel. Look, see, Daniel. Brother. It's enough blame to go around for every single body. It's not just Daniel. It's boring. It's boring you to say Daniel, brother. Conte is to blame. The players is to blame for being here. Daniel is to blame for bad players still being here. They should have been got rid of a long time ago. Everybody has a share of the blame. To say it's just Daniel is lazy, and that's why I don't agree with that. And then to push an agenda of, look, when we win, Conte is the winner. Conte, look what happened with Conte system. Look. Brother, you want to shove Conte down my throat? You play with the ball, young man. You get the horns, you. This is what I told my man too. You play with the ball, young man. You get the horns, you.
I think you know what? That's all I want, Phil. That's all I want is consistency. Look, I've said before, it can't be that when we win. No, it can be. People can do what they want.
Yeah, I know, but it's an agenda, Savva. It's just like, yo, it's lost. Inikau gets lost.
It can't be, anyone that's doubted Conte or doesn't like his style or football is wrong. They're in the mud because we won a game. Yeah. Then we lose the next game and it changes to Enoch, leave it. It's like, well, hang on. Just now I was being told that he's brilliant, but now because he's lost a game, it's not him, it's them. Now, for me, it's, as always, somewhere in the middle.
That's it.
Right? It's a bit of them, it's a bit of him, it's a bit of everything. But it's always a way of being right for people, isn't it? It's always I said this.
Right, but it's a point. Let me score some points. I don't want you to score points because when you score points here, right, you take away from the message, Savva. That's why I say to people, don't score points, bro, because two can score points, you know. Two can score points. This is why I say to people, don't score points, you
Phil, the need to score points in this fan base now has become more a priority than what the actual issue is.
That's it.
Rather than getting people on side, rather than being like, look, here's the message. It's told you I've been right all along. It's like, well, okay, look, everyone's got their own view of what's happening. Everyone's got their own view of the owners, the manager, the director of football. Everyone's probably right as much as they're wrong, right? It's like with football opinions. If we take away from the owners, if we go to pure football opinions, it's so amazing how many people are so quick to tell you your opinion was so wrong. But when you get it right, no one wants to tell you you're right, because that, you know, at the end of the day, right? If you and I sat here today, if we sat here in the summer, and said, right, here's the 20 Premier League teams, where do we think people will finish? If we got it spot on, it would be really worrying. It would be really worrying if we'll probably have 5 or 6 of the clubs spot on. The other 13 or 14 will probably have moved a few places and blah, blah. But people go, you said this, it's like, whoa, all right, it's an opinion. I don't control injuries. I don't control change of manager. I don't control this, that, the other. But people need this sense of power, this sense of importance that is overwhelming for me at times, if I'm honest. I'm used to the old school. You having a bit of banter when you're chatting about football in the pub with your mates, and your mates, and you're going, "Oh, you're wrong," blah blah blah.
That's it.
Because it's on the internet, everyone gets very. That's
the one.
You would never do this in a pub. You know what I mean? I would never be speaking to people I don't know with that vitriol, that hate. And that is what's spreading throughout our fan base online.
And this is why the message gets lost of leave it out, because you can see that underlining, I need that victory over you. That's what clouds the message of Enoch out. And this is why I say to people, don't use that to score points, because what you're doing then, is people are looking at you thinking like, yo, you have to be right, brother. It's not about you.
Do you know what? I said the other day, who did I say this to? Someone in the YouTube community. I said the other day, the worrying thing is, and this was before we got knocked out the FA Cup. So the worrying thing is, look, whatever our opinions on this, that, the other, we all want success at Tottenham. We just all have a different path to get there, right? The worrying thing about this fan base, not all of it, but is that even if we had gone on to win the FA Cup, rather than everyone just being excited and happy for once and really enjoying the moment, you would have a select few people that the first thing what they want to do is make videos telling everybody else how wrong they are about something they said. Right? Yeah. Rather than doing a video of,
we've won, congratulations.
We finally won a trophy. This is a great moment. There will be people going, I told you, and you said this about him, and you. That is unfortunately what gets clicks, likes, and subscriptions is drama, unfortunately. And no one wants to have a calm, civilized conversation. And I'm not saying I've always been that way, but now I want to have this type of chat. I want to, not saying you and I have to agree on everything.
No.
but I think there's plenty of ways to engage people and to get them to see your side of it. You see their side of it without it needing to be nasty. And that's just the way I feel about it all, man.
No, Savva. What you're saying there is absolutely spot on. I wish more of the world would like that, yeah, where, you know what, it's about opinions, yeah. Everybody, like you say with your show, it's about opinions, yeah, and debate. This is why I might not agree with everything Sean Butler says, yeah. I respect Sean Butler. You can click that as well. I respect Sean Butler. You might be leaving in, but that's his business. I'm leaving out. But I respect you for your opinion. I'm not going to rub it down your throat. I'm not going to do that. So I'm not like that. I don't believe in doing that. That's cheap.
But Phil, do you know what? This is the thing, right? This is the thing. And I think the more you work with people, the more you speak to them away from YouTube, you get to understand them on a personal level if you make the effort.
You do.
And I'm not speaking for Sean. I don't know if he's watching this or if he watches this back. I'm not speaking for him, and he'll tell me if I'm wrong here. But what Sean likes to do is challenge the status quo. So Sean will not turn around and say, I'm Enoch in. He will not turn around and say he's Enoch out. What he will do is he will challenge arguments that can be challenged. So if I turn around and go, we should have signed that player, he'll turn around and go, like I tried to earlier, and go, well, hang on. What about X, Y, Z? You know, just set, like, it's like, for example, and I've done this before, we go, just sell all this deadwood. Sean will make the point of, well, hang on, there isn't a lot of money around Europe. How do you suggest we do all that in one window? And unfortunately, because that doesn't fit with narratives, people go, you're Enoch in, you're part of the problem. And that's not what he's doing. He's challenging. He's challenging the status quo. Sean and I do not see eye to eye on a lot of things, but we see eye to eye on a lot of things also, right? But Sean is a fan of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. I am. You are. Most people in this chat right now are probably fans of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. How can we have anybody that tells anybody else, you must think this?
Right.
You are the problem. You must think this.
That's the one, Savva. You are part of the problem. Like you are the one who's doing this. You are the one doing that. Savva, this is one that claps. This is the one that really got me the other day. It's like, you must protest. But when you put the board down, what do? Do you actually go home, or do you actually then decide to go into the stadium and pay for your thing? That makes you a bit of a hypocrite, doesn't it? Really? If you can tell people to protest, and then after you've protested that you don't like this guy and you want him out, and then you put the board down and then you walk into the stadium, that makes you a hypocrite, by the way. Don't tell me what to do and then you do it, and then on the other side, you're telling me not to do that.
Look, again, for me, I'll say this again. Look, I wouldn't dream of telling anyone what to do. Again, a lot of people that have a season ticket, they're not going to want to give that up, because imagine Enoch did sell tomorrow and we got great owners and we were brilliant. They wouldn't want to give their seasons. Cool, of course, I get that. But what I would like to see from season ticket holders that do have that power is, if there is enough of them that feel this way, do a mass walkout, do a mass not turn up for 5 games in a row. Or I don't know. It's not for me. It's not for me.
No. But even if you're a season ticket holder, and you feel so passionate about the club, what you could do then, Savva, is you could say, you know what, I don't want to go to the game because I don't want to support Enoch. What I'll do, is there are some people out there who can't afford to go to the games. I will give my ticket to them, so that they can go to the game. If that's how badly you feel about Enoch, put your money where your mouth is and say, you know what, I'm a season ticket holder. No one's saying to stop buying season tickets. Give it to somebody who needs it, like a charity. Give it to them.
I agree, but again, it falls into that category of, and again, it's without being contradictory here, is I don't think anyone can tell anyone what to do.
Right, there you go, that's why I didn't say it. That's just personal.
I think everyone's got the right. Listen, I have a lot of respect for all of the people that protest, like, the likes of Brian Daigle and such. I've got a lot of respect for them. Now, just because I don't see the point in it personally, doesn't mean I don't respect them for doing it, right? But me respecting it and then me thinking it's right for me is two very different things, right? I respect somebody's right to vote I don't vote, so I don't care. I respect somebody's right to vote Labour, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I voted Lib Dem,
Mm-hmm.
right, I can still respect their right and still vote for who I want to vote for.
Right.
But the problem is we're getting to the stage, and I'm seeing this more and more online at the moment, of everyone is the problem if they don't do one thing.
That's it.
And it unfortunately, I've learned, and from speaking to more and more people with business savvy minds, that, you know, I was speaking to someone the other day, someone who has got their own company, multi-millionaire. I was saying to them, like, look, what do you think it would be like to get rid of like the Tottenham owners? Now, this guy doesn't support Spurs; he's a football fan, but Spurs. And I said, what do you think it would look like to oust owners of a company that's, you know, 3-4 billion north? I said, well, the reason that these guys have built this, the reason these guys have got the money to invest in this and to grow and to build, is because they've got a plan, right? And their plan isn't based around you, right? Whether we like it or not, we're fans of a football club, we're customers of the product.
That's what I said years ago, yeah.
So he turned around and said to me, you have to ask yourself the question, is what you're protesting so bad to them that they think this isn't worth it, let's sell? He said, break that down. He said, if you've got 500 people going ENIC out, right? He said, is that enough to make them go, oh my God, we've got to sell this now?
No,
said,
no way.
He said, okay, you've got 10,000 doing it every game and not going to the ground, right? Not going to the ground. There's 10,000 seats empty. Now you've got a bit of a noise because now all the sports, all the BT Sports, Sky Sports, the newspapers,
they can't deny it anymore.
They're all going, we were at Spurs today and there were 10,000 empty seats. And then the next game, there were 10,000. But he said, this all depends on numbers, right? Then the board have a question to answer is, are they being hit in the pocket? Have you already paid for those? He said, there's so many variables. Listen, I'm not saying he's the be all and end all, but so many variables to try and get $1 billion corporation to sell their biggest product that is turning into a global cash cow.
That's it.
Yeah. You don't build a product that makes you money hand over fist in the long run and go, oh, I've built it now, I'll sell. And unfortunately, but if I'm heard saying this, I'll get called ENIC in, right? Because I understand that it's not that simple. I'll get called ENIC in, and that's where we are for me as a club. And
I agree with that, Savva. That's what I said, Savva. It's a long to get an ENIC out. Yeah, it's a long, draining battle. It's not. That's why I say it's not. It's bigger than one person. It's a long, draining battle. You need to be putting them out there, singing "Leave out" everything, everywhere. Yeah, so that corporate sponsors hear that. You need to be walking, doing mass protests. You need to be doing it online and attacking them. You need to be doing for all different spectrums. You need to be doing it, Savva. And it is a long and draining fight. Yes, we want ENIC out, Savva. Yes, I want ENIC out. But I agree with what you just said there. It is a long battle. It could take 10 years, 15 years, Savva. People have to understand, yeah, are you willing to wait that long to get rid of these owners? Because believe me and truly, I've been here for 22 years and I've been after them for a while. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get rid of these owners, Savva. That's how bad.
Before I come in on that, Sonny Chels, thank you for yet another donation. Please, people, keep going. We've got 2 hours to go. Please, people, help me through this last couple of hours. I'm not going to lie to you, people. I am flagging and need some pick-me-ups. Look, Hayden said 20 years plus with one trophy. I genuinely don't understand how people are happy with this. Levy said we're going to compete with the powerhouse clubs. That makes sense. 200 consistency. Again, there'll be people that are happy and people that are not. And I think sometimes we've got to understand as well that some people are football fans that they go once a week. they're not too involved in all the stuff during the week. They go at the weekend and then they go back to their normal lives. Other people are invested in it every day and it's their business. And we can't expect the same energy from everybody. So it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. Max said, Savva, the Glazers have took $2 billion out of my club and piled a lot of debt on. Yeah.
Let's just say the Glazers, actually do a better job than Enoch. I'm sorry, but they do. Or about the Glazers to have to leave you, please. We win that one.
Very, very kind of you to say, Savva, you should support the Gooners. You talk too much sense. That's the bit kind of you to say. Look, it is what it is, but I think what we've got to be careful of doing, right, in all of this is letting it consume our lives, right? Look, I've supported Spurs long enough now to know that whether Spurs win the league this year or not, or win a cup this year or not, my life's still good, right? I've still got my wife, I've still got my job, I've still got some money, I've still got the house, Do I want to see my football team do well? Yes, but not at the risk of
your health,
not
your life,
of vitriol, of war, drama. Yeah. Sean, how you doing, man?
Big up, Sean. Nice to see you. Good.
I'm good. I've wanted a wee for 2
alone.
hours. I'll be back. I've been waiting for someone to come on. I need to do a wee for 2 hours. 1 sec.
Go and have a wee. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Nice to finally see you in person. How you doing?
Yeah, you too, mate. Yeah, not too bad, mate. Bugsy's on her bed. I've got an hour because I don't know what happened. I just woke up 15 minutes ago. Don't know why I was up. I must have been up late last night, and then I turned on to see what was happening with Savva and the show, and heard you mention my name. It must have been weird.
Yeah, like I said, I respect you. I respect you what you say, mate. I respect your philosophies. I do. And I hear what you're saying, mate, and and it is good and it is poignant. It's just that I just look at it from a different way.
Listen, I 100% understand. Like, do you know what it is? I used to when I first started out on the YouTube community thing. Like, I used to get really upset when you'd see someone in the comments say, Sean Butler's talking nonsense or waffle or whatever it is. And it used to, like, I guess you're not really ever used to. Before you kind of do that sort of thing, come onto YouTube or whatever, you're never really used to some stranger calling you out, someone that doesn't know you, calling you a horrible person or whatever. And after a while, you realize that it's all just opinions anyway. And no one's really right or wrong. It's all just a shade of gray. Everyone's probably missing context. Everybody at some point is missing out on the reason why that person feels the way they do. And if the answer was obvious, if there wasn't any debate about it, if there wasn't like some shade of gray within whatever the topic is, then no one would be talking about it. It would be obvious and everyone would be in 100% agreement. But because there's a debate, it means that there is some level of truth to whatever anyone is saying. Otherwise, if there wasn't, no one would be saying it anyway, if that makes sense.
I do. It does make sense.
Yeah.
When I look at, I think one of the times you were Savage show, you were like, oh,
I've lost you, mate.
I've lost you, Phil. Oh,
give me a second. Can you hear me again?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. You were saying, it's maybe to a point, but what I'm saying to you is the fact that when you're the boss and you're the head honcho, things go wrong in the company. You're to blame. You're ultimately the one at the top. You are the one that the buck must stop at. Now, he's admitted it, that there have been mistakes made in the club. So he's admitted that. So the buck has to be that he has to take responsibility for his actions, and really and truly, something needs to be done, not just for some sense of action has to be done towards him as well. Because right now it seems like all that's going to happen is he gets away with it over and over again, and that's not the message you want to be telling to children, that you can make a mistake here and over and over and over again, it's just going to get buried. That's wrong.
Yeah, no, listen, the idea that the buck stops at the top, is 100% is true in any business, in any life, and 100%. Like, I don't think there's anybody that sits there and would say that. First of all, he's perfect. No one's perfect. He's made loads of mistakes. I think he has admitted it. I don't think he's admitted he's made as many mistakes as he has, but I don't think he's much of a villain as a chairman as some people make him out to be. And if you are going to go down the narrative of the buck stops at the top, which is it's a perfectly fine argument to make, that ultimately it doesn't matter whether or not you're responsible for signing that player or that player. Ultimately, if you're going to make that argument that the problems should rise, then so should the credit, right? And I don't think that there is a fair allocation. And I think I heard Savva say it a minute ago before I came on, and I appreciate Savva's kind of summary. I do like to play the devil's advocate, because the whole point of content is to have kind of debate, and I like to kind of challenge people's narratives. I don't think that necessarily there's a fair allocation. If everyone wants to put the blame for signing bad players that haven't worked out to Daniel Levy, then any of the players that we signed that have worked out should go to Daniel Levy, or the credit for those players. If you want to blame Daniel Levy for not winning a trophy, then you should credit him for getting us to fourth so consistently in the average positions that, we've gone from finishing 15th to third or whatever over the last 20 years. And I think for me, the best barometer of where you are as a football club is your average league position, because you can't get that kind of lucky variance. You have to play everybody twice, home and away, every season. And whilst that's not enough for some people, like, a trophy is the most important thing, and I get that. But if you're going to do the argument of the buck stops at the top, then everything that's bad about the club is on him, but everything that's been good about the club is also on him. And I think that doesn't happen. People say Daniel Levy's responsible for lack of trophies, but Pochettino was responsible for the Champions League final. Or Modric was a fluke. Gareth Bale was a fluke. But Ndombele, well, that's Daniel Levy. Sanchez, well, that's Daniel Levy. And I just don't think there's a fair allocation. Like, I think you have to go all or nothing. You either give the blame.
I agree with that.
Well, yeah.
See that bit. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Sean. Where you say that allocation there needs to go both ways. All right, and I do give the devil his dues. Yeah, as a brand, we have never been bigger. The squad itself, Sean, this squad is nowhere near. It's not good enough. Okay. And the fact that Eric Dyer, you've been here 8 years, and the new contracts you're going to get, you haven't done anything. And if you're telling me that it's Conte telling me that he wants him here, then I'll use the same narrative that was used in January of, we don't know who the manager's going to be. So how can Conte give him a new contract? It doesn't work that way. So if you're telling me, so it's either Daniel Levy's offering him a new contract, or Paratici even. But even if Paratici, you bring the club into disrepute, because right now, you've got this Italian thing hanging over your head. Any deals you make in Italy, will be under the microscope and heavily under surveillance because of that. All right. If this goes worldwide, then we've got a serious problem. So he has to be let go. Isn't he? Yeah, he's useless.
I personally think he should have been let go already.
No, I say
if Daniel Levy knew about the problems. And he hired him anyway, then, to be honest, that's another L in the Daniel Levy column. And if Daniel Levy didn't know about the problems, then you've been mugged off by your director. You've been made to look like a bloody idiot, and you've made Tottenham look like bad. I like to play the moral high ground a little bit occasionally and say that when we win a trophy, it's going to be beautiful because we didn't do it with the kind of sugar daddy style. Right? I don't want to necessarily lose that kind of moral high ground. Not moral high ground around how people made their money, but just the fact that, like, Chelsea came in. I don't care whether Chelsea came in.
They bought it.
They bought the success rather than how they got the money to do it. Forget that stuff. But just like the fact that they came in and spent all that money so quickly. Same with Manchester City. Like, Manchester United and Arsenal don't really, like, they kind of earned their success in an organic way. So did Liverpool. But the others that have come along haven't. And I'd like Tottenham to not have bought the success. But where was I going with that? Hang on, I was talking about something else. Well, lost my train of thought. I've only been up for 5 minutes. You guys
it's all right. It's all right.
What was I talking about? What was the conversation?
Just quickly, for that pause. Big up to Carl Higgins. Thank you very much for the super chat, Carl. And he's also said, all looking sexy, Sean. Is that a pint of gravy that you're drinking?
No, you know what it is? I was up so late last night doing some work. I've just woken up and I thought if I'm going to come on, I haven't even had any breakfast, so I thought I'd have a cup of coffee, but there's no glasses that are big enough, so I've used a measuring jug. And,
Love it.
And yeah, it looks like gravy, doesn't it? It's not working though, clearly. I haven't woken up yet. What the hell was I talking about, Phil? What were we just talking about before I started going off on one about? Oh, was it Paratici?
Yeah, Paratici, and to bring the club into distribute.
Yeah, I don't know how I got off on billionaires, but yeah, for me, Paratici. If Paratici has done all the things that he's been accused of doing, and it looks like he has, then to me, I don't think that you. I don't.
Yeah, he has to go.
Yeah, because it makes you look like you're just as dirty as other teams. Like you've got a guy in charge of your football club who cheats to make things happen at Juventus. Is he doing the same thing at Tottenham? I don't want that kind of mud around Tottenham. I'd like to think that Tottenham can if we do win a trophy, I'd like to be able to say that we're part of a few teams that have done it without having to
I agree with that. I agree with, and that will be the label of every deal that he does in Italy. Will be, is he done it right? Is it correct? And they'll be always under the microscope. And because most of our good signings have been from Italy, that's what makes it going back to Italy. Yeah, very, very ropey for him. And this is why I say he has to go.
Yeah,
he has to go. And
you know what? Who would you go for instead? Because I thought we were looking at the Benfica lot. Everyone was saying a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago when this happened, let's go and get the guy at Benfica. He set up such a brilliant system at Benfica. And then you find out last week that they've all been indicted for tax fraud and for like cooking the books at Benfica now. So where do you go to find a brilliant director of football, Phil?
Well, right now, and I heard it this summer only, Paul Mitchell has left Monaco. Now, he might be the one that I think he was the best one we've ever had. Yeah. And he's left Monaco, so he might be available to go and get. And I think if we can go down that route again, I think that brings out the best in not just him, but in Daniel as well. Because it gives Daniel the access to go and get uncut gems, and be able to turn them over, which is exactly what he asked for in his statement that he said.
Yeah, exactly. But Paul Mitchell left. They left and they weren't friends, right?
But then if he's in contact with Pochettino, which he says he is, maybe Poch can bring them both back together. Hopefully, that's what I'm thinking along the lines.
Get the band back together. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, money talks, right? I'm sure Paul Mitchell, if he was to come back, he'd want
but then now the stadium is finished. Daniel really doesn't have any legs to say, well, there's not enough money there because you've got the stadium all finished. You said to Conte not long ago that everything is now in place. Now, if you're saying that to Conte, everything is now in place for Mitchell as well. So if you could say, Mitchell, come back here, do your job again and then we give you more money to do it. Because like I've been told, we've spent near enough 500 million so far since near to what Arsenal spent.
Yeah, I think we spent something like 460 odd million in the last 5 years or something silly like that. Yeah, it's crazy.
So if you imagine giving that money to Mitchell, and saying, look, Mitchell, go and do this with this money. I would love to see what he would have done, because I think he would be the DOF to be able to do that. But that's just me personally.
Do you know what? What's really fascinating to me is when you look through the books and you realise that I know that this set of figures that we've just looked at, that didn't include obviously this season's revenue. So next season's books, next season's accounts will probably show far healthier books because you're going to have the Champions League money that's baked into it. But when you see that despite all of the all the debt being manageable, all that stuff, we're still making a net loss of 55 million quid. And then you look at Liverpool, who did have a brilliant Champions League last season. They did everything. I think they won 3 trophies or whatever, two or three trophies. They had access to all of the wealth that money can bring in through TV campaigns, media money and prize money. And yet they still only made a £7 million profit last year. Now, I know that they don't have the same commercial revenues that Tottenham do through the stadium and stuff, but you start to wonder whether or not, if Liverpool can't, morning Nick, if Liverpool can't make any profit or barely any profit when they have had the season that they had last season, where they went deep in every competition, then is there any money? Like, can you really make that much money? Can you really turn a significant profit in football without having a sugar daddy? Like without cooking the books to some extent, like what Manchester City do? Because it just looks to me like the costs of running a football club, if you want the best players, then you have to not only pay the best money for them, but you have to pay the highest wages. And that significantly increased wage bill that Liverpool have, and Liverpool still work within their means. Like, I don't know how much money you can possibly make by living within your means as a football club. Like Tottenham doing everything they do by going out in Formula One and rugby and boxing and all that stuff. Like, it's all very clever. I encourage it as much as possible. But at the same time, how much money can you really make to the point where if you still can't, or you can only just barely break even, then like ultimately there's something has to change in football, whether it's there has to be a pin that gets popped into the transfer fees and the wages. If players getting paid 500 grand a week set a new precedent at your club, and then everybody else who's a top earner wants to get, increased money as well, all of that stuff pushes the bill up. If it becomes unsustainable, you either need a European Super League to be set up to change the dynamic and to bring up to level up European leagues so that they can then buy the dross that you don't need anymore. You either need the European Super League, or you need there to be some sort of implosion in the way that money is coming into the Premier League, because
I think the Super League is inevitable. I think the Super League is inevitable. It was from the time that it was announced the first time, and it was an uproar from all of the teams in the Premier League here. That was inevitable. The Super League is always around the corner, and Europe needs it anyway, because there is no money in Europe, so they need the Super League. So it's inevitable that it's going to happen. So I'm just looking at it now and just thinking, just do what you have to do.
Yeah. I think you're right, mate. I think the European Super League does have to happen, because if I said this on one of my walks the other day, like if Europe cannot compete with the Premier League at all, then it means that any player that you buy or sign, if it doesn't work out and you're paying them Premier League wages, then you can't offload those players to Europe, because even if the European teams will find the ability to bite at your asking price, you won't necessarily be able to get rid of their wage.
Right.
And that has its own negative influence. What that basically means is that the clubs that have the best track record of being able to identify the talent that will work, it basically brings more focus on the Moneyball system, saying that, like, you can't make a mistake anymore. If Europe still is bankrupt for the next 10 years without the European Super League, then you have to make sure that your procurement of talent is absolutely spot on and bang on.
I agree with that. And the best example of that would be Ndembele. Yeah, you know how we spent £64 million on him. Yeah, when we loaned him to Lyon, he had to take a pay cut. He had to be the one to decide whether he wanted the pay cut or not. And if he wanted to, he could have basically turned around and said, you know what, I'm not taking the pay cut, and I'm going to stay here. But he decided to go. And it's the same thing with Napoli now. When he's had to take a pay cut from Tottenham to go to Napoli.
Yeah, 100%. And look, Napoli are the best team in Italy by far.
Right.
And they're going to earn so much money at the end of this next season. But are they going to turn around and pay whatever the option is? That whole option thing, I think it's such a stupid thing to have in place. Like there's no chance that the Napoli are going to pay 35 million quid or whatever it is for Ndombele. So you're stuck with what is essentially going to cost you 110 million pound. Right, that's a 110 million pound mistake, which is 33% of all of the money that Tottenham makes in a season from our commercial activities, which is the smartest commercial activities anywhere in world football, having all those different things. One player, you make one mistake for one player like Ndombele, and you write off 33% of all of the money that you can make from the smartest commercial activities in anywhere in world football. To me, that is a problem. And it goes back to, like I said, saying a minute ago, it goes back to the Moneyball system. You need to be able to buy players. You need to be able to figure out, whatever the method is, using statistics and data research, you need to be able to identify the cheapest players out there that can fit the system that you want to play.
That's it.
And so have less risk with your, because you're never going to get it up 100% right 100% of the time. But unfortunately, if you're gonna use the Moneyball system, then you need to have a philosophy at the club where it doesn't matter whether the manager is here for 18 months or or 6 years, because the next manager is going to play to the same philosophy. And Tottenham don't have that. So unless you have a philosophy at the club, then you can't really employ the Moneyball system. And if you're not employing the Moneyball system, then you have to make sure that 100% of your talent acquisition is bang on, because you can't get rid of the mistakes that you make into Europe. So there's this kind of chain event of effects that are making it impossible for most clubs to operate. And it's a real worry for me.
Just quickly, let me quickly jump in and then I'll get Barry in. First of all, everybody, look, we are now 1 hour and 48 to go. Let's have one last push. We have raised so far between YouTube and Just Giving, we have raised £1,912. If we can get that to 2.5, even as a stretch, would be absolutely amazing. Thank you to everyone so far. Just quickly, guys and girls, this is a charity stream, so please, in the chat, can we refrain from talking about other channels, such as Last Word on Spurs? Let's not do that. They're doing their own thing. There's no need to call them out. Not every channel has to act in exactly the same way. So please do not do this to other channels. Yeah, that's not what I want my channel to be about. Okay. And this is a charity stream. This is not the forum for it. One day people will stop stirring for other channels, won't they? Barry, are you there? Are you on your way to the Black Country?
Well, I'm on the way to pick up Ben and Iggy, and I will be on the way to the country to go and see a wonderful performance.
I didn't hear a word of that. Did you guys?
Yeah, I heard most of it. I'd like to say, Barry, you've got a particularly your lean, the lean in the car. It's like you've got a bit of a lowrider kind of style going on there, mate. I like that. It's quite impressive.
You look like you're going cruising to pick up girls.
Yeah. You're going dogging this afternoon.
Well, when in Rome?
In Rome.
What did he say?
When in Rome. You're brilliant.
Oh, brilliant. Barry, give me a score. Give me a score. Wolves, Spurs. Wolves haven't won in 3. Spurs have lost the last 3 away. Something's got to give.
I couldn't hear that one.
Did you say 3-2 to Spurs? 3-2 to Spurs.
Wow.
He loves it. He looks so happy with himself, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah, he looks really content. Yeah.
He looks like he. I don't know, like he's just stopped somewhere and had a massive shit, and now he's really happy with his life. He just looks well happy.
He does look content. You do look really content, mate. Most people, when they're driving on the motorway, are like either bored or stressed. I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling. I bet you got some decent country music on when the stream's over, aren't you? Listening to country, just bobbing along.
These boys. Paul Rickett is a gooner. Welcome. I said, well done, Savva, top bloke. Listen, not just me. Lots of people have contributed to this. Ellie's in the chat, said, you're still going up to 12 p.m. Well done, Savva. Well done. Just to say, proud of all the Spurs supporters, and hats off to you, Savva. Hats off to you. Thank you very much. Listen, it's a great cause. So look, the link is in the chat. Let's just one last push, people. And thank you so much to everyone so far. I'm
going to stick my money in at the end, mate. I was supposed to do it last night and then got distracted. So
it's fine. It's fine. Look. Let's talk some positives. We can't lose today, can we? Surely, this is the game to bounce back from what was a very disappointing defeat on Wednesday, right, Sean? We're gonna win today. Yeah.
Look, I would argue this is probably maybe even a tougher game than the one against Milan, because I think Wolves, especially at Molineux, is always a very tough game. But it depends really on the midfield battle for me. I think most of the games where we were talking about recently, it depends on other things happening. But this one, Wolves midfield, their technical abilities are so good, so very, very strong, that it really depends on what happens there. And I don't know if anyone's seen any particular leaks on the 11. But I'd like to see Ollie Skip come back in again. As much as I've got a lot of high hopes for Pape Sarr, I didn't think he painted himself in too much glory against Sheffield United. Not that anyone did, of course, and I'm not calling him out. I think he's an exceptional talent, but I think Ollie Skip for me needs to come back in. And
isn't that's the byproduct for me, Sean, of introducing younger players into the team? They're not going to be brilliant every week.
100%.
I think
100%.
the problem is Pape Sarr came in, had some good cameos, and then everyone already was like, he's got to play every week. You're going to have the ups and downs, and I just hope people allow.
Well, to be honest, Savva, I say that, mate, but actually, like Højbjerg was the worst of the two. If I'm honest, Højbjerg made 2 or 3. Like he headed the ball that could have given away the back pass attempt, and the Sheffield United player hit it wide. And obviously, when we conceded the goal, he was also very lax. But I just feel like against Wolves, if you're going to like pick one of the 2 midfielders that didn't have a great night, then I still think you probably go with Højbjerg rather than going for Skippy and Sarr. But I take 100%. Your point is very well made that there are going to be. You don't criticise the youth for having an off day.
No, of course, and I think that's why Sean, you know me by now. It's why I don't elevate people quickly. I don't agree with players have 3 good games and we go, oh my god, they're the next whoever, right? Everyone's been the next Lionel Messi that can dribble a football anywhere in the world. They're the Belarusian Lionel Messi. It's not fair on the players. Look, Phil, this. Wolves gave us a really good game. I say, to be fair, they were the better team when they came to White Hart Lane. Like Sean said, very technical. They keep the ball very well. They've got some real tricky players. But are they
One problem.
Yeah, they don't score goals.
Right. There you go. Just like Chelsea last week. One problem. You don't put the chances away. And that's it. And if we score, the game is over because I can't see Wolves scoring a goal. But then they peppered us from in the first game and they dominated the first game, but they just could not put their chances away. And it's the same thing I can see happening today. This is why I say I can see Tottenham victory because as soon as we score, they would have to, and I just can't see them scoring.
Matthew Hayden, thank you for telling me not to worry about Arsenal, which I wasn't. But okay, now I am worried about you. What's going on? What's happened to Arsenal? Were you going into administration? I'm worried. I'm really worried about the red half of North London right now. Barry.
He's a Chelsea fan, isn't he? No. Sorry, no.
I have no idea. There's so many people with confusing names and pictures, and
he's got a Chelsea starting 11 with Arteta out in his profile pic. I don't really get it. Conte out. Fuck the process.
Is he a Chelsea?
He's a massive flip flop.
He's a massive flip flop. Flip flop. Flip flop.
Barry, I want to ask you about this guy at the risk of pissing off Ellie. Højbjerg. Clement has said, Sean, I've been calling out Højbjerg. He is now starting to show he is average, or is it because Bentancur is out? I wonder what is happening. Barry, where are you with this? Because this guy seems to have one good game and everyone goes, oh my God, the Viking. Then it feels like we get 4 or 5 really average games, then a good game. Is this just the nature of who he is?
Yeah, I think, again, with everything else, he's kind of overplayed. I think he looks like a different player when Benson's there. He's got to, I don't know, he's got to take more responsibility. He has to have more responsibility on his shoulders when Bentancur's not there. Like, we get that inconsistent performance. Start of the season, goals, getting assists. We go a little bit meh. Plays well for a couple of games, then we go meh. So, yeah, I guess it's like Spurs, right? Consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is the thing I think our fan base is so wonderfully funny with, is we're literally, he's brilliant. Not Højbjerg, anyone. He's brilliant. He is shit. He's brilliant.
Yeah. He's a flip flop player, isn't he? Flip flop.
Every player. Brad Matthews, thank you, Brad. It's great if Savva have donated. Sorry, but I've totally fallen out of love with Spurs since Wednesday night. What? It took you that long to fall out of love with it, Brad? Listen, a win today, Brad. You'll be
back. He's back in it.
You know that.
You'll be making love to Spurs again tonight if we win. Don't you worry about that, mate. Chelsea fans and Arsenal fans getting on apparently.
So do you reckon it's like, you know how we have this running joke now in the community that everybody's a flip flop. Everybody's a flip flop on their opinions. Everyone's a flip flop all the time. Do you reckon like it's par for the course with every football fan in every club that you'll celebrate someone a good performance, then call them shit the next week? Or is it just Tottenham? Tottenham fans are flip flops because you naturally have to flip then flop on your opinions because your emotions are always flip flopping because Tottenham always let you down one week then surprise you to the upside the next.
Look, Phil and I were talking about this just now, right? I think the nature of all football fans is our emotions run away with us. Mm-hmm. I try not to lately, if hopefully that's been noticed, but I try not to let emotions run away with me, win, lose, or draw, right? But what we've got to be careful of is not everyone's going to be right all the time. There is no one in the history of football that every opinion they have had has been right. Pundits, like when we say, this pundit has said this, so what? This pundit was wrong last week about that.
Yeah.
And as I said to you the other day, Sean, look, I used to work for a Premier League club. I used to work with lots of coaches that were ex-players, right? And they're human beings. They're lads like us, right? Their opinion on football is exactly the same as ours, right? i.e.,
I'm going to have to come out for a quick second and come back in, okay?
All right, mate, no worries. Their opinions are just as football fans, yeah? Just because they've played the game doesn't make them all experts, because if it did, every pundit would agree with every other pundit on Gillette Supper Saturday, BT Sport. Now, one of the pundits, I told you this the other day, one of the coaches I used to work with. Now, bearing in mind, this is a guy that played and won 2 Champions Leagues in his career, right? Turned around and said to me once when we were coaching a youth team together, and he turned around and said to me, I was giving him some shit about some opinion I didn't agree with him on. And he went, you know what? He went, I've been wrong plenty of times. He went, you know what? My opinion is no more valid than yours. It's no more valid than his, and pointed at Alan Kirbishley. He went, it's all opinions. He went, that's all it is. So whenever people use the, look what this pundit said. So
what? Yeah.
So?
Yeah.
Because what we'll do in the same breath is go, oh my God, doesn't Gabby Agbonlahor, doesn't Paul Merson chat shit? Oh, hang on. They're ex-players. They must, right? They're footballers. They're men. They're not gods.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
So I just think the whole flip-flop thing just makes me laugh. Like people.
It makes me laugh. I find it hilarious. I find it absolutely hilarious. In the We Are Tottenham TV WhatsApp group, there's this thing now where we're going through with a fine-tooth comb and we're going into the search bar, I'll type in like Richie or Richarlison and then Barry, and then see, and it'll come up with like one of 600 comments, and I'll go scan through it, furiously get back up to the top, and then find something that Barry said about Richarlison. And then go back through it and find somewhere 6 months later where he said the opposite. Screenshot both of them. Flip flop, Barry.
Do you know what? The funny thing is what we're very good at as football fans is if we make an opinion. So if I turn around and said right now, do you know what? Spurs banker 3 points, 3-0, clean sheet, never in doubt, they're never going to score, right?
Yeah.
If that didn't happen, as a football fan, my skill, not just me, all of us, our skill is to find a reason as to why, even though I was wrong, I wasn't wrong and it wasn't my fault.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
And that's just part of being a football fan. You're never going to get everything right. And Phil and I were just talking about this. It's like when you sit at the beginning of the season, we all go, oh, they're going to finish first, second, third, fourth, all the way down to 20th. Who in the history of that has ever predicted 1 to 20 correctly?
No, 100%. Yeah, exactly.
Like,
but you're discouraged. Like I've had this kind of thing since. I know right now I'm laughing about this kind of this joke, this flip flop narrative. But when it first started to emerge, it used to it annoyed me. People go, "Sean, you're a flip flop." Like, no, I'm not. I've got an open mind. When new information comes along, I will change my mind accordingly. And if you don't, if you stick to your guns, then you're an entrenched, stubborn git. Like that, and that's worse. But now I just find it hilarious. But like,
Sean is the biggest flip flop. Sean is the big flop. Captain Javiano is his, and he sails the seas with his flip army, flipping from one place to another. Back again.
Hashtag flip flop army. Is that what you just said? Flip flop army.
I told you we'd upset Ellie. She said, no, Højbjerg has 5 good games and 1 bad game. This is categorically incorrect. He does not have 5 good games in a row. I've never seen it from him. I'm sorry. I know you love him, but oh, hang on. And here's this guy. Jesus, they're all out today, aren't they? Look. All the characters.
Morning.
Phil, what do you make of Højbjerg? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Come on, mate.
You haven't connected a mic.
Nope.
Yeah, it's not our end, mate.
Your end. No, it's coming out.
Pointing at me and blaming me.
You're a flip flop, Phil. You're a flip flop. Get on the army. Come on with the army. The flip flop army.
I'm gonna take that hashtag flip flop army. I'm putting it in every single video I upload now. I love that flip flop army.
I mean, just quickly, big up Mbappe James. Thank you very much, my man. I said, what is the best volley we've seen in the Premier League? I will go with, I'm pretty sure, I want to say that a ball, Wayne Rooney possibly, or Shearer. I've got visions of both of them where a ball dropped about 30 yards out and they both just...
What about Tony Yeboah for Leeds back in the day? That was unbelievable, that one.
Phil P, best volley you've seen in the Premier League. Phil?
Hi guys.
What about
How are you?
What about Shearer's one? Shearer's one when he it came over and he just launched it. God knows how far it was out for Newcastle. There was that one as well.
Come on.
Sorry.
Oh well, I didn't hear you because I was flip-flopping. I was calling out the pipe for a flip-flop.
Sorry, Barry. What language was I speaking when I said that?
Someone called me. It cut you out. I didn't hear what you said, and then I flip-flopped back again. And I'm going to be like this. I'm going to be like this on the way to Wolves. Flip-flops.
I'll tell you what. This is a good one. The cameos.
Oh, yeah, that was amazing for West Ham.
That was goal. I've got a vision of Van Persie doing one as well for Man United that came over his shoulder.
Can I say one? And it's going to be controversial. Thierry Henry for Arsenal, when it turned over his shoulder and he hit it from so far out on the volley and it went straight into the top corner. What a goal. Yeah. What a goal. Wow.
The one over Barthez, was it? The one where he chipped it up over his shoulder.
Yeah, and there was because obviously the one where Rooney wasn't. I seem to remember he was arguing with the ref, wasn't he? Does anyone remember the guy I'm talking about? Rooney.
Oh yeah, that was amazing. Yeah. That one, yeah.
It dropped and he went.
He's running, going fuck you, ref, runner! And it just turns around and goes first time smash. He had no more than a quarter of a second to get himself steady for it. Amazing.
So Dele Alli versus Crystal Palace was a good finish.
Yep. Yeah, it's not the best ever though. Definitely not in the top 10. That one. But
Papa Sensei scored an absolute blinder. But just quickly, Levy out. Thank you very much for 169. It'll take more than 169 to get Levy out. But thank you very much. And Ellie really doesn't like anyone saying anything about Højbjerg, does she? It's like it's so funny.
It's almost like she's his mum, you know.
I know. I know. Like
she wants to protect him.
Sean, I think she loves him a bit more than a mum should love a son. I think that's the vibe.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Maybe a stepmom that's got an eye on something else as well.
Oh wow.
Well, if it is a mum and a son, it's very Shakespearean. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a bit. Is it not a bit Little Britain with old Bitty?
Would they make Little Britain today?
No.
We
No.
all know the answer.
No, because you
wouldn't make any
couldn't call it. Yeah, you couldn't call it Little Britain for a start because it's offensive against little people.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I just got the donation from Brad Matthews, and I just want to read this out because I think this is so important, and we all need to remember this whenever we're all in a row or anyone's making videos about each other and stuff. Brad has said, £20 donation, life so much more important than football.
Yeah.
Amen.
And amen to that. Football's football, but let's leave the football where it needs to be left at just an opinion. Thank you, Brad.
Fuck off, Brad. Rubbish. No, I'm joking. Football,
Wow.
I'll tell you why it's so important. No, Brad is spot on and such a lovely guy, and big up for the donation, brother. But I think why we all get so into it is football is community. Look what, Savva, you've brought together today and how much money you're raising for people across the other side of Europe, right, in the Middle East, who are suffering today. As we're sitting here laughing and tearing our hair out about our football team this week, you've got to put in perspective that are people literally freezing in the actual wreckage of their lives. But football, it's what we've all grown up with. Spurs have been there throughout our lives in one shape, form or another. And we might have gone away. For me, when I was out of London at uni, thankfully, during an era where a certain team from south of the river that wear different colours to us that moved north a little while ago were top of the tree. So I could very calmly just drink to forget and not switch the TV on very much. So that was a golden period in my life because I forgot about Spurs for a bit. But it's always there. And for me, this is, and I was listening in earlier to your conversation, Phil, and Savva, when you were talking about, your stance and you won't go back. For me, and I know, it is an inconsistent stance because I will protest against ENIC, but I will still always go because for me, we can't control who the chairman is. We can't control who the manager is. We can't control who the players are. But I've been going to Spurs all my life with my dad. And now I'm lucky enough. I've got two brilliant sons. I've got nephews and nieces. And when we go and we're able to go with my dad, and my dad says, and he's evangelical about the club. And he says it's his dream as a kid that came from Cyprus and fell in love with a team in a bright kid that played football from another planet. And he fell in love with that as an immigrant kid who's come to this country. And now for him to have a season ticket with his sons and his grandkids is something beyond his comprehension.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not going to slam anyone like that.
Look, and Phil, I get that, and I know where you're coming from, mate, and I'll back you 100%. But I just think, and Sean, you sum it up really well when you say, one day Levy will have keyed. I'll put it slightly differently. One day Levy will have keyed in his last authorization code into, sending money to Torino or wherever he's going to get the next really rubbish player from. He'll have sent his last, banker's authorization code into a security system to send a meager amount of money for a bang average player. One day.
Should I update my sign your last check because checks aren't really signed anymore?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I'll update it. Okay, I'll update it.
Exactly. And this is the problem. In the summer, those two first signings of Perisic and Basuma, and even I thought, Jesus, maybe the two Italian lads have finally wrested control from Levy's hands.
No.
Football people are running the club finally. But then I thought to myself, he's still the only one with the little bank security fob. So he's still got the money. So he's still in control. We're never going to get the security fob out of his hands. But look, in all seriousness, it is, long after they've gone. And I know you were saying, Sav, that the poor children when we were chatting about it before. But, I'm hopeful that one day things will change. And whether it's under this ownership, doubt it, obviously, or the next people along or the people after that, good times will return to our club. And even if they don't, look, the thing that we've all got to realise, as much as we pay top dollar, no one on earth has a divine right to be successful in life or to be successful in football. So we do have to celebrate the good times. 2 people that I know through my cousin came over from Ireland for that West Ham game. And I'm telling you, when we walked down out of our South Stand seats, out the Park Lane, into the concourse, and the flares were going off and everyone was jumping, the smiles on their faces, they'll never forget that as long as they live. So we've got to celebrate the goals when they fly in, 1 every 2 games. And we've got to celebrate the wins when they come along. 2 good wins, 1, every season might be all we can hope for from now on. So, the only thing for me, as you've said, Savva, countless times, we just want the owners to have the same energy about the football side as they have about the business side. Because the business side, no one can knock them. But the next piece of the jigsaw, and if Levy wants to elevate another $500 million or $1 billion on top of his current valuation, we need proper football success. And that is what is going to take his investment to the next level. So I tell you what, he could redevelop, 5 square miles of Tottenham around the stadium that they own, but it's not going to bring in the same sort of money in as if Spurs were the next level up.
Right. Phil, it's iffy, that one there. That's iffy. But what I say, Phil, is I'm lucky enough to, like I say, I was born the same year as Savva, so I've been here 40 years. I was 2 when we won the European trophy, when we won the UEFA Cup. But I remember 91. That's when I fell in love with Tottenham Hotspurs. When I watched the journey to the FA Cup final, when I watched, while Savva and that's more of a Gascoigne fan, I'm a Lineker fan. I fell in love with Gary Lineker that day. I saw how the fox in the
thighs,
box,
isn't it, Phil? It's those thighs in those short shorts, isn't it?
Right. I watched the 90 World Cup here, and I saw Jurgen Klinsmann. I was lucky enough to be at White Hart Lane here, and I got to see the great man putting the Spurs shirt on. You get me? All I would love to do, and this is what a sad aspect is I would love to I'd love to have them youngsters that come along now, a generation of new fans, to feel the same way I felt when I saw Spurs lifting silverware, brother. That's all I want, for them to feel that emotion, that adrenaline rush. A lot of them today haven't felt that experience, mate. They have never felt it. So they don't know what it feels like to actually be there and feel that excitement. When I saw Mabbott lift up that FA Cup, when I see Ledley King lift up the League Cup, that feeling is what is missing today in the fan base. And that's the saddest aspect of it, Phil. That's the bit that breaks my heart when I see that, Phil.
But Phil, the weird thing is, anyone that's younger, so even people in the year below yourself and Savva at school, who happen to be lucky enough to follow our great club, or unlucky enough in reality, will not remember the last time he won an FA Cup.
Yeah.
It's just incredible.
It's heartbreaking. That's the heartbreaking aspect of it. It's the absolutely heartbreaking aspect of it, man.
The weird thing is, though, and it goes back to what you say, Sean, yes, league position is probably the best barometer of where you are overall. But the problem is, even the 90s, we won 2 cups. The 80s, obviously, we had a phenomenal period, even though obviously once Birkinshaw left, that was the beginning and the end. Next year will be the 40th anniversary of us lifting the UEFA Cup at White Hart Lane, probably one of the best nights in a lot of people's lives as Spurs fans. 40 years, and since then we've only won 3 trophies.
Yeah.
It's just mind-boggling. So even though we went through rough times, the 70s were more successful and we were relegated.
But Phil, let me ask you. So we've got in Daniel Levy's tenure, and I'm not going to even stake my claim on this one because I think that both arguments are fairly reasonable, to be honest. I think, but I'll ask you either way. When we get to as many finals as we've got to and we've lost, and we've got to as many semi-finals as we've got to and we've lost, but I don't think that there's been 1 year in the last 12 where we haven't got to a semi-final or a quarter-final or 2 or a final, right? And that was 2017 when we got nothing. But do you put that down to, generally speaking, because I know there's a plethora of different players that have come along during the time, but is it a mentality issue that if you're good enough to get to the final or the semi-final, you should be good enough to go the next step further? Or is it that, generally speaking, the squad is good enough to get to the semi-final, but generally at some point in the semi-final or the final, You're taking on someone just like the squad is good enough to get top 4. It's not good enough to win the Premier League. Is that the gap? Is it the gap? Is that you're always playing someone who's better than you in the final, and therefore you just naturally are going to lose more often than not?
There's 2 elements to this. Definitely, look, all the time we see teams outperform where they should be, and you could even say the Poch era, Poch's big card trick was exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, I remember I went on a call-in once years ago. I think it might have been Last Word on Spurs, God bless them, when they were on the Love Sport show. I rang in towards the end of Poch's era, and I was saying Poch isn't just, fighting above his, he's not just getting Spurs to punch above their weight. He's fighting with both hands tied behind his back. So he's literally walking in like just, like a salmon with his head bobbing around, getting punched in the face towards the end. But I actually think it's 2 things. One, there is definitely a mentality issue. So the players, even though they are good enough, we have these phenomenally talented players like Kane, like Son, like Ali, like Ericsson, all these players, but they can't get over. They haven't been able to get it over the line in the Poch era. They weren't able to get it over the line. But I worry, right, that, and think about it in our own lives. If we're going for a job and on not even day one, the day before day one, the final interview, or when you're getting your negotiation on the contract sorted out, if the person giving you the contract, your new boss or the HR at your new job, is taking you to one side, putting the old rubber glove on and searching your cavities and feeling out, feeling how bad this set of grapes are up, in your bot.
Okay.
There's a serious issue. Look, Levy
Phil,
and Co.
I'm 23 hours into a stream and you're talking about anal cavities.
Yeah, this is what I'm bringing to the table, mate, at the 11th hour, literally.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is, if you're in a situation where you're talented at what you do, but literally the day 1 minus 1, so the day before you start your new job, you're getting diddled on your contract, or you're being undervalued in that way, or you're letting yourself be undervalued, there might be something wrong with your mentality. You are undervaluing yourself. Now, I'm not putting this all on the players, but mate, the other night I was fuming, absolutely fuming. And I said to my dad is Son's biggest fan, right? And so we've had plenty of colourful discussions.
I don't believe that.
This season. He is.
I know a few people.
No, he's not unrealistic. He's very knowledgeable, my dad, so he's not unrealistic. But we've said so many times that, and now I'm at the point, I'm saying Kane has to go, right? He has to go, not just for his own benefit, but in the end of the day, he has been there when we've got to the semi-finals and finals that you're talking about.
Yeah.
He hasn't got us over the line.
Yeah.
Okay. Sonny hasn't got us over the line. So in the end of the day, we need to get rid of. We need everybody. A clean sweep. Yeah. And look, nothing would please me more, right? Nothing would please me more than if we did keep Kane and we re-signed him. We'll need to give him a mega contract, by the way. I know it's not all about money, but we need to give him a mega contract. Finally, build a team around some of the youth that's coming through. Sign even better players and maybe kick on. But I don't believe it's going to happen. Where I lost it all was when Mitchell left, because at that stage, the jig was up. Our system relied on, constantly getting through good young players like Ali, and then people with high potential that were better than where they were, like Alderweireld. But the minute we switched off that conveyor belt when Mitchell left, and we switched it off for 500 days, the business model, the football model was broken, and Levy had broken it himself. And by that stage, we had lost our ability to compete in the way we wanted to. So we're not going to do it organically. I don't believe
the timing of that, though, Phil, was so, like, everyone remembers the 3 transfer windows, right? No one really remembers why. And the timing of the 3 things, it couldn't have happened. Like, for me personally, I know this is a bit of an extreme thing to say, but you could make the argument that getting to the Champions League final when we did was the worst possible thing that could have happened for Tottenham.
I agree with that. You papered over cracks. I agree with that.
First of all, it papered over cracks. Secondly, it reset expectations of Tottenham fans. Thirdly, the timing of it was just as we were moving into a new stadium and we had that massive amount of debt and all of that. We had no money to.
What's going on there?
And we had no money to
start on me. Ooh. happened.
Nope.
Maybe overheated.
But so like the like getting to the Champions League final was excellent, was awesome. But I think it did happen at the wrong time. It happened like when you get to the Champions League final, it's time to kick on. But if there's no money to do it because of the Champions League, because of the stadium thing, then that's a problem. And it frustrates the fans, but also the getting to the final in the first place reset the expectations. Like, to me, had we got to the Champions, if we'd not got to the Champions League final that year, but we got to the Champions League final this year, and it was the first time that Tottenham had got through to the final, then I think we would be on that general upward trajectory where fans would see the right thing. But because we went from here doing this under Levy, then suddenly got to here and then fell back down again, all of a sudden there's
Sean, I actually
toxicity
think
that exists in the
that
club.
Champions League final. Firstly, I know exactly where you're coming from, but I would say there's probably never a bad time to get to a Champions League final. The fact that you shit the bed within 24 seconds of starting the game is probably a bad thing.
The ref fucked us, didn't he?
Well, you know, Sissoko pointing to a fan that he recognised in the crowd when the ball's getting crossed in probably wasn't a good one. But look, the thing is, you know what I like in the Champions League final too?
Pochettino had a part to play in that final.
100%. Well, look, Poch, I think, and maybe his mentality held us back as well. Poch, he never talked us up in any of those finals and semi-finals. He was always. Do you remember the semi-final against Man U? He was sort of saying, "Oh, you know," it was almost like a nice to. It was always a sort of we're glad to be here sort of thing. You know, it's
when we drew 0-0 and we lost on penalties.
No, when we lost 2-1, Dele Alli scored the goal and did the floss, and then Paul Pogba score one? No, Alexis Sanchez scored one, and Pogba played an unbelievable through ball, and Rashi got one. It was Sanchez's only good performance for Man U. Unbelievable. And actually, it was the one time Moussa Dembele gave the ball away in his whole Spurs career. He got his pocket picked by Drogba and he crossed it, and Alexis Sanchez scored. But what I like in the Champions League final too, that Poch team, F1, it's on everyone's mind. It was like an F1 car that has been winning or up the front, near the front of the pack for most of the race, and basically the gearbox has gone. There's only first, second, and third gear, and two of the wheels are off. There's sparks flying out of everywhere, and basically the mechanics in the garage are on the pit wall, and they're trying to blow the car over the finish line. We literally got to the final finishing straight, and we were crashed and cartwheeling a burning wreck of an F1 car down towards the finish line, and we never got there because it was already done. You know, Dembele had been sold to China just before. We'd already not signed anyone for weeks on end. And look, everyone talks about Kane in that final and should he or shouldn't he have played. We had a lot of other so-called superstars. What did Dele Alli do? What did Eriksen do? What did Son do in that game? Winks was our best player. So, you know, if you don't know, get to know.
Yeah. So I was just going to say, for me, look, I look at it very different ways. Look, should we have won something in the Poch era? For me, most definitely. And I think Poch is revered. Poch is revered as this kind of god, and he might, like, you know. Sorry if I'm upsetting Mark Cousins here, but he's not God. Some of those games are his fault that we didn't get over the line. He made some very bad decisions at very important times. Now, people don't like this. They don't want to hear this because it ruins the narrative. But his selection in the final was, look, you get to a Champions League final how often? Tottenham? Never. We get to a Champions League final, and it wasn't just Kane. If I'm right, it was Eriksen as well. Eriksen or Ali, one of them had just come back from injury as well. So we had two players starting that hadn't played for a long time and weren't fit. Now, those are the sort of decisions that the fine margins in a game like that, you've got to ask questions.
And dropping Lucas Moura, right? Dropping Lucas Moura after his heroics, like, absolutely disgusting.
Right. So that again, for
maybe Poch had seen in training what we've all seen over the last 4 years, though. Yeah, he shouldn't have dropped him. He shouldn't have dropped him.
The thing for me is this: take away what Lucas Moura is, right, and look at moments. after that Champions League semi-final, his confidence would have been soaring through the roof, like the highest confidence he's probably ever experienced as a human, right? And I truly mean that.
Yep.
He gets to the final, the guy that got Poch to the final, because let's face it, over both legs, we were crap against Ajax. Let's really face this.
Yep.
You get to the final, and then whenever he announced the team, the bloke that got you there, he's pulled to one side and said, "You're not playing," and the rest of the team would have gone, what? Right?
Yep.
Now, is he better than Harry Kane? No. Could him and Harry Kane have played in the same team? Sure. But dropping Lucas in that final he
probably never got over that, Sav. He probably never got over that, you know?
But it wasn't just that for me. It was semi-finals again, like semi-finals against Chelsea and Man United 2 years in a row. The first semi-final, I can't remember which way around it was, but the first semi-final was the famous Son at left wing back. The second semi-final was dropping Lloris and Walker to play Man United, and you're thinking, we're 90 minutes from Wembley here. How? And too many big games like that for me with Poch, where I liked him, good manager, played great.
He's not perfect either, is he? No one's perfect.
But he's not this God-type character that people think, because at the very last moment, again, he couldn't get over the line. Now, last thing I'll say on this, everyone talks about the penalty in the Champions League final and how it fucked us. Let's have this right. That happened in the first minute of the game. There was still another 93, 94, 95 minutes, including injury time, for Poch to do something, to change formation, to change tactics, to do something in game to counter that we've just gone one down.
Savva, this is why we all love you, yeah? Because every few streams you get your head out of the mud and you drop a fact bomb in the farmyard. And there's just facts, shrapnel being scattered all over the farmyard. It's unbelievable.
Grenade.
But this is the thing the other night. As much as Dave Sanchez, I think he must have been on some of the worst drugs of all time, because he was breakdancing in the middle of the pitch. No one knew what the fuck tune he was dancing to, but he was throwing shapes. Couldn't defend his mother's good name in a slanging match. Eric Dyer's taking a knee for Black Lives Matter in the middle of the game when they're having a shot. God bless him. And the only one that was trying to shut the ball down was Skippy, who was coming in from stage left at a rate of knots, and he couldn't get there in time. But we conceded a goal. Guess what? To win an association football match, you need to score.
Exactly,
you
mate.
need to
100%.
score.
100%.
So
everyone focusing on the defence.
Doing? What was our game plan? Get to the end of extra time and win on pens.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
This is exactly what I said for Wednesday night. This is exactly what I said for Wednesday night.
That's what I mean, yeah.
We know the defence isn't brilliant, but Sheffield United had like one shot on target in the entire game, right?
We didn't have any, did we? Did we have any shots on target?
Yeah, one. SARS 35-yarder that went nowhere.
I think there was two headers, wasn't there? Dio smashed the ball into the floor, and then the keeper.
Oh, Perisic's header as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And
anyway, guys, it's been emotional. Savva, you've got an hour left. I'm gonna leave you wonderful people with Captain Javiana to drive the flip-flop army to. I don't know where I'm going with it.
Quicksilver flip-flops.
Yeah.
Sean Butler, sponsored by Quicksilver flip-flops.
Exactly.
Barry, can you get me a nugget meal at the drive-through?
Get you a what?
A nugget meal.
Nuggets
and a chocolate milkshake.
Flip-flop meal.
Yeah, a flip-flop meal. Yes, that's fine.
Bye-bye. Enjoy the game.
See you, Nick.
See you later, guys.
Boys, I'm gonna drop off for 5 minutes. I'm gonna get my shoes on, take the Bugsy out, but I'll come back on the phone instead.
Don't forget your flip-flops on.
See you in a minute, guys.
One thing I'd like to say just on this is, look, I think this is a real interesting discussion. Like when someone here has put again, Savva, mate, Poch had the minerals, and then
Mate,
Also,
Savva, is Minerals FC Charlotte? Is that really?
No, hang on. And he says, Savva, mate, Poch wasn't backed. Now, listen, in the grand scheme of things, I agree. Should we have been winning leagues? No. But when you are at finals and semi-finals, your excuse can't be that I've not been backed, because you are there in a one-off game in a final, right? What we're very good at Spurs fans is doing is going, oh, we couldn't have won that because the team we played in the final were better than us. Now, if I remember rightly, most of that time during Poch's period, we were finishing above Chelsea. We were finishing above Man United. We were finishing above these teams. But yet, when we played them in semis and finals, all of a sudden, we're not good enough to beat them. But hang on, like, it's a one-off game. Lesser teams have done it. For me, I liked Poch. I don't go crazy for him, Phil, like other people do. I liked him. But for me, should he have got us over the line? I've always maintained this. Yes. Not every game. I'm not saying he should have won every final. He should have got us over the line more than he did. Well, he didn't. He should have got us over the line once. Sorry, you're on mute. You're on mute, Phil. Phil, you're on mute.
It's the best way. It's best for all of us. We're only like 5 years into using Zoom, and everyone's still on mute all the time. But this is the argument: was Poch a phenomenal coach, and the fullback whisperer, and got the best out of Kane and Sonny, Dembele took to another level. All these things, phenomenal, and of course so. But actually, in terms of managing those finals and those semi-finals, he was left wanting. Do you know what I mean? Look, my good friend Dave, who I go with, he always says, winners find a way, losers find excuses. And that's what it is. Of course, Levy, you know where I am, right? As other streamers would say, I'm front line. I'm front line with Levy out. But at the end of the day, the managers have got the tools. They've got the tools for. And of course, yes, we could have better this. We could have better that. But when you're in a final, just get us over the line. If you're going to play Kane in that Champions League final, put the bullets in the gun. Get the ball to Kane. If he can't run, get crosses in. Football's not complicated. Get some decent ball onto the best number 9 in the world at the time and let him get his head on it.
Let me just quickly make a point. Before I do, James, I've just said to you, give me a second, bro. I can't just suddenly stop in the middle and ask your super chat. Otherwise, we'll lose our train of thought. I've got it started. I will read it out. I think the thing for me is this, Phil. I think a lot of fans see it that if you call out Poch, Jose, Conte, insert name, that it means you can't also beat Enoch or Levy out and blame the owners. For me, the two things aren't mutually exclusive. I hate the owners. I want them to leave. Right? That is a separate conversation from, hang on, we're over here in some massive games, Poch. You've got to get us over the line in one of them. The problem is we're good enough to get there. And then we're saying in the final for a 90 minutes, oh, but he wasn't backed to get us over the line. Well, hang on. We were good enough to finish second in the league. Right? We were good enough. We were good enough in the year when we were chasing down Leicester. We were good enough to go unbeaten at home a whole year. Right? We were good enough to get to a Champions League final, get to a League Cup final, get to the FA Cup semi-final. But then when the manager fails, it's Enoch didn't do this. And this is where I have to be fair. I want Enoch and Levy out, but we can't blame them for every single time a manager has failed to get us over the line. Some of them, yes. Others, no. Otherwise, it does become, I don't want to use the word agenda. It does become, it belittles the agenda, so to speak, Phil. It belittles it that they're being blamed for every moment.
It's 100% Savva, but I think the problem is, and a lot of people talk about this, it's the common denominator, isn't it? That ultimately, we almost we fell by accident into Poch. Poch wasn't the first on the shopping list, was he? And Mitchell found these gems, and it all came together in a glorious period. Well, it wasn't a glorious period. It was just a good period. We didn't win anything. But there's an argument to say that the team was consistent, and going to the points that Sean's made in the past, the team was consistent in terms of, we had regular 60, 65% possession, and therefore, because we had the ball, we were conceding less. And we had good attacking players. So when we would attack, we could score goals. Great. But, as you said, one year we were unbeaten at home, the last year at White Hart Lane. Another year we had a really good away record, I think the season before. And one calendar year we had the most points, but we never, ever got it all together in one season.
Right.
And I almost put it down to when the pressure wasn't on, we could do it. And we could grind out results. But our record against the top six was woeful. Poch never won away at the Bridge, never won away at the Emirates.
Big games.
All these big games. We failed. But look, let's wind it all back, right? And look, before Levy, there was Sugar, and even before Sugar, at the back end of Irving Scholar, we never built teams. The team that had Richard Gough, we sold Richard Gough, right? We had the 87 team was mustard, and we dismantled it. We got Lineker in and sold Waddle. This is the history of the Tottenham, right?
Yeah,
and it's the crying shame is this isn't who we don't think this is our DNA, because some of us do look back to that glorious period, 50 to 84, right, which was phenomenal. Even though we got relegated once, look at the cups that we won. Look at the quality of football that we saw.
Let me ask you a question, Phil. If Pochettino had won one of the finals that he was in, the two finals he was in, would the narrative be that Pochettino wasn't backed if he had won the final?
I think so, because
do you truly believe that? If he'd won the Champions League,
the Champions League won.
Either of them,
right? Let's say won the Champions League. Let's say he beat Man U, or that Chelsea one. I went to the Chelsea one, which was early, the League Cup one. I think in his first or second season, which was awful because again we outplayed them and they won because they were a better team, and could get it over the line. But in the end, you look at it, and I think the narrative. Obviously, we don't know because we don't live in that reality. But I think the narrative would have shifted to he won us the Champions League final, or he won us the FA Cup. What could he have done if he was backed?
But then that just becomes really silly, right? Because we'd then be at the point where look, we've got to be fair here. I don't like Enoch and Levy. I always start with that in case people call me Enoch, right?
You love it. You are I think you're Levy. Deep fake Levy equals Savva.
You're Levy. You've grown some hair, right? If
I'm sitting in Levy's war bunker. I'm at the back of the Levy estate. This is his summer house.
Let's be really honest. This is the fine margins in football. If Daniel Levy was the chairman at the time, which he was, and Pochettino had won the Champions League final, right now, look how much our fans boast about making a Champions League final, and the semi-final was the best night of their lives. Now imagine we won the final, Phil. Do you truly believe that it would be like it is? Do you truly believe?
What I would say, if he'd won that Champions League final, I wouldn't give. I could give zero. I would have been on the missing list for 2 weeks. We'd always have that. We'd be we could get relegated. Okay, we'd have sacked Poch. We'd have been Enoch out at that stage. But we would, anytime anyone gave us banter, champions of Europe, you'll never say that.
Right.
We'd have been it. Listen, I would have taken that all day long. Leicester fans, Wayne Holland, big yourself up, chap. He's a lovely guy and he has great, really good debates with us and chats with us, never belittles us at all. But if he wanted to, he could medal us off. He could just say FA Cup winner, league winner. Spurs, you're in the mud. He could all day long. So we could have had that. We could have had that.
Question?
But we'll never have it.
I want to ask one question. The year that Oh, what was his name? Carlo Cudicini. What am I talking about? Ranieri. Cudicini. The year that Ranieri won the league with Leicester, did he have a better team than Pochettino?
No. Well, a better team, not better players.
Did he?
What I'm saying is, by virtue of the fact they accumulate more points than us,
right? Okay.
As a team, a functioning team, better.
But why couldn't he have done what Ranieri done? We had much better players. I think.
Well, that's what I mean. So that wasn't. We should have. That was our chance. That was our chance. And the Chelsea see. The thing is, though, everyone talks about, we were in 2 title races. We were never top. We were never top.
I agree.
Jose got us to the top of the league.
I agree.
Not that I'm saying that's an achievement, by the way, but we were at the top longer under the Jose period than we ever have been at any time during the Premier League.
What happened in that second half of that season? What happened after that Liverpool game?
Yeah,
we were top, and after the Liverpool game where we lost, I think it was last minute or whatever. What happened?
No, yeah, but Sean, it was actually the Wednesday before that. If you remember, we'd had brilliant up until November. The first game in December was away to Palace. I can't remember whether we lost or drew, but then it started to turn, and then we went to Anfield, and Bergwijn had those 2 chances. Not saying it's all on him. We lost as a team.
Yeah.
But then it all fell apart. I reckon it was probably very, like they say about Conte as well. Jose comes in, gets everyone at it, siege mentality, you work hard, you're performing well, you're buying into it. But the minute it goes wrong, the wheels completely fall off. The thing we've all got to remember about professional football, guys, is there's probably only ever, at any given time, so say today, there'll be only 11 happy players, the 11 players that get picked to start. The lads on the bench aren't pleased because they're not starting. The lads that aren't in the squad are absolutely fuming. They're sitting at home, speaking to their mums, their dads, their wives, their girlfriends, their significant others. And they're basically they're all saying, well, why aren't you in the team? I don't know. This guy's a chump. And then the lads that get taken off in the game aren't pleased. So they're, rat-a-tat-tat at each other in the very plush canteen back at Hotspur Way. They're all in WhatsApp groups. So in any team at any stage, unless you're winning, those little voices from outside the 11 or outside the 8 or however many players.
The dressing room, which is why it's so important in my mind to have a manager who can put your arm around you and coach. Because, listen, mate, the reason why you're not in the team today is because I need you fit for this one. Or, listen, I just think you need to try a little bit, work a little bit on this game. Like people that communicate. I don't know if Antonio Conte is that sort of coach.
But Sean, I think there's different levels, isn't there? Like, famously, Fergie, with some players, would give them rockets, but with, say, Cantona, he went out to Paris when he was going to quit Man U and convinced him to come back. Other players he binned out as soon as he smelt a whiff of, trouble, like Stam, like Rude, all these players. So, it's you can't, like the criticism of Conte that he's only got a plan A. Yes, if that plan A is working, and of course you're going to stick to it. But like anything, not every player is the same. Not every game is the same. So you've got to be adaptable.
100%. 100%. Could not agree with that more.
Yeah.
It's like they say about military planning. No military, they talk about this. No plan ever lasts longer than first contact with the enemy.
Yeah.
You've got to be adaptable because you could have, we're going to land on the beach at D-Day and this is going to happen. Guess what? It's not going to happen. So you've got to trust the people that are on the ground to then make decisions and get up that hill to take out that gun turret. Otherwise, every single person's going to die on that beach. So you've got to have a plan. You've got to have the right people in the right place. But then you've got to give those people the authority to go out and actually play the game. Footballers, we belittle them a lot, but they are the professionals. They can play the game. Go and let them play.
Agreed.
Just quickly, just before we continue, people in the chat, we have got 49 minutes left of a 24-hour stream. I am absolutely shattered. Thank you for everyone so far. Can we please get one last push to get in your donations, whether that be a super chat, whether that be via Just Giving. The link is in the chat. I've just put it in the comments again. thank you to everyone. It has been good fun. We've had some real heated debates, but on the whole, lots of Spurs chat.
Has there been any arguments? Has there been any real heat? I don't know.
You missed the 4 a.m.
Hang on, let me do my super chats.
Sorry.
Teague has said the team we had back in 16-17 screams silverware. I agree. It should have got over the line, if I'm honest. Mbappe James has asked, if Kane goes, couldn't Ronaldo be an option up front on loan, is what he meant. I don't speak for all Spurs fans, but after seeing what happened at Man United, I don't want Harry Kane. God, fraudulent slip. I don't want Ronaldo. I don't want Ronaldo anywhere near my club after what we've just seen him do. I don't know about you guys.
Unless he's coming to do the the go-kart with his kids, no.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I just ask, Mbappe, is it Mbappe James or Mbappe James? We need to know. Drop another super chat in. Let us know.
We need to know.
The internet needs to know. Can I just say, I've only just noticed this after all your streams, Savva. When there's 4 of us on screen, your little anime avatar version of yourself is giving a cheeky little sexy eye out between you and me on the stream. Look. Eye, giving it the eye. No wonder Margot Robbie's round your little finger, mate. You've still got it, brother. You've still got it. Even in the mud, you're bringing A-listers to the party. Unbelievable.
It's not my little finger she's round, but I know what you mean. Yeah,
that's not my pillow. That's not my finger.
I think. Look, I think what I've learned more and more and more, right, is that there's no absolute rights and absolute wrongs. When we're talking about, here he comes, he wants the glory at the end. Look, here he is.
Wait, Sam, before you move on with the next point, morning, Coop, I just want to find out what did I miss? Perchy, you were saying, what was the heated conversation I missed?
Basically, we're the debate at 4 in the morning, was it?
No, I'm not doing this again.
No, I'm not doing it again. Oh no.
No, I just want to hear the topic, and then I'll
Basically, the topic was that the accountability of Conte in the cup finals. That Cuba had the thought that the board had made the directive that the cups aren't important, and there was a few guests on. It was quite fun, and I'll tell you what, it got us through the night, but it was bloody painful by the end of it.
It was painful. But what happened is, Sean, we all sat down and Kuva agreed that Perch and I were right, and then we moved on to another topic. So it was, it was all amicable.
And on just on that, I woke up to the point that of Christian Stellini confirming my point. So he's come out and said that there is no directive by the board there's no directive by the board that the cups aren't important. So
really? That's interesting.
Yeah, I woke up to it this morning. I was like, he couldn't come out in perfect time after my 3 hours of sleep. So
Perchy, can I just throw my 2 pence in, because I was in a land and nod at that stage. They might not be given a directive. I've got no doubt whatsoever Levy has never gone into Hotspur Way and said, right, lads, the FA Cup, it's all about top 4. But if in your pay packet at the end of the season, you are getting a cheeky £1 million because you've qualified for the top 4, right? Qualified for the top 4, got top 4, qualified for the Champions League, and you've got 20 grand because you've won the FA Cup. Money.
Do you really reckon Conte's picking a team based on an extra bar in his pay packet? I don't know about that, mate.
Listen, Phil, I'm going to make one point on what you're saying, and I'm going to finish it, and I'm going to leave because I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to watch you guys for the last bit of the gym. What I'm going to say is this: if that's the case, why didn't he play the academy players?
Kuva, it's like we've gone back 12 hours.
It does. It feels. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to shoot off, guys. Listen, Savva, big up, mate. Absolutely smashed it. Anyone in the chat, if you've not donated, please donate. This charity is needed. It's exactly what we should be doing as people here, guys. Well done to everyone that's been on. I'm going to shoot off. I'm going to watch the last what we got left? 45 minutes, and keep up. Well done. Smell done, mate.
Cheers, mate. Thanks for your help.
Fuck off.
Take it easy. Bye.
Fuck off. Listen, anyone who's donated, donate again, because there's so many cheap bastards in the Spurs community. Yeah, those of us that have donated have got to double up to make up for the losers, the flip-flops, the financial flip-flops. Listen, if everyone who donates means Spurs will win something before we all pass away. If you don't donate, Spurs will never win.
I don't think Spurs will win something before I die. I've come to peace with it.
No, come on, Savva, come on. Come on.
I've come to peace with
it. You know what's talking? That's talking from a man who's been up for 24 hours. It's the Champions League this season, mate. We're going to do it.
Well, it's got to be the Champions League this season. Otherwise I'll have party after party back in my comments telling me for a whole year that we're winning the FA Cup, definitely guaranteed. Savva, you're in the mud. Oh, I was wrong. Next year we're definitely winning it. Savva, you're in the mud. I've never been in so much mud in my life. Sean's muted. Phil, can you hear me, Kuva?
Yeah, you're taking a mud bath, mate. Taking a mud bath. Get yourself healthy. Get yourself in that mud bath.
I love this fan base. When we win, even if I predict to win, I'm in the mud bath. When we lose, I'm in a mud bath because I've no idea what this mud baths even mean anymore. I don't know. Tin Man, big up. Really appreciate it. I said the worst thing the club is doing to all of us, no matter what opinions we have, is leave this fan base disinterested, and that is criminal. Look, I do feel a lot of fans have. A lot of fans say it, right? And you've got a few here that do feel disconnected with the club. I think would be what I would say, rather than disinterested, because obviously I've got a YouTube channel about Tottenham, but I do feel disconnected from the manager, the players. I don't resonate with it anymore. No point me asking you, Kuva. I know exactly how you feel. Phil, would you say you feel that way? Are you disinterested, disheartened, disconnected?
I would say I'm I'm in an abusive relationship with my football club. That is the best way I can sum it up. I'm definitely connected because I feel like Levy's giving me a cavity search all day, every day, and particularly after bad results. And I'm not enjoying it.
You talk about cavity searches a lot, Phil. Are you all right?
Not really. Not really. I've got to the age when I go for a health checkup, I do get the digit up the bottom. So it's pretty emotional.
It's healthy.
And that's just the receptionist.
Yeah. Turned out they didn't even work there. But
that's opticians for you.
They saw a sexy guy in a grey jumper and they thought, hey, can we have a chat? It was a bit like an elderly version of Love Island. Can I pull you for a chat? Can we go and talk on the daybed? It was in the reception. It was front of everyone. I should have guessed there was something wrong. Anyway. Don't do ketamine before you go for a checkup is basically my advice on the back of that, guys. But yeah, look, I got Sean. I got him. It's so far from where we were under Poch, where we were all invested and we all were in it. But I'm still connected because you can't not be connected because we still all feel the burn, the shame, the disappointment, the anger. But look, the other night, I don't even think, I swore or did anything when they scored. Savva, what did I send to you? What gift did I send to you before? I sent the old Chrissy, wake up, I don't like this.
It was a picture that my wife didn't need to see.
No, not that one.
Oh,
not that one. It was It was the Stranger Things one with what's his face shaking Chrissy, going, Chrissy, wake up! I don't like
wake up! Yeah.
We were just sleepwalking into it. You could everyone knew what was happening. So look, we're all. But I was okay when it happened. But then I spoke to my dad. I watched you guys. Sean, I saw you rage quit, which I had a lot of time for, and I just thought to myself, it's not acceptable. This is completely unacceptable. But the thing is, we always say it's unacceptable, but we accept it because we haven't got any. Like it's football in the end of the day. We're football fans. This is our lot in life, you know. And it's not just us. Guess what? There's not enough trophies to go round. 3 teams get relegated every season in every division all around the world. So it's one of those things where most people are going to be pissed off all the time.
Do you know, Phil? I rage quit twice on Wednesday.
I saw it. Yeah, I saw both.
I was on the Irish Hotspur, and I went, "That's it. I'm fucking done. Sorry, Jack. Sorry, Dave. I got to get off this stream. I can't stand the state of Tottenham right now." Quit. Listened to them for 10 minutes. Had Savva's show on. Listened to a few opinions, and I was like, "No, I've got to get back on and give my take." So I jumped into Savva's, went for about 35 seconds, and then went, "Nah, this is a bad idea. I'm still angry. I'm out of here again." Double rage quit.
I remember.
So which rage quit was better? Would you rank them thus far?
Hoover, did you say rank?
Did you say rank?
Rank? This has gone very blue for 11:30 on a Saturday morning here in the UK, but I'm here for it.
Just quickly, I'm going to at my door. Oh, the dogs are going for a walk.
It's Sean.
It's Sean, yes. Just quickly,
Levy's come to get you.
One of the worst YouTubers has kindly donated. Here he is. Kuva has said, "A £5 for our fantastic chairman who does no wrong. Big up, Levy. Why are you cursed by so many terrible managers in one lifetime?" Is that sarcasm there, Kuva 99? No, I didn't think so.
Savva, is that sarcasm?
No.
Oh my God, we're in a sarcasm maelstrom. We're just going round in one never-ending sarcasm loop.
I'll end it here.
Where's my glass?
Another super chat from the Spurs bench. Big up, guys. Has said, Great effort for a great cause, mate. Well done. Listen, it wasn't just me. Lots of people joined in. Please, people, we have got 37 minutes. Let's make a real big effort. Just to give you some totals at the moment across YouTube and Just Giving, we are at £2,175. So let's see, can we get that as close to 2,500 as possible?
Show me your money.
Show me the money. Big up to Tarns26. Thank you. Some huge donations earlier on in the stream. Thank you very much, Tarns. Since you dipped out,
I really didn't know what you were going to say about Tarns there. When you said huge, I didn't know where you were going with that. Big up Tarns.
Minerals FC, I love you, dude. I have no idea what you talk about when you talk like this. Savva, mate, the wrong uns and brown envelopes are always muddied by me. I always send them to the woods to let Savva right up the mineral. I've no idea what that means.
Can I just say, I think Minerals grew up on a strict diet of 80s hooligan films. I think the old school BBC version of The Firm with Gary Oldman is all Minerals watched.
What's wrong with that? It's a great film.
It's a great film. Yeti.
I'll still prefer ID though.
Yeah, ID. But the thing, don't you think this is where we've gone wrong as a culture? I remember, what was that? Was it the World Cup or the Euros in France where the England were playing? There was loads of Russians down there in the main square in Marseille, all kicked off. And I just said, look, the problem is loads of England fans went over there to watch and they've got a retro Umbro England kit. They've got their skinny jeans and they're wearing retro trainers and they're drinking strong French lager in the sun for a few hours. And they've seen Green Street and all of a sudden they think they're a firm. Unfortunately, the Russian lads are all ex-paramilitaries. And when they came storming over the hill, and what I loved was there was one video clip, and it was the first bit of trouble at a World Cup where, you know, in the era of socials. And yes, come on, Mouldy Pickles, bringing it. There it is.
Mouldy
Good news.
Pickle. Yeah, Mouldy Pickle, thank you as well for the... Listen, let me just quickly read out. If I miss anyone at all, I do apologise. Thank you very much to Mouldy Pickle, Harry Harumbus, Mario 202012, Brad Matthews, Smelly and Paul, Stuart McNulty, Kesh Singh, Jack Savage, Aaron Dubb, Deo, Kyberson, Anonymous, Ron Vignac, Pete Ross, Sonny Chelsea, Andy Feddy, Custom Spoons, Anonymous, Laurie Boost, Anonymous, True Say, Anonymous, who set up the Gunners, Anonymous, Tobes sent us over. Thank you very much, Tapping Tobes. James McQueeby, Ahmed, Carl, aka Audio Artisan, Anonymous, Biggie Singh, Tarns26, PJ Berlin, Anonymous, Christian, Anonymous, The Wife, my wife, Palmsy, Michael Waters, Bry, Johnny Hotspur, Anonymous, Toyib, Anonymous, D-Buck, Rob Belcher, Patrick Campbell, John Axel, Joe, Ngoni, Barry Ambrose, Kem, Wayne, Andy Fenny again, True Say again, Jason Marquis, The Perchy, Nexus, Anonymous, Steve Fuller, Gemma, Joez, Ria, Colin, Harry Arolumbus, Anonymous, Phil P, Horsefly Analytics, Tim Mapley, The Perchy, Joe, Peter and Nicola, and someone called Richard Savva, who started the whole thing off. Thank you. So I didn't know how many there were. I'd started, so I had to finich. Please,
I thought you had a stroke. I just thought you were like reeling off all the names you could remember. I didn't know what was going on.
Hang on. Hold that thought. Can I just say thank you? Somebody has just donated £170, and there is no name attached to it yet. I'll go back to it in a minute. Just giving his refresh.
That's massive.
That's
as massive as West Ham. Big up, whoever it is. It might be David Moyes. David Moyes spending his severance pay early.
Oh, Anonymous with £170. Whoever
you are.
I know it wasn't you, Daniel Levy. Whoever you are.
On behalf of all the anonymous people, I just want to say it's my pleasure.
Big
I'm
up,
sure
mate.
you do. For anyone
Sean, I know
cares,
you did it while you were getting ready to take Bugsy for a walk. All the anonymous ones were Sean.
Just quickly,
Bugsy alone.
For anyone that cares, Man City have gone Edison, Walker, Diaz, Akanji, Ake, Rodri, De Bruyne, Gundogan, Grealish, Foden, Haaland. And Newcastle, Pope, Trippier, Botman, Lascelles, Byrne, Joe Linton, Longstaff, Guimaraes, Gordon, Almiron, Wilson. For anyone that cares. That is...
Yeah, City should be able to win with that team. If they don't, the manager must be crap, yeah?
Yeah.
I'll let it slide, but I sort of got summoned onto the screen with all the posh bashing going on. Shameful.
The posh bashing. Savva, keep landing the minerals, and this word minerals, I've never seen it so much in my life as I have the last month on YouTube. What is going on?
I think minerals might be another YouTuber that is masquerading as minerals. And whoever Minerals isn't, I think, is Margot Robbie. If Margot Robbie isn't the real Margot Robbie, Sean's gone. Now we might see Margot Robbie popping up in the chat again. So it might be
Where's
Sean.
Margot?
Margot, come back, please. Maybe Margot's like...
maybe Margot's Bugsy Malone.
If we say Margot 5 times, she'll appear. She'll just appear. Margot Robbie.
Oh, dearie me. I mean, honestly.
Look at the little smile on your face, Savva. Just the mention of her.
Don't attempt this. 23 and a half hours in, plus I got up yesterday at 6 a.m. So I'm now 30 hours in with no sleep, and my body can't handle it.
I'll tell you what, that's great preparation, getting up at 6 o'clock before doing a...
I listen, I had things to do, man, people to see. Sonny Chelsea said there's a Minerals FC on YouTube who supports Chelsea and has 5k subs. Talking of subs, subscribe if you haven't already. We're nearly at 3,500. We are 30 away from 3,500.
Get your cash out.
Get your cash out. Get your subscribers on. Mikhail said Newcastle lost to Sheffield Wednesday. Eddie Howe should beat them with the players he had.
Yes.
Jesus Christ, this guy's relentless. Like, just absolutely relentless. Yeah, look at Kuma. Kuma's like, I agree with him. He's so right.
Well, yeah. If you're going to say that on one, you're going to say it on all of them, aren't you?
Cup upsets happen, just not every bloody time with Antonio Conte. Every bloody time with Antonio.
He's just unlucky.
I was fully expecting Conte would win us the FA Cup, and that would have been hard because the minute we play City or Man U, we were probably going to get slapped about. But I fully expected Conte was going to go full beans without telling Levy, just go, yeah, boss, yeah. We'll play best team in the league, all that stuff. But he was going to go forward to the floor to try and win the FA Cup. So then he could go back to Italy and get right in Jose's face and say, well, I won him something. What's your problem, mate?
Here's a question for you. In a one-off game in a final, a one-off game, it doesn't matter who it's against.
Jose.
Someone good. Who are you going for, Jose or Conte?
Jose.
Who'd you say, Phil?
Poch. Listen, mate, I think he was before his time. Sonny now needs to play wing back. If Sonny plays wing back, generational talent will elevate to another level. We'll win the quad next season. The quad's on.
There we go. See, I knew you believed.
In the chat, let us know, one-off final, who are you picking as your manager? Jose Mourinho or Antonio Conte?
You know, Savva, what is the point of this question at this stage in this stream?
What is the point of your beard?
Right, in the chat, I want you to tell me, out of Jose and Conte and Poch, who is the best Portuguese manager?
Mason,
yeah. Listen, it's all about Mason. It's all about. Listen, I want to correct something because I was lucky enough to be at Spurs Way, Hotspur Way the other night as well with the lads. And actually, what the guy there, it was a fascinating evening actually. But what the guy said about Japhet Tanganga wasn't that he, isn't bright or couldn't take it on, but he just said when he was young, when he first came in as a kid, that wasn't his forte, and so they recognise that. So they wouldn't overload him with tactical stuff and all this. And they just, over time, got him up to speed and that sort of thing. So, but yeah, look, we do need, Jesus, he's changed rooms again. It's unbelievable. So, Sean, I always thought you got in the car and went for miles to go on your walks.
No, the farm's behind my house. Sorry.
Otherwise known as the back garden.
Exactly.
Kuva,
you're on the back 5 acres of the Levy estate, aren't you?
Kuva,
I'll never slag off my landlord.
When I say I've got an estate out there, I usually mean the car.
Yeah. When I'm talking about an estate out there, I mean an actual council estate, mate. Do you know what I mean? Keeping it real.
Every morning, do you walk into your garden and volley a ball into the top corner of that goalpost?
What I'm going to say, right, is just off screen, this side, there's one of those bounce nets. So when I take Jarvis out for his last minute perambles in the garden late at night, if the ball's anywhere to be seen, I'll kick it on the bounce net. It'll come back and I'll volley it in. It's a sick feeling. It's absolutely.
I thought you were going to say when I take Jarvis out, I sometimes bounce him off of the net and see what happens.
No, that's animal cruelty, mate. That's animal cruelty. I'm going to get people around to save Bugsy. Save Bugsy. Save Bugsy. Volley.
Hashtag back Bugsy.
Yeah, back Bugsy.
Nexus.
Sean out. Bugsy in.
Everybody, 25 minutes. 25 minutes.
Butler.
Get in the last super chats, the last just giving money. Let's get this to 2,500 as a minimum. Please, let's do that. And Nexus has said, high noon approaching fast, magnificent effort. Yeah, everyone's done really well. We've had a lot of Spurs chat. Mikau is obviously annoyed at me as always. I always feel like he's disappointed in me when he comments. Always. Just really disappointed in whatever I say. There was no point to what I was saying, Mikau. I was just messing about just to annoy Kuva because he loves Conte.
Yep, big up Conte.
I've got to the stage where I'm taking I'm substituting the O for a U in Conte's name.
Potter has not got the minerals apparently. Minerals. Yeah. Does Potter go if they lose today, guys?
Yeah.
I don't think Todd Bowley knows that you can sack managers.
I mean, isn't it in some ways a little bit refreshing that a chairman hasn't gone out? In some ways, not in all ways. In some ways,
yeah, definitely. I mean, back in
As
the day,
Spurs fan,
West Ham used to be really good for that, hanging on to a manager for like God knows how many years. I think what was it? They had John Lyall for bloody ages. He was the last of the really long-living managers that never won anything. Sort of, what a trophy that is. Yeah, I mean, otherwise every team's going to be winning stuff or in the mix constantly for them to live, haven't they? Wenger with a long-term stay, Sir Alex Ferguson, trophies, isn't it? They keep you going.
Yeah. Hang on, Perchy's coming with a couple of super chats. Big up, Perchy. He said, here is another top up, 25 minutes to go. Throw your money at Savva. Absolutely. And then he's coming with another one saying, have you got the minerals to donate to the cause? Jesus. I'm going to change my YouTube channel to Savva Talks Minerals. And it feels like that's the way the world is going. Foggy Foamer said he said it himself that his job is on the line if he fails to win today, especially at home. Things could go messy.
Have you heard this rumor? I know it's just probably a Twitter load of BS, but have you heard that Bowley was in a meeting and he was, people were talking about the predicament a few weeks ago, and he was saying, "Oh, look, well, I'm not too concerned, and we want to back Potter because in the end of the day, it's fine, isn't it?" And they go, "Yeah, but we've got to, all the models and things. We need to be qualifying for the Champions League. We can't not finish. We've got to get in the Champions League. We can't finish outside the top four." And he said, "No, but Chelsea are in the Champions League every year. It doesn't matter where we finish." He didn't actually realise you've got to qualify top four.
Oh, I don't believe that.
And one of the aides had to take him outside, tell him, and he came back in and was like,
shut up. There's no way that...
I'm not saying it's fact. I'm just spreading a malicious rumour. I'm just here to spread malicious rumours.
There is no way a successful billionaire businessman wouldn't have done his due diligence on
but hold on, mate. Hold on. By that same logic, him and Bojo, you would think as successful people in their own rights of business.
What has Boris Johnson got to do with this?
Because he looks like him. Expressions told me to get back in the mud. Now listen, if you are a successful man, do you walk into a barbershop and come out looking like either Todd Bowley or Boris Johnson? It makes no sense. Two things can be true, Savva. You can be wildly successful.
Don't use my line
at football.
Levy
is massively successful in most of his aspects of his life, right? Except he can't run a fucking football team, right? He can run a business, he can run a football club, but listen, if you put him in charge of Enfield Rangers, right, he'd be shit, absolute shit. But I think he should go full Rod Nodes and actually manage the team. I think that's the last hurdle for Levy. Just bollocks to all these managers and directors of football. Save the wages, geezer. Just
what formation do you reckon he'd play? If Daniel Levy was in charge, what sort of style of manager would he be?
I think he'd be free-flowing. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't micromanage. He likes to give people...
I think he'd be part of the bus.
You want, lads?
I think he'd be tighter than a duck's arse when it comes to...
No, mate. It would be like the Dutch team of the 70s, mate. Total football. Tanganga would play. Tanganga would be left back, then right back, then the forward, playing the 10 at the end of the game.
Phil, you know when there's an indirect free kick in the penalty area, right? And everyone is on the line. Like if it's a back pass. Yeah. It's that for 90 minutes. All 10 players on the goal line, just having shots fired at them. Oh,
but you know what? Though? There's some. If there was for some people who want a trophy so much, they would tolerate that for 89 minutes if it meant that you broke away and scored and won every game 1-0 in that fashion.
You know what I think he would do
to get a trophy.
Because apparently he's addicted to the show on Amazon about Kuva's family called Vikings, and in that the Shield Maidens all do the Shield Wall. I think all the players would just create like a tortoise around the football and just go roaming around the pitch. like this, like a scrum in rugby, not a scrum, a rolling maul. It'd be a rolling maul.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, my idea of Viking shield maidens is a vastly different image to yours.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but Levy can only work with what he's got, mate. You can't blame him. You know, he's only just got here. We're only 22 years into a 5,000-year project.
What formation would he have, though? I think he'd have all 11 in the kept safely in the box, and just take 20% off at regular intervals.
I'm just waiting for my discount code, mate. That's all I'm hanging on for. You're asking me whether I'm connected to my club. I'm fully connected, mate. I'm waiting for that discount code. I'm shocked that we haven't had a discount code email after the cup loss. I'm worried for Levy's safety. You know, I used to talk about Nuno being chained to the rad in the Spurs lodge. You know, Terry Waite settings, right? Hostage videos. I think Levy might be chained up somewhere. He might be chained up somewhere. Maybe he agreed to it, but they forgot the safe word. So now I'm worried. Where's the discount code email?
Sam, I've got
Sean,
to ask
you
you,
walk
mate,
to the other side of the state and find out if the electricity's been cut?
Huh?
Sorry. I think the thing froze then. Sam, what are you do as soon as this finishes in 10 minutes? After being up for 24 hours, what do you do? Do you go and sleep and miss the Tottenham game this afternoon, or what do you do? Stay up until this evening, or what?
I'll
do a watch along.
I've got. People have asked me. So
Seriously, you could kill two birds with one stone. Spurs Wolves, sleep through it.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, I'm going to have some sausage and mash. I'm going to watch Man City Newcastle, then probably try and find a stream to put me to sleep for Spurs Wolves. Then watch whatever the 5:30 game is, whatever that is, and then go to sleep.
And last question about your behaviour, I guess, after today, etc. Did you ask your work for a day off, or did you did you say, I'll do all the week, I'll do all the work I haven't done on Friday, I'll do it on Monday, or I did it on Thursday? How did you get the? Does your work even know that you've been on the stream for 24 hours?
Yeah, no, I booked half a day off.
Half a day.
I did the right thing.
Come on, people. Savva's sacrificed probably years of his life by staying up all night again, and he's taken half a day out of his annual leave. The least you can do is donate 50 pence. 50 pence.
Donation. Sean, thank you very much. I just got your £50 through the Just Giving. Thank you very, very much. Much appreciated, mate. Another £20 has gone in from Georgina. Georgina, who, I know, George, hello. Not long to go till you can enjoy some sleep. I can't even talk, let alone sleep. Wu-Tang Gambino, great name. I said,
what a name.
That is a
here's
great
super chat for the cause. Savva, Kuva, not you two, just me and Kuva. Well done. And to all who donated and been part of the stream, thank you very much. This is the last 15 minutes. The last 15 minutes to get in some super chats. We are 200. We are 200 exactly away. Maths, terrible. We are 150 exactly away from the 2,500 marker. £150. Can we get there?
Now? Times is 140 now, right? Times has just chimed in with one.
Yeah, absolutely. Get them in, people. Get them
Savva,
in.
why don't you? You originally wanted to get to 3. Why don't we say, like, if we can get to 2-7, we'll do another 24 hours straight.
We'll keep going.
Yeah,
we're gonna keep up. I ain't fucking leaving.
I'm not leaving. They're going to have to drag me out of here.
If Daniel Levy can wait 23 years, so can we.
Yeah.
Savva, weren't you going to do... Actually, Sean, I want to ask you about this, because at the time we were, Savva threw down the gauntlet, what can we do? What realistically can we do? And we all know that Levy won't go. Lewis won't sell up until someone reaches a magic number. I put in your chat on one of your shows, and I was only joking at the time, but could we, as a fan base, because obviously there are a few Spurs fans around, could we all get a GoFundMe?
Yeah.
And
I figured out the maths on that, right? So there's 26 million Tottenham fans allegedly around the world. If everyone puts in, like, I think 100 quid. If everyone puts in, I think it's 100.
200 quid. Want a bit of spending money at the end.
200 quid times 26 million. That's 5 billion, isn't it?
Yeah.
If everyone puts in 200 quid a pop,
and to be fair, look, and you know, the wealthy amongst us, you know, you're saving all that money on rent and mortgage by living on Levy's land, because I'm sure he doesn't charge you anything. Savva's obviously a man of means, bubbling up charity streams all over the gaff. You know, Coover's basically just on every stream constantly. Doesn't even need to work for a living.
I'm one of the serfs on Daniel Levy's estate. Yeah,
exactly. I've now got an image of you ploughing the land and Levy coming out every so often on a horse.
Bugsy's pulling a plough. Yeah, she works with the horses.
It's like 12 years a slave, but no one escapes.
Sort of thing, yeah.
Just quickly, Tarns 26, thank you, and very generous today. Thank you very much. Thanks for your support.
Big up, Tarns.
Spurs give a really good argument as to why fans should be allowed to divorce their clubs. yes, they really do. We should take this to the High Court.
Reach out through Savva to me, because I want to just say you can go on loan to Man City for the rest of the season. I'll let you know what you've got to do, but you basically can go on loan emotionally to Man City.
If I'm not wrong, supports. I'm sure she's pretty comfortable where she is as a fan. Just quickly, the disabled team have been very generous throughout. So well done, Savva, and all the guests, as everyone in the chat. Thank you very much. D-Buck, just chucking in a £2 super chat. We are
Can I just say big up to the disabled team, because other like that other chuff nugget didn't just big up you and Kuva, yeah?
Yeah.
I know Sean's cold-hearted Levy in, but I've got feelings, mate. Yeah, so I've been on this stream for half an hour out of the 24 hours.
We have
up with these 3 mugs.
We have 12 minutes to get £131 to hit £2,500.
Why are you saying 12 minutes? It's 11:53. Did you start at like 12:04 or something? Did you start a little bit late? Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to skip out.
Well, you were building up the excitement, right? Everyone, we're doing a 24-hour stream. Is this idiot ever going to show up? Kept us all waiting.
If everyone in the chat does £1, we get past 131. Let's do this, people. By the way, Phil, in your idea, or Sean, whoever's idea it was, of 26 million Spurs fans all paying £100, who would be the elected CEO of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club if we bought?
Yeah, but then we would have to go to a vote. You
decentralize everything. You'd have like some voting system. You'd use the blockchain, the starting 11, the ability to pay weight. Everything would go through a voting system, and for every £1 that you've donated, you get 1 vote. Easy. Completely decentralized democracy.
Savva, you're going to put in at least 100 or 200 grand, aren't you? English sterling pounds, yeah. So you're going to have so many voting rights, mate. You're going to be like the Megadon. They're going to take Levy's chairman's seat out, and there's going to be a gold pimp throne.
No, but you know what would happen? You know what would happen? You'd have like little caucuses, people that go, look, let's listen. We've got to get that mug, Sean Butler, or he's got too many voting rights. So I'll tell you what, I'll go with you. We'll combine our votes on this one. Yeah. It'll become like fucking like government. You got Labour and you got fucking Conservative.
It's going to be like Succession. It'll be like Succession meets Game of Thrones meets whatever else.
I love
and then you'll know when Coover's come in to sort out a few voting rights, because they'll be like really, really attractive Nordic women with a shield wall coming down the high road.
How toxic the community would be if everyone had the right to vote. And like we go, we don't want this fucking CEO. Let's decentralize the whole thing, and it becomes exactly like politics, where everyone goes, fuck him and his poor decisions. He voted for Lloris last week to start. This time, guys, we've all got to get together and shun Coover and his absolute nonsense decision making. It would get even worse.
Yeah, but Sean, let's be realistic. No one can look Coover in the eye and not agree with what he's saying. And even if they don't agree, they just have to say, Coover, you're the best. You're the best.
There we go.
However he delivers it, he could literally, have you seen that Clooney film, Up in the Air, where he has to go around firing people? Coover could fire you. He could tell you he's just slept with your mum before he robbed your house. And you'd still be like, Coover, I think
it's all right, mate. It's okay.
Do you want a Kit Kat? Do you want a Kit Kat for your way out?
Do you want to take the biscuit?
Do you want a Kit Kat biscuit, or do you want a Kit Kat chocolate bar? And it all kicks off.
Kit Kat Chunkies are more chocolate bar.
They're all chocolate bars.
What are you saying?
1 second, people. 1 second. Sonny Chels, thank you very much. Very kind. You've been very
The
generous.
money's flying in now, guys.
Look at it.
Mark Cousins, it's like transfer deadline day. Mark Cousins, thank you for your time earlier. I'm sure.
Hey, it's like transfer deadline day, but there's more good news for Spurs people on the stream.
Bill P. Shush. Very generous from Ray Chrisley. This is his second big donation of the 24 hours. Thank you very much. Darius has come in with another £5. Thank you. We are now, through the power of maths, 1 second. 121, 119. Oh, 70. We are now. I can't believe I'm about to say. We are now 69 away from. We are 69 away from 2,500. If anyone would like,
it's a great number.
Let me know.
Leave it 69 away. I think it's great. Says everything you need to know about the Spurs community. We're almost there, but we're short, and it's a bit sexy.
Oh,
we're all the same line down.
Absolutely shattered. Absolutely shattered.
Big up, Savva.
The stream's freezing. The stream's freezing at the last moment.
Is
5 minutes, people. 5 minutes.
She's trying to take a photo.
You can do it.
7. We've got 7 minutes to raise 69 more pounds to get to 2,500.
Oh, your dogs are real. I always thought they were statues. Hi.
He's a statue.
It's the first time I've ever seen him move, ever. Oh, you've been on the whiskey, have you, Sav? Well played, mate.
I had a couple throughout the night to help me through it. Kuva has taken it down to £64. Come on, £64 from 165 people. There's like 50p each or something. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Listen, I've got no shame in my game. I need affirmation. I need people to, I support Spurs. I need all the love I can get. Thursday morning, I've never needed a hug. There's never been a human being in the history of creation that needed a hug more than a Spurs fan on Thursday morning. Look at that. Look at that. It's a beautiful thing.
It's really not.
It's not.
I meant the dog. Jealous. I meant the dog, not Richard Savva.
Oh yeah, dog. Beautiful.
Is that Frank? Is it? Is that Frank?
No, this is Stewie.
Stewie.
Hi, Stewie. Hi, mate.
Stewie should be in charge of Spurs when we do the GoFundMe takeover.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's how Barcelona are, aren't they? They're owned by the fans and they elect a president, right?
Oh, 3 minutes, people. If anyone's got any last minute donations, this is the time to do it. And thank you to absolutely everyone. And yeah, I've got nothing left.
Ben's back in. Ben's back in.
Ben, big up Ben Kaufman with a cheeky little fiver.
I want to know, Ben. Listen, just let us know. I can't do it. I can't.
Go on. Come on.
Is a Kit Kat the best chocolate bar?
It's not the best, but it's in the chocolate bar category.
The chocolatiest biscuit is those Fox's Seriously Chocolate Rings. They're levels.
Are they completely covered in chocolate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the argument earlier in the
middle.
stream was that if it's completely covered in chocolate, then it's a chocolate.
It's chocolate, yeah.
So they're a chocolate? No, they're a biscuit, aren't they?
Yeah, but
I think the category you have to also sometimes lean to the experts and say, in what department of the supermarket does the treat exist? If it's in the biscuit section, then maybe the supermarket knows that the general consensus is that it's a biscuit.
Or they're wrong. If they're
definitely wrong.
Thank you to Ben Kaufman, Alan Birrell, Sonny Chelsea's coming again with another very generous donation. We are £31 away from 2,500. £31, and we have 3 minutes and 58 seconds. 3 minutes and 58 seconds. But on a serious note, whether we get there or not, I'll put it in. Thank you so much to absolutely everyone. Kuva, how many hours do you reckon you did of the 24?
Yes. Nothing. I did 18 in total.
18. Good effort, that. Good effort.
No,
18.
19. Your last hour now as well.
19. Wow. Ray Chris Lee has come in, smacked in the money.
Oh, you beauty.
On top of that, we've got, thank you so much, Ms. as well. HN, love saying Oi Savalai. Spurs Talk Show, Sean with another one. Levy must have given him some pocket money this week.
Sean just wants to have the last donation. That's what it is.
Yeah, I thought I'd be the one that got over the line, but Ray Chrisley wanted to be the one as well. Everyone wants to be the one.
It's good, Sean, but
you selfish bastard, Ray. You selfish bastard.
Your charity donations are all about me, aren't they?
Yeah, all ego. It's all ego.
Whoever it's for.
People
it's all about me.
And it's always about us, right? Unbelievable.
Everybody, listen, I would love to stay around and chat, but this has been a very long 24 hours. Look, thank you to absolutely everyone who's been on. I can't begin to thank everyone enough individually. I can't actually remember who's been on from start to finish, if I'm honest.
Just go back and rewatch the whole thing, Savva.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it now with a wife. She said she wants to watch it for 24 hours.
I've got one really last thing to clear up, and this is the one that wins the argument. About Kit Kats. The courts in India actually had the case brought to them whether the Kit Kat was a biscuit or a chocolate for legal reasons. And they ruled in favour of it being a biscuit. The only time in history that it's been brought to a court and it comes in favour in the biscuit. So there is legal precedence.
There's not legal. No, sorry, the Indian legal system does not carry precedent or
billion people, mate. You're dissing India now, are you?
I'm just saying that their system, not our system. It doesn't carry.
Listen. There are a lot of vested interests in the Indian biscuit market. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
I love this. Perchy's come in with a $4.99, only to be outdone by Phil P, who said one day the Spurs Phil Army will.
I'm getting the last one. I'm getting the last one.
It's not about last one. I just wanted to let people know there is a bright future ahead when the Phil Army rises up and takes over. There's at least 50,000 Spurs Phils, right? And don't get in our way, Sean. Do not stand in our way.
Listen, I'm not going to get in your way, but the flip-flop army are coming strong too. And I just worry that there might be a bit of a flip-flop off.
There's a lot of Phils, and only I would say 12% of us wear flip flops when we're on the march up Tottenham High Road. So but listen, I think everyone after the stream should get involved in the Spurs Talk Show, sponsored by Quicksilver Sandals. Get down there. Sean's going to be doing a special summer episode at a beach in Cornwall where he's going to be showing everyone his collection of flip flops.
Yeah, 100%. Captain Javiana.
Perchy's coming back in. Perchy's going to get the last one. He's going to get the last one. We could get to 2,000, Savva.
To wrap it all up, what wonderful news. My next door neighbours who have lost their cat for the last 3 days have just found it. I mean, what wonderful way to end the show.
Even the cat people deserve love, Kuva. Even you cat people deserve love.
Just so you know, so
if
anybody looks at the Just Giving page, you will see that we've made 1,420 on Just Giving. On the YouTube side, we have made £1,080, give or take. It's still totalising, so we've gone over the 2,500 mark. I don't know, people might still continue to put in afterwards. I am going to wrap the show up there. That is exactly 24 hours and 39 seconds. And I love this.
Just keep talking for a bit longer because then Kuva will go back in.
I am going broke just to make sure I'm the last one.
Perchy's going to do another one. I know. Yes, Kaufman's got it. Come on, can you smell what the cough is cooking? Brewing even. Come on, boy.
No,
it's a chocolate bar. It's a chocolate bar. It's a chocolate bar.
I can't believe people still want to watch this. Yeah, exactly.
Savva, what you should do is
exactly.
get Charlotte just to put makeup on your eyelids that look like eyes, and just sit there for about half an hour while Kuva and Shawnee and the Perch fight it out.
Everyone's trying to get the last one in.
Dragon Cracker's coming in.
Jesus Christ, this is crazy.
Perchy, I didn't know you could do a 79p one. That's awesome.
So we've got
How did Perchy get a 79p?
Kuva.
Different settings to
must
me.
be a euro. It must be
Spurs
€1.
Talk Show. Ben Court Kaufman. Ray Chrisley again. Mia W. Spurs Talk Show. Dragon Crackers. The Perchy. Apparently he's in the gym. Kuva's got Kuva. Stop, guys. Stop.
Boom. Uppercut.
If you keep donating, Savva does stay up.
To be fair, Kuva isn't right on everything. Just everything that he says with his mouth.
My baby needs me. My baby needs me. This is Frank. This is Frankus. Look, he looks all worried.
Oh, look at that neck.
All right.
Right, can we end the show, please? Right now. Can we end it right this second?
Yeah, let's end it with Frank. Thank you, everybody. On serious note, thank you so much.
Dragon Crackers. Is that Crackers from Last Word on Spurs?
No.
I think
Charlotte,
it is.
Come and look at this without coming on screen.
Yeah, we don't want you on screen, Charlotte. He's embarrassed of you.
She's busy thinking about Ronan.
The smile on your face lets me know that I need you.
Have a look at the site.
Perchy with a 99p.
They're all
Perchy's the king of minuscule deposits. That's what all these lovers have told
Perchy,
me.
how are you doing this? How are you getting in, squeezing in less than a pound?
Must be euros.
Guys, I've got to go. I'm chatted. Thank you, everyone. Much love. And Spurs, thank you for ruining my Saturday. I'm just getting it in early. Much love, guys. Everyone, see you later. Take care. Please send this round so more people can donate. And Kuva gets the last laugh.
No, he bloody doesn't. End it right
now. Right now. Dragon.
Dragon's got it.